Last time on Just Create, we expanded our factory, unalived ourselves a few times, and put up a poll for train names. And look at this, the Copper Comet wins. So let's get this named up. Sorry, Betsy, it wasn't your time, but there we go, the Copper Comet. Excellent. So in today's episode, we will finally automate creation of lots of power items to supply our shop over here in our factory. Well, the shop's not over here in the factory, but we're going to automate the things in the factory to put into the shop. And this is the stuff that we're going to be making today, as well as a couple of other bits up here, and some sheets as well. So yeah, lots of crafting grids, I think. But before we get to that, we've got some posters to hang up. You see, the problem is Beardy Power Co. has been getting a bad rep, partly from false claims of lag-causing power stations and something about the power tokens changing. So, the company has invested in a range of advertisements to reiterate the good things we do. And we also have a train station at spawn in desperate need of some decoration. So let's go grab our camera, some frames, and see what we can do. Now, the first place I actually want to put these is somewhere they're probably never actually going to be seen. Oh, the body's still here. We'll have to work around that. Never did find out what that was about. And we've got 3 posters here, designed by the always awesome Lois. We have this one, Beardy Power Co. We bring the stress to you. We've got this one, if it's not beard, it's not geared. Only with Beardy Power Co. your stress-free days are gone. Love the puns. And lastly, penny for your talk. I think this might be my favourite one. It's more stress for less. And I do need to space these out a little bit better. There we go. Nice bit of colour in the corridor. And maybe we should put some on the opposite wall as well. Looking good. And I've got a blue variant of this one I've put at the end here. But now we need to get some in some more visible places. And to be honest, this platform could also do some seating, some bins, and maybe a bit of foliage. So let's just spend a bit of time making this look nice. There we go, that's looking better. We've just got some seating in, some flower boxes, a couple of posters, and the bright green seats really help to add a splash of colour out here as well. But these posters are looking awesome. So much so, I think I do actually want one of these in real life hanging on my wall, but the problem is they're all so awesome, I don't know which one I'd actually want. I mean, maybe we could even turn these posters into merch so you can hang them on your own wall? I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments and maybe we can actually have some fresh merch. It's been a while. I'd be curious to know which one is your favourite. And who knows, maybe we'll get some more done too, just because they look cool. Right, so Vinny, we need to get you some stock. And although we're not going to automate every single thing in here, like hand cranks, for example, there's literally no point. I can just make a stack of those almost instantly. And no one's actually going to buy them, let's be honest. Some of this stuff definitely needs full automation, like pipes and tanks and steam engines and things like that. At the end of the day, if I can't sell everyone power, I'll at least sell them the things that they need to make power. Let's go sort out my inventory and get building. Oh, hello, what's this? You deserve this for putting up with me all day, Foxy. Ah, Mr. Beardstone's mace. I hope he got himself a new one and that isn't just the one that he had already. Oh, wait a minute. Stam's online. I wonder.
Hand it over.
Well then, if you do this first time, I'm going to be so mad.
What? What? What?
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't just me. It was just me. What's this? What's this?
What? Oh, train warehouse.
Ooh, train warehouse.
Yeah.
Nice. So I'm going to be able to send a train to drop stuff off and then stock my shops.
Very soon.
Ah, that's amazing. Cool, because I'm almost completed with my smart factory that's making all my shop stock.
You're just gonna automate everything, huh?
Well, no, I just want to automate all the things that go in my shop. It just turns out that to get to that, I need to automate lots of other stuff. And while I was doing it, I was like, well, I could also make brick blocks. Well, I could also make sandstone. I could also make red sandstone and so on. And yeah, and here we are. So Stam's building a station warehouse. This is very good news. Not that we have a train station by our factory district or even a freight train yet, but it's fine. We'll get to that soon. For now, let's go finish that factory. And I think we'll put the mace in here for safekeeping. Alrighty, so the challenge today is to craft these things, and to be honest with you, most of this is going to be done the same way, using crafting grids, and I'm probably going to have individual crafting grids for each recipe we need. A few things, such as the pumps and the valves, actually we can use mixers for, which is good, because they're a lot smaller. But first, we've still got a little bit more processing to do. I need to make sheets, I need to make these 3, and I figured while I'm doing it, I may as well make brass ones as well. And then we need to make shafts and cogs, which I think we need a saw for the shafts, and we need a mixer for the cogs. So basically, we just need 6 new machines. Question is where to put them. I want to save the space down here for the crafters because they're probably going to be quite big. Do we have any space around here? Oh, hello. There's a bit of space here. So we can fit the 4 presses in this area, I reckon. And it's going to be exactly the same setup as this, but 4 long instead of 3. So let's quickly get this in, and I'll bring you back in once it's done. It should only take a moment. Wait a minute. What am I doing? I don't need bowls and things. I just need presses over belts. That should do it. We've got 1 for each of the sheets, although I do need to give them some goggles. Then we've got the 4 presses going into this vault and then being sent back to storage. And that's all the gauges set up, so we should get 20 stacks of each of those. Now, we need a saw, a mixer, and another 2 mixers for these, but I think everything else needs crafters. So, 3 mixers and a saw. I reckon we might be able to get the 3 mixers in over here with basically the same setup we just did upstairs, but with mixers. So it did occur to me that what I was doing over there was completely wrong because each of these mixers actually have 2 ingredients, which means I need to do much bigger mixers. And then I got concerned about space, so I've just been working some things out, and yeah, there's cobble everywhere. But the plan is to put in 10 auto crafters along here. This should be the amount of space that they take up each. We're going to have 3 double mixers down here. Then we're going to have a saw for the shafts over here. And a singular mechanical crafter over here just for making the plain wooden sails. But you've seen me build loads of machines over the last couple of episodes. And I don't know about you, but I want to crack on and get some other building done. So as we get this part of the factory wrapped up, let's do a quick time lapse and I'll walk you through it once we're done. Lots of stuff happening. Look at all the flashing lines and lights. And I think we're actually almost done here. I do need to get some more brass casings just to fill out the back of these, make them a bit more solid. But if we have a little look through, we're making fluid valves over here, but it looks like we've actually already filled up on those. Yep, that we have. We have our bright green lights. We've got fluid pumps being made here, cogs being made here, and then all of these crafters have got their own jobs. We've got water wheels, we've got steam engines, we've got windmill bearings and windmill sails and all sorts. And then at the back here, we're making shafts via this saw. We're making just the frame versions of the windmills, so these ones here, the sail frames. We're making those just with a single crafter. And in order to make the steam engines, I also had to put this in, which just makes copper blocks for us. And as you can see, everything is working busily. We're still going to need to manually make a couple of things, such as the valves here, as well as the hand cranks and the smart fluid pipes, because we have not automated redstone or any of that stuff that we would need to be able to actually make those automatically. And I still need to automate the blaze burners, and we can do that by linking up to the netherrack there and the iron sheets. Set the recipe, but I'm not going to send it off just yet, because I need to load some netherrack into the system to be able to make those. But look at all the stuff this factory makes. There's just so much of it. Although we've instantly burnt through all the wood that we had, so yeah, that's got some catching up to do. So it's gonna be a little while before all of this is actually ready to send over to our shop because, well, we need it to craft up. But this is good. We can definitely actually stock our shop this episode. But I guess the next thing we need to do is decorate this factory. It looks, well, it looks bad, doesn't it? Let's be honest. The shape is nice, but it's missing any form of detail whatsoever. We've got to sort out the parking area out the front. To be honest, I might sort out a little bit of the landscape around here as well. But yeah, this really does need to look a lot better. And I think I've got a lot of the blocks that I'm going to need to do the texturing over here already, but I'm probably still going to need a whole lot more. And as you can see, with all this running, the power's only got 77,000 SU remaining. So yeah, we're going to have to really think about a power upgrade pretty soon, I think. Question is, can we actually automate netherrack? We can. Netherwort and andesites. So we could probably get away with making a blaze cake farm. We do have infinite lava over here as well. And then once we've got a way to ship blaze cakes over there, we can swap out the lava feeding system for the cakes instead. And then if we slap some more steam engines on, we should be able to double our power, which is excellent, but that's a project for another day. For now, we've got a lot of makey look nice to do, because I do want to sort out the interior of these factories as well if I can. Although some of them are so rammed, it's going to be quite difficult. There's not a lot of space in here whatsoever. But despite that, I think I've made some progress. So I've just tidied up this area here a little bit by messing it up and adding lots of random things in. And I've just tried to scatter around some components of the things we're making in the factory. I've also put up some safety fences in certain places so you can't wander into the machinery. We've got stacks of pipes and windmill bearings and other pipes. And I've also sorted out some proper lighting as well. And I've tried to make sure it doesn't interfere with the chains anywhere, and I think we're safe. I've also added in some support beams here and there, just using the girders so that the machines aren't floating down here, because that was looking a bit weird. And then up here, we've got more safety fences just to separate where the machines are and kind of direct you where you need to go. And the same through here, although I could do with a bit of texture on the floor by the looks of it. Then we've also got this cool rack here, which is just for storing water wheels, because that's something else we're making in this factory. And once again, we just got a bit of lighting in and some girders and things for support. And the top floor is looking pretty bland. It's basically just the cobble generators. I've once again added in a support structure just to hold things up, and I guess that torch doesn't want to be there anymore. I have added in some lighting elsewhere, and there is lighting down the back here, so we definitely don't need that torch. But I think what I need to do now is work on the texturing. So that's the floor here, as well as the exterior of all the different parts of this building. In fact, I think we should get some girders up in this bit here, just to give that some more support. It looks a bit weird without it. So I think we're going to do the granite part first. And I don't want to do too much with it. We are going to grab a little bit of terracotta while it's there. There's not much there at all. And maybe a bit of dripstone as well. And we'll mix that in with some cut granite and some normal granite. And I think that will probably just about do it. I don't want to do too much to this. I just want to have a few patches that look a little bit worn. And of course, we need to get in some windows and some side detail on the building as well. But let's not get carried away. Let's do the texturing first. And as I say, I don't want to overdo it with this. I just want to have a few patches where it looks a little bit more worn, something like that. And then we're still going to have large patches of just brick where everything is absolutely fine. Thinking maybe a window in here could look quite nice. What glass do I have down here? I think we all know the answer. It's probably just going to be weathered glass, isn't it? Not that I mind. It's a nice glass. And if we're going to do that, I quite like the idea of maybe making the underneath of the windows a little bit darker as well. So that's the granite side of things done all the way round. We've got that done around the back here as well. We've added in a bunch of new windows, and that's looking pretty good. So I think we're just going to work our way up, which means we're going to sort out the balcony here and this brown mud building. So we'll grab some brown mushrooms, some mud bricks, maybe a little bit of spruce, but that might be a bit dark. We'll test it out. And what else do we have here? I mean, there's a bit more spruce. That might come in handy. I think I'd quite like some rooted dirt as well. I think that could mix well, but we don't have any here. So I think we need to pay a visit to Chosen's dirty little shop. This one right here. Although, what's this? Balloon? Whoa! Okay, that's just creepy. Incredibly creepy. But as I was saying, this is Chosen's shop. However, I believe if we go to the back alley, we get things a little bit cheaper. There's 1 diamond for a stack of 64, or 4 diamonds for a stack of 64. So yeah, we definitely want to be using the back alley prices. So let's just buy a package of that. To Foxy Yes Tail. Excellent. And packages here. There we go. Beautiful. While I'm here, I'm also going to grab some bars and some walls because we need to put an edge on that balcony. Right, so question. Can I put a door in here? Ooh, can I? Maybe. I can get one in on the side there. I'll remove that. And we'll just build up this wall again, but we're going to try some of our new blocks. Rooted dirt too much? The oak planks too much? I wonder, would the dripstone work here as well? I think the dripstone does, actually. That looks quite nice. Let's quickly jam a door in here. Yeah, I think that works. And then we'll stick a fence across here and another door in the back. And I think if we're about to do some texturing on this upper floor here, it might make sense for me to go get my jetpack. It just makes things a bit easier. But before we crack on with this, I forgot to mention, I've made a few changes around here on the outside. I did a stream a short while ago, and if we fly over here, you can see there's a giant flat area with lots of rail going on. And basically this is going to be our storage area. So we're going to have sort of a main storage room, maybe a workshop, a train yard to park our trains when they're not being used. And most importantly, we're going to have a train drop off and pick up and logistics system over here. So the idea is that we'll keep the main line clear, but then when trains are picking up and dropping things off, they'll come into here. They'll go into one of these 4 platforms. I mean, I only really need 1 platform, but I thought 4 would look better because it means we can build a giant building. But as you can see, in order to get this space, I've had to go over the top of a frozen river, which means we're going to have a whole bunch of terraforming to do. We've got some lighting up to do under there as well. well. But we've essentially connected this island here to this island here just to give us enough space to be able to do this. So if you do want to see how that came together in our decision-making process, then do go over to the second channel and check out the latest stream VOD. But I guess that's just a sneak peek at what we've been doing over on stream. And yeah, we will do a proper video focusing on that area and building up all the trains and the warehouse and whatnot. But not right now. We still got to finish this building first. Now I've got my jetpack. It should be a whole lot easier. Now that's looking a bit better, and I've added some skylights in the top as well. But this wall here is looking a bit bland, so I'm going to see what I've got and just stick some stuff to the side of the wall. Yeah, look at that. Much better. Just a bunch of random junk. But it makes a real difference. I like it. So next up, we're going to do this building here, and we can't really add texture to this because it sort of breaks the blocks and does weird things, and it's going to look very, very odd if we try and add some texture to this building. But it doesn't mean we can't add some detail. I'm thinking, I mean, to be honest, we need to tie in these as well, really, these vaults. What are we going to do about these? I mean, a big fluid tank here with some pipes going into the side of this building could look quite cool, but in regards to this stuff here, I think we just kind of need to build up some clutter and so on around the outside. But I also need to sort out the floor and the wall down here as well. I think I quite like the idea of extending these windows up a bit as well. They look a little bit odd being that short, especially on this side. I think they'll definitely look better if they were maybe 2 blocks taller. But anyway, enough waffle. Let's see what we can do. Now that is looking a whole lot better. We've just got a tank and some random pipes, and I've just added some clutter around the vaults just to kind of show what they're storing. So we've got steam engines and water wheels, pumps, just because they stack well, and a bunch of cobble because that's what it all starts from. We've even got some pipes over here. We've got another one of those water wheel rack type things. And I've even sorted out the car park area. I've got some railing up. This thing's definitely starting to come together, but we've still got to sort out the brick building. And to be honest, I feel like the factory is missing something. Maybe it needs like some giant chimneys or something. Maybe over here. I mean, if we were to potentially use like some wood types instead of brick or metal and just get like some oaky, sprucey chimney type things in, that could make the profile of the factory look quite cool. Which, considering it's looked hideous for the last 2 episodes, I'm quite excited to get this looking good finally. Thing is, if I'm going to add chimneys out of wood, I need to go get some wood. I don't really have much here with me. Well, I don't have much wood. I've clearly got way too much stuff here now. So I'm just starting to work out the chimneys here, and I think we're going to have 2, and they're going to be quite large, at least at the bottom, and then we'll taper them off as they get taller. Size-wise, I think something like that could work. I mean, maybe I should knock off a couple of blocks from the top, but I think in general that's not too bad. And what I want to do is make it darker at the top, so we'll probably start with some dark oak, and then we'll turn into spruce, a bit of oak log, then some oak planks, and just work our way down so it's darker at the top and lighter at the bottom. And this is where the jetpack comes in handy. That's better. Now it's got a bit more form going on. Next up, the brick building and the roof here. The roof and the brick building are now done. I think that's looking pretty good. And we also sorted out this bit round the back here, although it does need a bit of texture. And in fact, this whole wall and coastline needs sorting out. But before we get to that, let's have a look and see how our stuff is doing. We're full on most things. We still need water wheels and fluid tanks and barrels. I mean, we're not selling barrels. They're only needed for the fluid tanks. But other than that, we're doing quite well. Although we're still also not making the blaze burners yet because I haven't bought over the netherrack. So we're not quite ready to stock the shop yet. But while that builds up, we've got a whole lot of planning we need to do. As I mentioned earlier, we are putting in a sort of railway yard over here where we're going to deliver all of our factory items to, which is going to go into storage and occasionally off to the shopping district. So we know what's happening over there, but over here, we've still got a bit of a mess going on. We've got holes in the terrain, we've got sticky outy bits. I don't really know what's going on with this coastline, and although the shape's not too bad, the blocks not so good. I also need to work out how the train line's going to integrate into the land properly, figure out more holes and things that we've got around this side, and essentially prep this land for more factories, because we've got a lot we need to get on and build. Most notably, a blaze cake factory to up our power. And in regards to infrastructure, we're also going to need a bridge across here for the railway. We're probably going to need another one for a road. I mean, we could make one giant wide bridge, but we might make 2 different ones. I don't know yet. We'll deal with that later. But first, I do just want to prep this landscape here. I want to have a couple of different levels. I don't want everything on one level, so we're not going to be completely flattening it out. But I do need to get rid of some of these nubbins and things like that that are just sticking out and fill in the holes and all that sort of stuff. So we've got a whole lot of terraforming ahead of us. And I doubt we're going to get it all done today, but we can certainly make a start. So I best get digging. This doesn't bode well.
Oh,
We've got some words.
Yeah, we have some words. You
Oh,
you see these?
Yeah. You use them for making fireworks and stuff. Yeah.
Yes. So I bought a lot of these. Chosen bought even more, and the day after that, you changed them without giving us a notice. So I contacted my legal team.
Whoa. I did give notice. I put a little notice on the thing saying that I changed the tokens.
Not prior notice.
Oh, sorry, you didn't specify that. Carry on.
My document specifies it.
Your
pretty
document?
well. Yes. My legal team has a new assistant. They printed it on an A3 paper.
I assure you, I'm just going to the bed. I assure you, I'm just going to the bed. I'm not running away. There we go. Look, clear up the weather. We don't need any dismal weather on a glorious day like today when we're all hanging out as friends.
You know, thunderstorms.
Friends, you say?
Yes, friends.
Okay. You have a wall somewhere where I can put this A3 paper on.
A3 paper.
Yeah, the new assistant at the legal team is not that hasn't figured out the.
Oh, this looks very official.
Oh, it is.
Right, plaintiff's tokens. It's my power complex agreement. Yeah. I also did say not to bulk buy them. Just saying. Carry on reading. Plaintiffs notified. Grace period. Blah 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 blah. Boring court stuff. So why are you taking me to court? I'm not reading that.
First of all, this is 5 stacks of diamonds that we just. I mean, he has more, but for me, it's 5 stacks of diamond that I just.
5 stacks of diamonds.
5 diamonds. My bad.
I was gonna say, sounds like you overpaid. Are you telling me that you're taking me to court over 5 diamonds?
I mean, it's more so that you change without giving prior notice. So if you look at this mandate, the exchange is just giving us a 1-to-1 rate on the new ones. So if you just exchange me all these tokens for new ones, I'll be fine with that. But also,
I don't have to go to court if I just exchange the tokens.
That's fine. But then you also have to do the rest.
What's the rest? A public apology ceremony conducted at spawn in a full chicken costume with accompanying kazoo band. Where am I going to get kazoo band?
Oh,
No,
you
guys.
figured it out.
1 lifetime coupon granting I told you so privileges, redeemable anytime. Any changes server mechanics again. I mean, that seems fair. 1 day trip to theme park of choice. All expenses paid, including 1 meal and unlimited churros. Well, I hope you pick a theme park with churros then, because I don't know of any. But, right, okay. Any further relief the court deems just and proper? Well, I mean, that bottom bit, we can ignore that, because as far as I'm concerned, this is not going to court. I feel like you could have just come and asked me at any point to trade the tokens, and I would have just given you the trade.
I tried though.
I didn't think about that.
I did. I tried to contact your support line, and I got a hold of Jimmy or Timmy or something.
Yeah, that's probably why you didn't get very far. It was probably a mistake to put them on the helpline, to be fair. I'm happy to exchange your tokens. That's fine. Obviously, it'll be 4 diamonds because I already gave you a stack of the new tokens.
Sure, that's fine. I'm gonna live with that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm surprised that worked.
Wait. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
What?
32.
What? That does not equal 32.
Chosen. Oh my god. You said I have
You have 16 stacks chosen. 16 stacks. Unbelievable. Okay, right. I'll tell you what. I will get these exchanged for you. I will set up a little exchange platform at the Power Co shop.
Okay.
It will be there later today because the Power shop is actually about to get stocked as well. Look, have you seen this?
Ooh, nice.
You see look at all this.
Ooh,
Ooh,
that's organized.
Well, kind of. It's automating all the things. All of this just to stock my Power shop.
Oh yeah, with all the copper stuff.
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess our diamonds are probably gonna end up right back in.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I like. Yes, that's what I like to hear. But I will set up an exchange for you so you can exchange a stack of paper tokens for the new tokens. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And theme park of choice. I think we might be able to arrange something there. Keep an eye out for a coupon.
Ooh.
Kind of, but no. It's less Disney, more, I don't know, not Disney.
Like 6 Flags. Oh, he's taking us to Six Flags.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Six Flags. Yeah, we'll go with Six Flags. Yeah, that's definitely what we're doing. Oh, well, I'm glad we've got this all sorted then. You'll be able to exchange your power tokens shortly, and we'll go to a theme park somehow. How could we possibly do that? Yeah, maybe we could rustle up everyone else as well, and we'll figure out how to go to a theme park. That'll be a lot of fun. There is one other thing that I need to talk to you about, Chosen.
Uh-oh.
Can we go back to spawn?
Uh-huh.
I wanted to talk to you about this building, right?
Uh-huh.
I love it. I think it's fantastic, but I think it could maybe do with a bit of a splash of color. So I was wondering, if you don't mind, if I could potentially rent this wall from you.
Just this wall?
Just this wall. I'd have to remove the light fitting and maybe trim the hedges a little bit, but could I potentially use this wall temporarily? I mean, I say temporarily. For the season. I'll pay you handsomely.
Sure.
Yeah? You're okay with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
So if I give you these, I can, that wall's mine now, right? It's
sure.
Look, it's fine.
Think about it.
I'll show you what it's for. I'll show you why. I'm just lowering the hedge ever so slightly. I just want to put up a little advert.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
No,
yeah,
see,
that's fine.
But because you're an advocate for the power, I didn't think you'd mind if I just rented your wall, so that every time Throwlash and Foxy look in this direction, they just see the glory of Beardy Power Co.
Oh yeah, maybe if you want to put another one like right on the other empty wall over here, I'd be down with that too.
Oh really? I'll put one over here as well. Beautiful.
Oh, that one's even better.
Isn't it just? I think that's my favorite one.
Oh, that's great. By the way, we don't have any like rules against like milking things, right?
I'm sorry, what? What kind of a question is that?
Never mind.
Surely you're milking cows, right?
Good. Sure.
Eggs. What else could he possibly be milking?
You want to play chess?
You want to play chess? You want to play chess now?
I've got chess, yeah.
Okay. Are you good at chess, by the way?
My elo is 500.
I don't even know what that means.
That's checkmate, boy.
Oh, because you've covered me from the diagonal. I didn't see that. Oh, no. Right, well, I'd say that was a pretty good result. Not the chess, obviously, because I lost at the chess. But yeah, had they have just asked to change the power tokens, I would have done it. I couldn't change them when I initially swapped over the tokens because I didn't know how many stacks everyone had. So yeah, we'll build a nice little exchange over in the shop here. And to be honest, we can probably finally get this place stocked. And I'm very pleased that we managed to get some posters up on Chosen's buildings as well. That makes me very happy. Good news, the shop is mostly stocked. I just need to add some blaze burners, which we did eventually bring the netherrack over for, but while we were waiting for that, I also finished up the terraforming out here. At least finished it for now. We'll probably change this as we go forward and build new factories and things like that. But we've got a few different levels sorted out. We've got a space where the road can go and also come around this way and so on, so we can have a bit of a loop road. We'll still need to put in a road bridge over here somewhere as well, and I might put that on this side because then it kind of gives me a purpose to have this bit over here, and then we'll still have space for another factory. And we've still got to sort out the coastline. I've just replaced it all with grass for now, but it's looking very square in some places. I want to make this all rocky and very natural and cool. But anyway, let's go get these blaze burners in stock. Although I forgot to pick them up. Good job, Beardy. There they are. I left them in the barrel. Now, we are selling empty and full blaze burners, so I guess we should probably go in here. Just fill up a whole bunch of these. Ow. Ow. Yep, should know that was going to happen at some point. And that is the final items stocked. At least the final items for now. So I did make some hand cranks, and I also made, what else was it? The valves. Oh, I do need to set those up, actually. Let's grab the tablecloth, right-click on this guy. I think we'll do 16 for a diamond. That seems fair. There's a fair amount of copper that goes into these. I also manually made some speedometers, which can, of course, also be turned into stressometers. And the only thing we're still missing are the filtered pipes. And yeah, I don't have a good source of redstone to actually be able to do that at the moment. So we'll have to come back to that one. But I've also got the token exchange, and as per the contract, they can exchange them 1 for 1, quite literally, so they could be there a while. But if they don't want to waste their time, they can pay 64 and they'll get 48. I'm doing exactly what they asked me to do in offering them 1 for 1. But because I'm nice, I've also offered them a quicker way to change up their tokens diamonds as well. Just happens I might make a bit of profit out of it. Right, well, I'd say that's a job well done today. We got the train station looking nice. We wormed our way out of having to go to court. We did some terraforming, and we've actually stocked the power shop after finally finishing that factory. Busy day. And that factory schematic will, of course, be available to all Patreon members, YouTube members, and Twitch subscribers over on Discord. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we finally finished our first factory and stocked our power supplies shop. We wriggled our way out of going to court and started terraforming this area over here. In fact, I'll jump into free cam so you can see it a little bit better. But this is going to be the site of our mega base. Now, firstly, is it actually a mega base? The real question is, does a megabase have to all be one building, or is a huge interconnected collection of factories, storage, transport networks, and more also considered a megabase? Or is that just a great big industrial area? I don't know, but that's what we're doing, so I'm going to call it a megabase. And feel free to debate that in the comments. I'd be interested to know your thoughts on what you think constitutes a megabase. And in other good news, following the love for the posters in the last episode, I'm in the process of making them available in a new limited time merch run, and a lot of people have been asking for displate versions of the posters as well, so I'm looking into that too. So if you're interested in getting your hands on some of those, then do keep an eye over here and on the Discord. Now, on with the day's tasks. So firstly, we have made a good start on the terraforming outside, and between episodes I've actually tidied up a little bit more, just patching up holes and things like that, but the coastline still needs a lot of work. And we've still got a very long way to go to getting this looking perfect, but it's certainly a good start. And thankfully getting it looking perfect isn't something that we plan on doing today. It's something we'll do gradually over time as we add the factories and build them in, so we'll aim to complete just sort of small areas at a time. And that includes the coastline too. We'll just do it in small chunks, otherwise you're going to have weeks and weeks of just me terraforming. That being said, we've definitely got some planning to do over here, starting with the roads, but I do want to mark out a few factory sites. I want to work out the sort of station platform layout over the back there, and just generally get a plan together of how we're going to move things around this area, get them over to the train platform, and ultimately ship them back to spawn. But yeah, I think planning out some roads where a few of the big factory buildings are going to go, that could be quite good. And on looking at our power consumption, we don't have a lot of power remaining, so I think we're going to need to do something about that today as well. But first, let's plan some roads, and that means I need to go get myself some deep slate. Whoa, that's close. Now, roads. How are we going to do this? Obviously, there's a few places where I'm definitely going to be putting in roads. I've already kind of marked out where that is, but I don't really know what factories we're going to be putting in here. That's just going to evolve over time as we're playing. But as long as we leave some big patches and some smaller patches for different sized factories, I think we can get away with just putting in some roads now and working around those. And then, of course, we do need to stretch a road over here somewhere, which means we are going to need another bridge, or we need to make this a super wide bridge, and I don't think I want to do that. So firstly, we're definitely going to need a road in front of this factory, and the question is, how wide do we want the roads? In fact, how wide is this slope? Because this will kind of dictate it, I guess. That's an angled slope. That makes it awkward. How wide is this slope? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is quite a wide road. So if we think about this, we're probably going to have a footpath as well. So this isn't all going to be roads. So let's say 3 wide for the footpath. That means the roads are going to be 9 wide. That's kind of 4 on each side, a bit in the middle. I think that's going to be wide enough. But let's not worry about the width just yet. Let's plan a route. So this road, I think what I'm actually going to do is run it along the edge here, and then maybe head this way, because we do, of course, need a road in front of this factory, or at least a way to get into this bit. So if we were to have a road like that, then that gives us a nice big space for a factory here. And maybe even a small little side road down here as well, because then we can just turn this bit here into a small car park. It's a bit of an awkward space. And this road will carry on this way, and it needs to connect up with the road that comes up this slope here. And in fact, this is going to need to continue all along this edge, because we've got another slope over there that we need to go up. So something like that for this piece of road, which gives us space for another big factory over here. Some smaller bits on this side will just connect up this road. I think what we're actually going to do is go diagonally with this road here, so it connects to the front, which gives us some interesting shapes for factories down here and buildings and things like that. I'm sure it'll be fine. And the rest of this, I don't really have much of a plan for, so let's just get some blocks down and see where we end up. So, something like that, I think. So this bit will come down here and swing round, and then we're going to have a bridge that goes across at an angle this way, I think. Just so I haven't got 2 straight bridges right next to each other. And then we're going to have a rail crossing over here to get onto this side, and yet just a big sweeping curving road, and then we can have buildings and car parks and things on this side. The thing with the bridge over here, though, is that level there is about 3 blocks higher than this level here. So although it's a diagonal bridge, we don't also want it going up a slope, so we'll just bring that across straight, and then we'll have a slope on this side that then brings it up. And I don't know exactly where that slope's going to end up, but in theory, that means we could then have a road over here somewhere that then leads off to our storage and our warehouse and all that sort of stuff. So I think as a general road plan, that works. Now to spend a bit of time actually putting those roads in. Now, for making roads, I've got a bunch of stuff together. We've got basalt, we've got deep slate, we've got some cut deep slate, and some cobbled deep slate. But I also want some normal basalt. However, I've only got 33 of that. But that means I need to make myself a basalt generator, which means I need soul soil, not soul sand, so I might as well make some of that out of dirt. I need ice, which I don't have any of, but I know exactly where an ice biome is, so that won't be a problem. We're going to need buckets for lava, a bit of glass to protect ourselves. We're going to need a bunch of hoppers, which means I need to make some. We're going to need a bunch of mine carts. And once I get some lava in these buckets, that should be everything we need. Oh, no, tell a lie. I need some rail as well. So let's go to the ice biome, grab some packed ice, and we should be good to go. There we go, just a few bits of packed ice. And so that the basalt generates as quickly as possible, we're going to go to the nether and build this. And we'll do it right over here by the spawn portal. It's only a temporary thing. I mean, I suppose we could leave it here if it works well enough, but that isn't the intention. Right, so let's get this bit built up. Some glass there, glass there. In fact, what I need to do is put glass there and there. Then we're going to feed a hopper minecart into the bottom of each one of these, which basically just speeds up the collection a whole lot. Let's get those blocked in. And let's see if I've remembered how to build this correctly. So we want packed ice on one side. Make a little chamber here. Put lava on this side. And nope, that's not working. Let's try this slightly differently. Maybe the ice needs to be on top. Or does it need to be blue ice, not packed ice, actually? It might be that. Yeah, there we go. Blue ice, not packed ice. I think that's the mistake I made last time as well. But now we should just be able to stand here and get loads of basalt. Although I've built one for use with a beacon, which means you'd be able to get all 5 at once, and we don't have a beacon. So, yeah, I didn't need to make it this big, but at least anyone else can use it, and eventually we can get a beacon up here, and that'll make this nice and fast. But I think it's safe to say I might be here for a moment. I'm just going to put a roof on it, just to make sure that everything does get pushed downwards. 15 minutes later, we've got a box of basalt. That'll do for now. And I've just noticed I've very nearly broke my pick there. Let's quickly fix that up. And I might as well fix up everything else while I'm here. Right, let's go build some roads. And good news, we have actually updated the pack since the last episode. We now have Copycats Plus, which means we've got access to a whole lot more blocks. Although personally, I'm still going to be limiting myself just to the basic ones, such as the stairs and the slabs and things like that. I don't want to overdo it like I did last series and the series before that. So although I will be using them, I'll be using them very sparingly. And in the last pack update, we have also added Create Power Loaders. And these are power loaders that basically rely on stress input to actually work. They're chunk loaders, I should say. And we kind of need those active to be able to make our train stations work. So that's the main reason we've got those. But other than that, we haven't added anything else. It's just those 2 mods. So it's still almost mostly just create. But anyway, right, roads. So I've got my blocks in the hotbar at the desired density because we're going to use the shuffle mod for this, just because otherwise it's going to take me absolutely forever. So we've got 4 cobbled deep slate, 1 basalt, 1 cut deep slate, 1 deep slate, and 1 smooth basalt. And between that, I'm hoping that we'll end up with a fairly good balance of road here. Well, it's not perfect, but it's certainly a good start. It looks a bit like a racetrack at the moment. But we've got our main road in, which is this one here that goes through the storage and cuts through the middle of the base. And we've also got a loop road here as well as the bit that comes over here. I don't really know what we're going to do with that yet. But that means we can have a bridge across here as well as a taller bridge behind it. I think that should make that area look quite cool, especially when we actually sort out the coastline around here. We've got plenty of space for factories, large ones, small ones, and we can divide this up further if we need to with more roads. But we've certainly got a reasonable amount of plots around here. And we may end up doing a little bit more planning today, but for now, there's something else we need to go sort out. And that is power, because if we turn this all on over here, which by the way, I have added an on-off switch for the whole factory, just seemed like a wise thing to do. But yeah, there's only just over 100,000 SU remaining, and this one factory alone uses about 150 or so, which means next time me or anyone else on the power network builds a giant factory, we might be running a little bit low. And initially, I was going to make blaze cakes. We were going to do a blaze cake factory. I thought that would be a good way to boost the power in the power station, but the delivery network's not quite set up yet. We haven't got a way of doing that, and yeah, it's just a lot of effort that basically we're not ready for just yet. So instead of doing that, what we're going to do is actually expand the power station yard itself. So let's go over there and take a look. In fact, we should probably have a nap first. So what I reckon is, instead of upgrading these to level 18 boilers, we'll keep them at level 9. And we've got a bit of space over there, so we'll stick in another little set of boilers. And I guess that means that because we're not going to be putting these up to level 18, at least not anytime soon, we can actually get away with just having 4 pumps down here, which means we can get rid of a whole lot of this. There we go. We'll leave the pumps in. I've just removed the mechanism that was making them spin. Oh, wait a minute. I've removed this one as well. Uh-oh. Let me just put those shafts back in. There we go. So as I was saying, we only actually need 4 pumps because just one of these pumps is enough to keep a level 9 boiler going. So if we go and look at these boilers now, we can see, yep, the water is half full, but it's still a level 9 boiler, which means we're still getting all the stress that we were before. See, our board even says so. And we suddenly have a lot more available. Is that because I don't have my other factory loaded? Probably. Hopefully we didn't break anything when that happened. No, this all still seems powered. Good, good. I'm sure it's fine. Maybe my factory's using more than I thought, but surely not like 250,000. That'd be crazy. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about expanding our power network. First up, we need a foundation. Right, there's a foundation. That should be big enough. Now let's just mark out the building. We won't build the whole thing yet, but if we just mark out where the walls are going to go, it's going to make fitting some steam engines inside a little bit easier. Now, boiler layout. Let me think about this. Ideally, we want to have as few mechanical arms working as possible. So if we were to do maybe a group of 4 boilers here and the same on that side, that's going to give us triple the amount of power. So if we were to do 3 there, the same on that side. So we've got 2 sets of boilers. In fact, we'll bring these a little bit closer together. Then 1 mechanical arm should be able to reach all of those. Let's quickly do a little test. So if we were to put the arm, say, there, for example, can it reach all 4 corners? It can. Excellent. And because we're going to be keeping these at level 9 boilers, not level 18, that means they only need to be 4 high. We can keep things nice and compact down here. And these are probably too close together to put the steam engines there, so I think we're just going to stick them on top. Then we'll just get all of them joined together, all of them joined together. Okay, this is looking like it's going to work. Now we just need to set up the lava system. And I think I've got a fairly simple idea for that. We'll need to connect up the lava underground. And I'm going to need some spouts for this. So we'll have lava being pumped up from underneath. And what I'm thinking is we'll use weighted ejectors here and here with the spouts on top. If we were to have our mechanical arm there, we'll put a depot here, a barrel on top. We'll put a funnel on there to catch the full lava buckets. The full lava buckets will come out here, go onto this thing, and then we want the arm to put them back in here. And then we want this one to take the empty buckets and fling them back over there. So let's get this guy hooked up. We want him to deposit into all of those, deposit into that one, and take from that one. So that should do the trick. Oh, maybe not. I forgot to do these ones here as well, which means I've got to do them all again. So let's start with the lava first. And we've just got to connect up to that pipe over there, so that should be easy enough. Ow! Jeez. There's no need for that. Oh, my life. Anyway, pipes. And there we go. That's the lava going round. Next up, power. Right, we now have power. Let's just rotate this, and then we can take that power over to the chain drive. Not the chain drive, the weighted ejector. That's what I meant. And I think I'm actually going to move these pipes back a little bit. And that's the 2 center ones done as well. Right, so we've got everything powered over here now. I guess next up, I should tackle water. This thing still needs water. I reckon we can probably squeeze the water in back here. And then just feed the water into both tanks from there. That will probably do it, you know? Right, we need buckets. So we want full buckets going in there. We want empty buckets coming out there and going in there. So if I put some empty buckets in there, they should... Oh, if I set that to 1 at least. No? Oh, I see the problem. I need to filter that. Right, yeah, there you go. Oh no, they land on there. Well, that's not what we want. Fine, I guess we'll use belts instead. So let's just run a belt across here. There we go. So maybe this will work. So let's put 3 empty buckets on there. Then it launches those. They go in there. He's powering up the blazes. Oh, I need to power that again. I think if we just have 2 buckets going around... That seems to work quite nicely. Right, let's get this water going. Oh, I've run out of rockets. I've got to run all the way back. Right, that should solve the water problem. Oh, at least it would if these pumps were going in the right direction. There we go. Right, and simple as that, we have a mess. We have a great big mess. Right, get rid of that. But we have now doubled the power output of our power station, although this isn't linked into the system yet. It will be shortly. But I also want to do this on the other side here. And I could take a schematic and do it that way, but to be honest, it's a very simple build, so I'm just going to quickly get it done. But just before we do that, I've noticed Throwlash and Legion V are online, so... Let's go for some target practice. I need to get better at this. So Throwlash is usually lurking around down here somewhere. I don't see him though. This is all looking very pretty though. Look at the size of that aquarium. Legion doesn't seem to be around anywhere either. Well, hello, what's all this? Ah, this looks like Legion's production line. Uh-oh. Rumbled.
Do you have a plan B?
Hello.
Mr. Beardstone, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, I'm good. I'll just come and say hello, really, see what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm overstressing my oh wait, I mean I'm not making windmills. I'm not making my own power.
What? What? You're making your own power?
No, I said I'm not. I'm definitely not doing that.
Yeah, that didn't sound believable though.
Well, look, I was gonna have to talk to you eventually anyway, because I'm overstressing myself constantly in here.
Oh well, that's no good.
Yeah, and this is the ugly room. Nobody's ever gonna see it, so don't worry about how it looks. But yeah, every single thing I do in here, it just goes overstressed, and I have to keep changing the speed that everything's running.
Oh, that's it. Well, so you're not running at full speed?
No, not even close. I think I'm at 64, and I haven't.
Oh, Legion! No. We can't be having that. Oh my days, that's unbelievable. Well, I mean, I wasn't coming over here for a sales pitch, but it seems like you need some help, Legion, with power.
Yeah. I was hoping to get through. What I'm doing here is I'm hoping to automate golden carrots, so I can set up a shop for that.
Ooh, tasty.
And I was hoping to get all the way through and then think about power, but I'm barely getting through the beginning here, and it's just not working out.
Oh dear. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm actually in the middle of some power station upgrades at the moment. We are expanding the network. We've got a new marketing campaign as well that you may have seen going around.
I did.
But yeah, I reckon we can get you sorted out if you'd like to be connected up to Beardy Power.
Yeah, well, and that's you're not gonna. Oh, what am I thinking of here? Who is it? Throwlash and Foxy? Are they setting up? They're setting up power like right next to me. It's not gonna start like a turf war or something if I do that, is it?
No, but my power lines go right through the middle of Throwlash's base. It's fine. They don't mind, I'm sure. No, I mean,
right.
I would imagine they're probably going to try and convert you to their green energy or whatever it is that they're trying to do. But the simple fact of the matter is, we're going to have like 1.5 million SU at our disposal. And if they're going to try and do that in a tiny little tunnel with windmills, they're not even going to get close.
Yeah, well, I ran into that firsthand today with this windmill.
Exactly. Like, you know, there is no competition. There is no competition for Beardy Power.
Yeah. Plus, I have to say, the marketing is working on me. Seeing all of those posters out there, that was probably the first thing I saw when I started recording today, and I was very impressed.
Excellent. The system works. Yeah, did you see the one on Chosen's wall?
Yeah, that was, I was looking out from my base.
Yeah, I knew that was worth it. I had to buy that wall from him.
Did you really?
I did.
The wall.
Totally worth it, though. Totally worth it. Well, I can get you hooked up with power. To be honest, I can probably do it for you today. I'm just expanding the network, tripling our capacity at the moment. But as soon as that's done, I can come over and install power for you.
Yeah, well, it's totally up to you. What I had planned to do was just build everything out. It doesn't really matter the speed. I just need a proof of concept to make sure it all works. And then whenever you get to power, I'll just speed it up. So it doesn't need to be immediate. Just I'm gonna keep working on this anyway.
It will definitely be today. I'll tell you that much. But my question would be, where would you like the interface to be? Because you can have an external one, so it's in like a nice shipping crate, or you can have it hidden away down here somewhere.
Currently the power is coming, I think, over here. This is where I've got the initial hookup from the surface.
Yeah, well, I could put it in this wall here then, if you like.
Oh, actually, yeah. Well, I guess it would probably be easier to start from scratch. I was gonna say I have an empty room. There starts of an empty room here because it was gonna be my elevator until I realized that I would have cut through Foxy's tunnel, so I abandoned this room.
Okay, well, I can put it here if you like. If that's a bit of space that's not being used, I can literally just put it in this wall here. Okay, cool. Well, I'll get you installed. There is, of course, no charge for the. There's no installation fee, free installation and setup, and you'll also get the first stack of power absolutely free.
It almost sounds too good to be true.
No. That's what I've done for everyone else. It'd be rude not to do the same for you, Legion. And when you need to top up power tokens, we've got the power shop in town where you can also buy anything you need to make your own power as well, just as a side note. Or you can go to the power station, or there's a little stall at the train station. They're all the same price.
Okay, perfect.
And I guarantee the price of the tokens will never go up. They're always 1 token for 64 tokens for a diamond.
Oh, and they always do the exact same thing, huh?
At
same
the moment,
amount of time always?
Yeah, they currently run for each token lasts for 40 minutes. So a diamond would give you almost 2 days of power if you left it running constantly.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, cheap
well,
as anything.
Sounds fantastic.
Yep,
yeah.
Cheap, reliable. I would say clean energy, but well, you've seen my chimneys; they're not clean. Well, I went over there to try and attack him with a mace and ended up selling him power. I can't attack him now. That would just be rude. And I never did find Throwlash. But I am pleased we managed to swoop in there and steal that client that was probably almost definitely going to be a client of Foxy and Throw before I went over there. Right, now, where were we? Oh, yes. Another one of these over here. And there we go. We've now mirrored that on the other side and connected them both together. So if we now connect this chain drive over to here for now. Oh, it's spinning in the wrong direction. Not to worry. If we just do this, then we can get it in the center. It should now be spinning the right way. Nope. Tell you what, there might actually be an easier way. So I think the reason we're having trouble connecting over here is because they're going different speeds. So this one over here, if we go check, I believe is going 16. In fact, there's no speed controllers here whatsoever. So why can't they connect if they're going the same speed? Looks like I've got some testing to do. Right, okay, I think I've managed to do it now. Oh, I fell off. But it's fairly simple. I'm just taking the rotation from there, and then I'm using a couple of cogs, and that seems to invert it the right way round and keep the speed the same. I don't know. Still not really sure why that didn't work with the gearbox, but whatever. The important thing now is if we go over here, we should have a whole lot more power available to us. Oh, yes, look at that. 1.5 million. In fact, the capacity is 1.8. Amazing. We're not running out of power anytime soon. Now what I need to do is make it look good. I need to wrap a building around this thing. And we also need to get Legion set up with power. In fact, maybe we should do that before we do the building, just so he's got everything he needs and he can see what excellent service Beardy Power Co provides, or something like that. Now, because we're putting Legion's power meter on the inside, what I should probably do is grab a schematic of either Eggs or Foxy's. Eggs is probably easier to get to. So let's grab the schematic of all of this. And that looks like we've got everything we need. So let's save that as a new schematic and go get what we need. We'll have this done in no time. So first up, schematic. Dump that there. Put the schematic in here with a clipboard, and that'll tell us everything we need to get. You know the drill. So if we give this clipboard to this guy, and we'll chuck all of that into here, and see what we're missing. Nothing major. Right, let's get this together. We should now have everything we need to get this built, so let's just go in, I think it was in here, and then down the back somewhere. Yes, in here. Let's just open up a little bit more space. So I've got that all lined up where it needs to be. Let's just set up our cannon and blast it into existence. The meter is now in, and I think I've got everything set up correctly. I've relinked these bits. I've changed the redstone links so they don't interfere with other people's. What I need to do now is just bring some power over here. The question is, where is the closest source of my power? It may well be the things over here, or potentially Chosen's one over here, actually. I think I'm going to need a whole lot of shafts. And There we go. That should be Legion hooked up. So we can see it going through there. Excellent. Just need to actually put in some connection points now, and I think we're going to do that above. That should be easy enough. We can just do that. Hopefully, if we now put these in and press the button, we should get power. All right, there we go. Legion is all set up. We've done the usual and given them a stack of tokens to get started with. And I've even color-coded the SU so they can see there's 1.5 million currently available, which is many. And all that power is going to last us a good long while, so I'm happy to wrap a building around this, and hopefully we won't need to expand the power station anymore. But if we do, we've still got space elsewhere, I suppose. For now, let's get this looking good. And there we go. I think that's looking pretty good. The extra bit to the power station is now done. Well, I could do with putting some lights on the inside. Oh, Stam just joined. I need to talk to him. Let's just make these lanterns. Quickly spam a few of these down for now, just so we don't have any incidents. And then let's go and bother Stam. We'll put them in properly in a moment. Now, where is he? Let's assume he's over here somewhere, shall we?
There we go. Much better. A lot more organized, symmetrical, and detailed than before. It's looking pretty good, actually.
Stam? What is
Yeah?
this mess?
Oh, it's my very symmetrical, organized warehouse.
This is like conveyor belt spaghetti. I feel like there was a more straightforward way, Stam.
Yeah, no, this was the only way to do this. This is the most efficient way to do
The
this.
only and most efficient way to do whatever this is was this.
Yes.
Right.
You
Okay.
sure there was definitely not any other way to do it.
Right. Right. Well, I was actually just coming over to see how you were getting on with the delivery system. Is that
I'm
what
getting
this
along.
is? Is that what this
Oh
is?
yeah, yep. It's pretty much done. I basically just need to hook in the input from the trains, which is coming from up there, and well, then we can all claim a vault.
That's awesome. That's awesome because
And actually,
yeah, I could do with
need to
auto
speak to you.
stocking things. Yes. Speak to me about what, sir?
Power to the warehouse.
Power to the warehouse.
Yep. The warehouse needs power.
Well, it's a community building, I suppose. Fine, grab it
Very
from over
much
there.
is. Yep.
Yeah, just hook up from over there.
All right, we'll do. While I have you, do you want to claim a post box?
I do want to claim a postbox, Stam. Yes, that is something I definitely
Okay.
want to do. Oh, I like this with the pipes and the display board. That's cool. But can I just have mine here so that if I have to troubleshoot it, I can access it easier?
Yeah, the most straight one. I mean, the least optimal one.
I mean, this one looks like it just comes from this vault here. Surely.
Yeah, that's why it's the least optimal one. It's the
That's the most optimal, surely.
No. Okay, well,
It's
pick
the
a
most
color, Beardy.
optimized.
Yeah, we can argue about this all day, but no.
I think I will. I wish to.
Well, I wish not to. Pick a
Oh,
color.
okay. Lime green. Trees. When are you doing custom trees? I really want some trees. I'm gonna have to steal them at this rate.
I can set them up next week.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You said something similar 2 months ago.
Yeah, but next week.
Mm-hmm.
See you then. Have a
Okay,
good one.
cool. So if there's no trees by the end of next week, then I can just go steal them and take my own schematics. Got it. Thanks. Cheers. Bye. Well, we'll get trees one way or another. And it looks like the rail yard is coming along, even if it does look like a spaghetti mess in there. He clearly seems to know what he's doing. So hopefully fairly soon, we'll actually be able to send stuff to the shopping district automagically. That'll be marvellous. But I'd say we're just about done here. We've tripled our amount of power. We've done a little bit of planning over at the base. And we've even got a new customer. What a good day. See you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we made a brief start on planning for our mega base, then tripled the output of Beardy Power Co. by building this compact power station, which has been working an absolute treat. But today, I have absolutely no idea what we're going to do. We've got a great big list of things we want to do, but I can't decide what to work on at the moment. Something I do want to do before we get started, however, is just have a little check on our shops, because we've not actually checked to see if we made any sales since that's not... Okay, that's just weird. That's just weird. What you get for using tablecloths as carpet, I guess. But I do want to check if we've actually made any sales. 54 diamonds. Okay, that's not bad. Looks like we sold a whole bunch of water tanks. That's good. There's nothing in this guy. That's fair. And have we sold any tough? 104 diamonds. Wow, I'd say our shops are doing pretty well. That's almost 2.5 stacks of diamonds. And it looks like tough is the thing that's being bought here. Nothing else has been touched whatsoever. I wonder. This was only supposed to be a temporary shop, and we can't really store that much tough in this vault. So maybe it's time we actually made a proper shop. That's something we could do today. I mean, there's a whole lot of space around here. It looks like someone's planning something here. But I reckon, I don't know, maybe over here or something. And the question is, should we sell just tough, or should we sell some other stuff as well? We do have a factory that makes a whole lot of building blocks these days. So we could do like a big stone yard type area over here. I think that'll work quite well being next to the station as well. Aesthetically, it should tie in quite nicely, maybe, if I design it right. Let's go have a quick look and see what we could actually sell. Oh, actually, before we do that, we should probably check on Jimmy as well, see if he's sold anything. 5 diamonds for little Jimmy. Bless. He's still got plenty of power tokens, so no need to restock. Right, let's go see what we can sell. And I'm thinking we can basically sell pretty much all of this stuff, all the building blocks. I'm not going to bother selling the wood or the wool or, well, the netherrack, of course, because we're not actually auto-generating that. And I don't really want to sell glass because it doesn't fit in with the theme of a building blocks shop. But that's a whole lot of different products we could sell there. Well, that's our decision made then. I guess we're going to make a stone shop today. And I imagine we're probably going to end up having to manually stock it for now, but we do really need to think about getting a station over there so we can automate these things. And to be honest, it'd be quite nice just to get the copper comet doing some rounds. So let's go mark out some space. We've got, what, 19 items there that we want to sell? Actually, 18. There's no point selling cobble. Everyone's got cobble. Copious amounts of it, in fact, thanks to those drills. So, if we're going to sell 18 different items, and we probably want to do some kind of external type thing, as in, like, have everything piled up outside. I mean, do we even want a building, or do we just want, like, a builder's yard? Maybe we need some kind of pulley system for moving the stone around. We could even get a big saw in under a little workshop type thing, maybe. I don't know. Let's just start by marking out some space and seeing what we've got to work with, because I do need to avoid these power things over here, and I'm less concerned about the power pole. We can just move that if we need to. But yeah, this feels like a solid plan. Let's crack on. So let's start by just marking out a boundary, and I want to leave these generators in their own little bit of space. Something about that size should do. I've taken up as much of the space over here as I could, but I don't want it to be raised up from the road levels, so I think I'm actually going to dig out the entirety of this yard here, and let's put in an entrance here as well. Maybe just here will do. So that'll be our road entrance, and we'll just put a foot entrance in over here somewhere. Health and safety and all that. All right, that's a good amount of space to work with. Let's get the floor replaced first, and I think I want to use packed mud for that, but we don't have very much, so we might have to buy some. I'm fairly sure that Chosen sells it, but let's go find out. Over here in his dirty little shop, but we're going to go to the back alley. So he sells mud, and he does sell packed mud. Excellent. Right, well, I guess we're going to have to dig up this level as well then. There we go. A nice mud floor. We will, of course, texture it and make it look nice, but as a starting color, I think that's what we're going to go with. Now, we need to build some kind of builder's yard, stone yard type thing. I'm thinking we'll use this area over here for collection. I still don't know if I'm going to put that in a building or just have some external vaults. We're going to have big piles of stone everywhere. I think that'll be pretty good, but we also need a way for things to actually get loaded onto the trucks. So essentially, if people are buying lots and lots of stone, we're going to need some kind of crane or pulley system or something to load up the trucks with that stone. And I think it makes sense to do that over here in this corner. So let's just start with a couple of pillars and we'll work it out from here. I think we should use a combination here of girders and industrial blocks, just so it gets a bit thinner as it goes up. We're going to want some kind of support down here. I feel like a ladder might be quite helpful so we can get up and down. And then maybe we could do something like... Oh, I fell off. Something like that at the top, and we'll finish it off with a bit more of the industrial iron blocks, something like that as a tower, and then we'll just hook up some kind of a pulley system inside it. So if we were to put a hand crank on here, you'd be able to turn that round. That would rotate everything up the tower, and if we were to put a rope pulley on the end there, give it a bit of support, I reckon that could work. So rope pulley there, something like that, and then if you imagine the trucks would come in here, and then they'd have all the stone dumped on them from that bit. We're probably going to need a forklift or something in here as well, just so the stone can get moved into position, and then it can get picked up, the truck can drive in, it can get dropped on, and so on. That way we don't need to have a swinging crane or anything like that. We can just have a pulley system. Let's quickly grab a hand crank. We've got some in here. Stick that on there, and then when we rotate rotate this, or crouch and rotate it, I should say. That is lowering the rope. This is good. It'd look a lot better if it was holding something, though, I think. So let's maybe build a nice boulder or something down here, glue it together, and we'll have that being picked up by the crane. And I feel like it could do with something on top as well. It looks a bit weird. And there we go. We have a great big boulder on a rope. And if we go up the top here for 2 reasons. 1, we've got safety rails. Everything's safe now. But 2, let's jump over the rails. And I need to set this to only when anchor is destroyed. Oh, it was already set like that. Excellent. That should just mean that it doesn't have to move a whole block before it stops. Still bounces a bit, but whatever, it's fine. It's probably never going to move again now. So it's a very strange looking loading tower, but I think it does the job. Next up, I think at the back there, maybe, I want to build some kind of saw. So let's make a, nope, not that. So let's make a small shack. We want it maybe 5 spaces in the middle. So here, so maybe something that sort of size. Or do we go even bigger? We could go bigger. And I do want this to be fairly open, so I don't know, I might put like a fence or something on the back walls here, but I think I'm going to leave the sides and the front completely open, so I might as well focus on the roof first. So I want to try something a bit different for this roof, so I'm going to try using these pillars, and I'm hoping they're going to look a little bit like corrugated metal by the time we get them all in. It's a shame about these lines either side though, but we can't really do anything about that.
What is he up to? Well, that's a good question.
Do I hear Stam?
No.
Lies. I hear you, Stam.
No. What's this?
This is going to be Mr. Beard's stones.
Mr. Beard's. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be lots of different stone types. All the building material you could ever want.
Very nice.
I've already got them all automated, so I was like, well, I might as well sell them. It's mostly just for selling tough, though, because that's the thing people keep wanting to buy, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
The tough, Beardy, the tough.
Yes.
So, will you be connecting this up to the delivery vans and stuff?
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Nice.
I need to actually build something at my end first for that to
Yeah.
work. But yeah, that is the...
And figure out the train schedules and stuff. You'll have fun with that, though. You know.
Train schedules are easy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. All right, bye, Beardy.
Concerning. I feel like you know something I don't know. Anyway, on with the roof. The roof is now on. Let's get some of these beams across. You know me, I love a girder. I think I want to make these beams a bit more interesting. So let's just do... Nope, not that. That. Right, getting there. Let's put a back wall on. I think the fence could work. I just need to make it look a little bit more attached. So if we do this... Yeah, that looks better. Right, let's stick a saw in this thing. And I've got a bit of an idea on how we can do that. But it does involve making another copycat block. Don't judge me. Oh, and in fact, I don't see it in the list. I was hoping to find a copycat cog in here. But yeah, it doesn't seem to exist. Wait a minute. It must exist. Yeah, look, there's one right there. But it doesn't seem to be in the list. So is it just not integrated with EMI yet? Yeah, I just, I don't know how to make them. I think I'm gonna have to go find eggs. Eggs!
Hello.
Questions?
Hello. Yes.
Aha! Sneaky.
Okay. That's. Yeah. Sure.
This is one way of doing it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wish to make a copycat cog,
Yes.
but it's not an EMI.
Yes.
How did you do this wizardry? I saw it on the back of your knight, but I have no idea what the recipe is.
If I am correct.
I thought it was going to be a stone cutter, but it's not.
No, it's a cog. It's in a crafting table. It's a cog, and then it's andesite around it. Let me check.
A cog with andesite around it.
Yeah.
I was never going to figure that out. I'm so glad I came over to ask.
How did I do that? That's a good question.
Oh no, is it zinc?
Oh yeah, it might actually be zinc. Oh yeah, no, they're very expensive. It's 1 zinc ingot and 4 cogwheels.
4 cogwheels and 1 zinc.
And that gives you 4 copycat cogwheels.
Okay, is the zinc in the middle with the cogwheels around it?
I don't think it matters.
Oh right,
I don't
okay.
think it matters.
Cool. Right. Well, either way, good to know. Thank you. That was.
You want your zinc back because you're gonna need it.
Sure. Yeah, I certainly will. All right. Cool. Cheers for that, eggs. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Toodles.
No problem. Bye.
Right, 4 large cogwheels and 1 bit of zinc. Aha, there we go. Perfect. So I've got a bit of a plan for this. I want to have this area as kind of where stuff gets dropped off. That's why the roof is slightly different, which means I probably want the saw around about here somewhere. So if we were to stick some blocks in, maybe the saw should be like 5 wide and some little half slab ones there. And then, oh no, I don't want that to be iron. And I think I'm going to need a few of those copycat stairs we spoke about. So let's get one of these in there and there. And I think maybe this saw should actually be taller. So if we do it more like that and then get these bits in, I mean, that should work. Although I do want to give this thing power. It'll look a lot better if it's spinning. So if we use a vertical gearbox here, then we should just be able to get this connected underneath. And I think I'm going to want the saw spinning faster than that. So I should probably put a speed controller in here as well. So if we put a cog on the end there, speed controller underneath, set that to max speed, then put that in. Now we should have a super fast, scary saw blade up here. Yep, that works. Feel like this needs to be a bit larger either side though. Then maybe if we use some shafts at the top here with a bracket there with a chain and a light grey valve. Although that's quite low, so maybe we should have just the chain or maybe just the valve. I think just the valve makes more sense because then it looks like the chain's just sort of pulled up. But I guess we kind of want to stretch that all the way across here, and then we want it to be able to go through that bit. So I guess we're going to have to do something a bit more like that. So if we're going to do that, maybe what we should also do is actually move this bit over, replace this bottom bit here with some slabs, and then we'll just chuck this back on there. So we're getting there. I think we just need a few sort of gadgets and doohickeys and things. So let's maybe stick a shaft on the back here as if it's like a guide rail. And then I reckon if we get some piles of stone around as if that's what's been cut up, that could look pretty good. And then we need to sort out the floor, get in some other detaily bits. But yeah, that could work, I think. But before I go too much further, I think what I want to do is get down all the piles of stone and the points where you'll go to actually buy the stone and diorite and granite and andesite and everything else we're going to be selling over here, which means I guess I need to pay a visit to my factory and go collect all the things. Which also means I need some inventory space. So let's turn this on and look at what we need. In fact, it's probably going to be easier in here. So I think I've got a stack of everything that we're going to be selling over here. Just got to work out where I'm going to put it. And in fact, because it's the most popular, I think we're going to start with tough. We're going to put that right next to the crane over here. So the idea is we're just going to make little piles of stuff, or tough in this case. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then we're going to use some slabs and some stairs as well, just to break this up a little bit. Maybe even some copycat steps, a wall, why not? And then if we stick a tablecloth there with some tuff on top, that'll be the purchase point for this one. Maybe we can get a little bit of tuff in the floor as well here. And I reckon if we just had small piles like that dotted around the yard, then that should work quite well. What's X up to? Oh, it's X that's building over there. I see. What you doing?
Hello, I'm making a laundromat.
A laundromat?
Yeah.
I have so many questions, but I also don't want spoilers, so I guess I'm building over there, so I'm just going to keep facing that way.
You're good, it's fine. Your video is going to come out earlier than mine either way, so it's totally fine.
Oh no, so it's going to okay, I'll try not to look too much at your laundromat, but I will probably almost definitely look at your laundromat and have a little poke around and try and work out why you're making a laundromat.
You'll see it in a second, but I my upload schedule is so much lower than most of you guys, so I have no problem with spoilers.
Cool. Well, I mean, it's just builds up hype. Everyone, go watch X's video and find out what a laundromat is. We'll have a look around anyway, but yeah, thought process behind this has got to be fascinating.
Yeah, if they want to have the technical explanation and how it works, they'll have to watch my video.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'll just be like ooh, looks nice. Yay.
Exactly. Now, I'm gonna hop into a time lapse and explain what I'm doing.
Okay, have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Right, well, let's leave X to it. We've got some stuff we need to work out over here as well. So I think we might also just slip into a time lapse. We'll have a lovely little bird's eye view of the yard as I just dump lots of types of stone everywhere, and sand and gravel and other stuff. That's a mighty fine-looking tree. You should definitely build a tree shop. Apparently everyone's building shops at the moment, so...
Yeah, I've got 2 shops that I'm going to build probably next week.
Ooh.
It's the big boom. And I'm also fixing the final part of the delivery system.
Oh, nice. Cool. Because, yeah, I want to use that at some point.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
I hope that tree's going to be in your shop.
Oh, it will. All of the trees will be. I don't...
So,
Yeah,
quick question.
all of them will.
Quick question about your shop.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you going to sell, like, just schematics? Or are you going to sell schematics and the stuff to actually build them with?
I'll probably sell just schematics and schematics with the items as well. And, like, different price ranges for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
There might be limited stock of the ones where you have to buy, like, where you buy materials with it. But I'll have a big supply of the other ones.
Yeah, I was just curious how you were gonna do it.
But you will be able to just put it. You will be able to put it in a schematic cannon and get a material list yourself.
This is true.
I will also probably actually what I might do is just supply like a list of the materials like next in the chest, so you can just look at that. So you know.
It doesn't need to be like how many of each, but just a list of stuff you need for the trees would be great.
I could do that.
Yeah, that's good. And I don't put stones in my trees, Stam. That's why I want your trees. That pretty much sums it all up.
Oh, there's stones in all the trees. Not really. That's a lie, actually. There's no stones in all
well,
the trees.
there's mud bricks. That's close enough.
Yeah, did you know the mud bricks is the only brown wall block that there is in vanilla Minecraft? I just realized that today. I made the realization.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm disappointed.
Oh, don't be sad. Don't be sad, Stam. Anyway, right, I'm gonna leave you to it. Toodles.
I'm gonna leave you to it, so bye.
And a few minutes later, I think I've got all the piles of stuff in that I want. Though I do think with some of them, we could probably spread them out a little bit more, but we've just about managed to cram everything in. And I've also got a little bit of space here, so we can have some kind of forklift or something. And we've got space here for the vaults, which I think are going to be outside because, yeah, that's just really not big enough space for a building there. And I don't want to start going in front of the train station. To be honest, I still need to finish all the terraforming out here. But that's a job for another day. For now, I think what I want to do is work out the payment and delivery system. Although in saying that, we're not going to do that right now. We need to go to court. Not because we're being sued, of course. We're too nice to get sued, or we just worm our way out of it. But Stam has actually taken Foxy to court over something to do with the IOUs, and I just kind of want to see how all this pans out. So I don't know how much of this I'm going to show in my video because, well, you're probably going to get the full court process in other people's episodes, such as Foxy and Stam, but I might chuck in a couple of highlights. Let's go see what's going on.
This is ridiculous. Is this about the stupid horse thing, Stam?
Yeah.
Oh.
And we really need to go to this level because you don't understand how horses work. I managed to schematic cannon a person into the world. How ridiculous is that? What sort of moron doesn't check a cannon for people?
So all three of you knowingly consented to the open-ended arrangement of an IOU in exchange for a pitiful sum?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
You sold me out.
Are you trying to murder me right now? Excuse me. Objection! Objection!
Well, that was quite the experience. I didn't actually show the full court case there, of course, because, well, it was quite long and a lot of fun. But, yeah, I didn't really want to focus an entire episode on that because, well, it's not my court case. It was awesome to have Silent Whisperer on as a judge. That guy's always a lot of fun. And I'm stunned that Mr. Onion made a comeback. I was not expecting that. Right, anyway, over here, we need to crack back on with the build. And what were we about to do? I think it was going to be the sort of collection system over here, wasn't it? The collection and payment system. And we could also do with some kind of perimeter wall around this thing as well, I think. Let's see what we can rustle up. Bit of a different style for the fence there, but I think that works. It doesn't really need any more than that. Although I do want to see what it would look like if we would use millstones on the corners instead. They're a little bit brighter. What do we think? Millstones or chutes? Tell you what. I'm not really sure. I think I prefer the millstones just because they're a bit brighter, but I'm not entirely sure. What do you think? Well, let's leave it at millstones for now. We've got other stuff to be doing, such as getting some vaults. We don't appear to have any on us whatsoever. In fact, we don't have any other stock stuff on us. Now, I'd imagine I want to store quite a lot of stone and things down here. I mean, we've got, what, 17, 18 different types of thing we're selling here, and it's the kind of thing you generally buy in bulk. So I think we're going to be wanting max size vaults. And probably 2 of them. And I think it it makes sense to actually have them feeding into the same one. So let's just do this. Have a belt in there. We'll have stuff coming out of this one and going into that one. Make sure stuff doesn't fly off the end here. And then for retrieving stuff, I reckon if we were to put packages there, brass funnels, get a belt underneath and a barrel, and input there. And we should probably move where this one is because it's going to be a bit in the way here. Sorry, Dripstone, you're going elsewhere. Question is, where? I mean, we could just put a small pile here by the terracotta, I suppose. Well, that'll do for now. We're probably going to need to shuffle a few of these around anyway. But from a storage and selling point of view, this should work. Just need to attach stock links. Make sure they're attached to each other. Then we need a stock ticker. And we'll seat our salesperson there. But what I think I want to do is try and hide this. I'm thinking maybe we just hide it in a great big pile of cobble. In fact, we should probably sort out some power for this first. If we go underneath, put a shaft in there, stick a gearbox down there with some more shafts in here. That's the belts hooked up. They're only going a slow speed, but to be honest, I don't think we need anything more than that. That means we can build this up a bit more. We'll just start by covering all of the mechanical bits, and I think that just about does it. Now let's try and make it look good. Well, I think that works quite nicely, although the vaults themselves, they look a bit bland, don't they? What can I do about those? Something like that, maybe? I think maybe it just needed a couple more vaults. And that also leaves us a great big side here, which we can probably put some kind of shop sign on. Not that I have one. I'll be back in a minute. So, a nice cup of tea, a bit of clip art, and a nice font, and I should be able to add that in there. Look at that. Not bad for 20 minutes work. I think that'll do for now. Although, I did also want to make use of this tower. So we're going to try something else here. How would something like that look? To be honest, I think that works. But maybe we should stick another one on that side as well. I'll tell you what, those little signs do add quite a lot of life to this thing, don't they? Next up, the floor. We really need to get this floor sorted out. And I think I'm going to mix in some brown mushroom blocks, a bit of coarse dirt, rooted dirt, things like that, and just see how we get on. Maybe a bit of foliage here and there as well. Starting to look pretty good, I think, but I still want to add a forklift or something in the middle, just something that shows that they can actually move this stone around. And when it comes to forklifts, I have built one before. Should we go take a look? Time to revisit Perfect World 1. So this is a creative copy of Perfect World 1. Look at this place. Ah, I miss it. Oh, and my oil tank has just pulled in as well. We should do another ship. It's been a while, isn't it? But that's not what we're here to see. Our little fishing boat's going as well. Oh, I love this place. What I don't love is the lack of frames. Look at that, 20 frames. Oof. That's rough. Although we do have render distance set to 64 chunks, apparently. Well, it's not so bad at 20 chunks render distance. That'll do for now. And did the fishing boat just crash through the oil tanker? Right, anyway, this is what we're here to actually look at. This little forklift here. I think we're going to build something quite similar. Obviously, we do have new and different parts, and we don't actually have some of the parts we've used on this. But I think this is exactly the type of thing we want. Yeah, I think that sort of thing would work nicely. Hello, raccoon. Oh, I do miss the raccoons. Although all the extra animals were terrible for the frame rate. Right, anyway, as lovely as this revisit has been, I think it's time to get back to the other world. Oh, the oil tanker's off again. See ya. So we have a bit of a plan. Let's go grab some stuff. And oh my, Eggs is making progress. What is all this? Who knows? Maybe we'll find out before the end of the episode. Right. What was I here for? Stuff and things. So the first question, what color do we want to make this thing? I'm thinking maybe red. I don't really have anything red here, apart from the mangrove wood, but maybe I want something a bit brighter. Maybe some red terracotta? But I don't have any terracotta here at all by the looks of it. Or any clay. Just as well we've got a factory that makes it, I guess. So let's grab a stack of that. Red terracotta sorted. Now let's just grab a bunch of other stuff. I think I now have everything I need to build a forklift. So let's see how we get on. I think I want to have the forklift pointing that way towards the tuff. So if we put maybe wheels here, here, and here. Although the question is, do we want to use those as wheels? Or do we want to use these grindstone thingies? Which I believe are from Create Enchantment Industry. Might look a bit weird, but let's roll with it it for now. We'll just see what happens. First up, we need a little base for this thing. So we're going to use some copycat panels, some copycat slabs, and some blocks of iron from Stam's farm. Now we need to get the red bits in. So if we do, in fact, we should probably use stairs here. With a couple of bits there. Get some observers on the back. Blast furnace. Stick a light there. A little stock link. And we'll have a little aerial type thing. So I did quite like that on the last one. Then we need to raise the floor up a little bit here. Maybe get some chutes in there. Girders. And maybe a couple of shafts. More shafts at the front as well. Next up, let's get some forks in. Something like that. I think this is looking pretty good, actually. Fairly similar to the one on Perfect World 1, but with a few minor improvements. So we'll get some train controls in here should we ever actually turn it into a train, but also it just looks quite cool. Now we just need a roof on this thing. Yeah, this is coming along nicely, and I'm thinking what we could probably do is use some of these gauges on the back here. Maybe a couple of placards on the front, and if we put redstone in those, shroom lights in those. In fact, I think I'm going to leave it just with the redstone, but we'll put some shroom lights in the front there. A couple more gauges for detail and a ladder. What do we think? I reckon we might be just about done, and I'll be honest, I really do like those as wheels. I mean, we could even stick a couple of bits on the side here. Ew, that's just weird. Put one in the back in the middle and remove those. Take a nap in Eggs' bed, because I seem to have misplaced mine. I don't think I like the item drain there, but I do feel it needs something. Yeah, maybe just that. That'll do. Now, the last thing we need is something on the front here, I think. And it's quite dark and dull in that corner, so maybe diorite could work quite well. That's quite bright, isn't it? Actually, let's use the blocks of quartz instead, because they've got the square look to them, so it might look better if there's like a stack of those on there. That being said, I do want to take some of these. I've got an idea. What if we maybe created a little platform like that, and then put quartz on top? And now the block of quartz there, we're probably going to want a barrel or something on this thing, just in case we do end up using it for deliveries. I think it'll make sense to have a barrel in the middle here, just so we can actually store stuff. Did I bring any barrels? Aha, there we go. But it looks a bit precarious. Maybe we need to sort of tie it all up a little bit. Ladders, I guess, are the normal thing to use. Combination of ladders and rails. Probably going to be our best bet, isn't it? So we'll have rail on top, ladders on the sides. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. So it feels like maybe there's a bit too much stone there. So how about we remove the top layer, probably get rid of that and hide the barrel down the bottom here instead. Yeah, there we go. That looks a bit safer, doesn't it? The driver can see where he's going now if he happens to be going forwards. And with that, I think I am happy with the forklift. I think we're done there. Actually, wait a minute. Is that the whole thing done? Our little stone yard? It doesn't look too bad. We just need to get everything stocked up. We need to set all the prices for everything, which I'm sure will be fairly reasonable. And of course, we do need a clerk. I know just the place to get one. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna share a boat with this guy for a while. Although he does have a flag. Not to worry, we can always change him later, I guess. We now have our clerk, and he is locked, and this is what he's currently got in stock. So we do still need to get some granite, we need a little bit more of the quartz, and we need dripstone, but I think that's pretty much all we're missing. No, wait a minute, where's all my sand and sandstone gone? I definitely put loads in, and I'm pretty sure I emptied all of this. Yeah, that's weird. I definitely put some in. The factory was full of everything. It's not like it's ended up in this storage either. I definitely didn't do that. Well, I guess that means I'm gonna have to go and AFK at the other factory again. That's very weird. Maybe it's a problem with the stock links. Let's just get these connected up again. Nope, still the same. Well, that's very weird. I'm definitely going to have to go AFK at the factory again then, I guess. But before we do that, I need to sort out some lighting down here. So what we're going to do is shove down some shroom lights and then use a copycat panel over the top and just hide a bunch of lights around. Well, that's the lighting done. I just need some more stock now. And I was AFK for a very long time to fill that factory up the first time. So I've got a bit of a plan. That is to make one of these, a brass chunk loader. To make an empty one, we need to make this, basically. Which means I need glowstone and crying obsidian. How in the world do I get crying obsidian? I have destroyed 1 or 2 broken portals. Have I got enough for one of these, maybe? No, I don't have any. So it's either piglin bartering or bastions. Great. Let's just grab all of our gold from here. We'll try piglin bartering first. And we only need 6 pieces, so hopefully it won't be too bad. We just need to have a little bit of luck. And maybe a gold helmet as well. Right, let's go find some piglins. I'm thinking about it. We're going to need a little bit of glowstone as well, so we might as well grab some of that while we're here. Aha, I spy a piglin over here, buddy. Let's just dig him a little hole. Oh, look at that, crying obsidian almost immediately. Not enough, though. We still need a bit more, sir, if you'd be so kind. Right, there we go. We've got what we need. Let's grab the rest of that gold, and we'll see you later, sir. I'm off. So now we can make the respawn anchor that goes in the center. We also needed glass and brass, and a shaft, and a few precision mechanisms, which I'm hoping I've got in storage. If not, we can go buy some from Chosen. Yeah, look at that. And I think that was everything we needed for a brass chunk loader. Yeah, I am, however, going to need a few more mechanical crafters in here. Unless Chosen happens to have a giant one, which he might do, so I know he's made these chunk loaders. Aha, knew it. So it was like that, with that in the middle, and then a shaft there, I think. Brass in these corners, and 3 mechanisms there. I think that's right. Yeah, look at that. So the problem with this is it currently won't do anything because it's empty. Now I need to go capture a ghast. I'm sure that's going to go fine. Get myself a whole bunch of rockets. Gonna heal up my wings, eat some food, and now let's go try to find a ghast. Ideally, I guess we want a soul sand biome. Isn't that the most likely place for them to appear? Aha, there's one. Come here, you. Yoink. Right, now I've just got to find my way home again. So, I believe a brass chunk loader, if it's running at full speed, will load a 5x5 area. Okay, so it looks like we can actually do it through the panel. Yeah, up to a 5x5. Excellent. Now what we need to do is jump into FreeCam, turn on our chunk borders, and see where we actually need to keep things loaded. So ideally, we want to load from here to here, which is a 4x4 area. So that's good. If we were to make that a 5x5, the center of that would be here, which means we need to add the chunk loader somewhere around here on some rotation. We could literally just stick it on there, I reckon. So that was round the back here. So we'll chuck him on there, set that to a 5x5 square, and that will keep this whole place chunk loaded. But as soon as we turn off the factory, like so, that has stopped absolutely everything, including the chunk loader. Perfect. So it just means when I'm online, I can turn this on and it will load and do what it needs to do. But then as soon as I go offline, as long as I turn it off here, it's not going to stay loaded. At the end of the day, this is just to make my life a bit easier, so I don't have to stay here for 12 hours waiting for everything to refill, but we're not going to run that chunk loader permanently because that would just be bad for the server. And yeah, there's definitely no sand or sandstone over here, so I don't know what happened to that. Not ideal. Good news, the chunk loader works. I've just got off of a 2-hour stream. It's incredibly hot in my office right now, but we're making progress. And I'm hoping that all this stuff is the last stock that we need, and then we can set some prices. Just before we get to doing the prices, however, this is what we were doing on stream, just tidying up the rail yard. We've still got a whole bunch to do. It just got too hot to continue. But we're starting to get this back to looking good again. But anyway, enough about that. Let's get the last of this stock in. So now matey boy over here has got lots of stuff. Although we're still missing red sandstone. How did I miss that? There we go. That's better. Now I need to grab all these tablecloths and set some prices. And I think we're going to vary it from 1 to 4 stacks per diamond, depending on what it is you're buying, because some stuff is obviously a lot easier to get hold of, such as sand and gravel. I mean, no one's going to buy that anyway, let's be honest. But then the red sand and all the related things are generally a little bit harder, so they'll be more expensive. And that is everything all priced up. So we're stocked up, we're priced up, we're even lit up. This is good. And I think with that, Mr. Beardstones can finally open. Now for a slight distraction. When we were in court yesterday, which as you can see I have spammed with Beardy Power adverts now, I noticed this out the window and Herbert sitting over here, and I'm curious as to what all of this is. It looks like some kind of weird cult ritual type thing going on. I don't really know. But Herbert over here, he has a button. What does this do? I'm not gonna blow up, am I? No, oh, he's talking. Look, there's 8 items, all different. Yes. Gran told me about those when I was just a lad. Oh, he's still talking. Beware the tales of gods and men, she said, or they are true. What you on about, Herbert? Them's just tales, though. No gods exist in this realm. And now he's just Herbert again. What? What in the world? Some weird items you got here, Herbert. You're strange. What in the world is that all about? Last time on Just Create, we opened a brand new shop selling all of our stone and other building blocks produced by our factory, but currently we still have to manually stock our shops, and I want to take some steps today towards automating that. It'd be great just to have the shops get extra stock when it's needed without me having to get involved, but that's going to involve quite a few steps. And as Ryan Trahan would say, here's the game plan. First, we need to build a train yard over at our base that can load and unload goods. Next, we then need a way to get those goods from the factories that will be all over our base to the train yard ready for loading. We then need a train to load them on. I mean, we have a passenger train, but we need a goods train, really. We also need to work out the address system to get things over to our Vault Instam's train warehouse, and then we need a way to transport the goods from that warehouse to our various shops. That's a lot of steps. And I'm telling you now, there's no way we're getting that all done in one episode, but I do at least want to make a start. So let's go build a train yard. Although before we do that, look at this work of art. This place is awesome. Some cool little vending machines. I like that. Oh, the signage. That's very cool as well. So this is what we saw Egg starting to build last episode, the laundromat. I mean, it's called the diomat. Utility at its finest. Lovely tagline. So I assume that means it's some kind of dyeing station. Ooh, cool door. Ah, copycat doors, of course. Oh, there's loads of posters. These are cool. Step 1, add items to bottom drawer. Step 2, pay in the top drawer. Step 3, enjoy some of the brightest dyes on the server. Drop a diamond, get a rainbow. What? How does this work? I'm confused. I mean, he has just said how it works, I suppose. Are these the machines? Ah, yes, okay. Ooh, look. Oh, this is so cool. What is that? Is that liquid dye? Where's that come from? Oh, apparently we have liquid dye from Dragons Plus. Oh, that's the mod we had to install to get enchantment industries to work. I see. Oh, but this is so cool. So they're all like their own little sort of washing, dyeing machines. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. Diomat. It's not a cult. It's a dye cycle. Oh, that's so cool. I love the style of these posters. Very retro. I think it's safe to say Eggs has outdone himself here, folks. That might just be my favourite build in this area. Oh, and it looks like there's a little secret back alley shop down here as well. Limestone, cardboard, and tough bricks. Oh, this is the stuff that he was selling over at his base. I see. And another poster. Yeah, this is incredibly cool. Love it. Anyway, we're getting distracted. What are we supposed to be doing? Oh, yes. Planning out some kind of train station. So previously, we have sorted out a road over here, which is going to go into our station area, which is going to be all of this bit over here. Lots and lots of space. But this is going to be quite a big job over here. So let's break it down into some smaller ones. Step 1. Planning. Now, I think what I want to do here is have a big building over on this side, which is going to be our sort of main storage drop-off area. We'll have a platform here, we'll have a platform here, and we'll potentially have a central one as well. I also want to have a passenger station, or at least a passenger part of the building, so we might make this one big building, but we want to have a platform on this side and this side for the passenger train. What we're also going to need is a loading dock for vehicles. So I think the best place to put that will probably be over here. So we can have goods going in and out of the storage area there. And that means we can connect this road up to here and also potentially run it across the back of the passenger station. We'll likely also need another drop-off area over here, with this road connecting up and continuing on this way, where we're going to be having our other industrial island, because we've actually got islands in both directions. We'll then dot in a few things like water towers, maybe a couple of storage warehouses over here somewhere, but I think that should work. What a mess. So let's just start off with a little bit of planning. In fact, I've got an idea, other than sleeping, which is definitely a good idea, because this is not lit up over here at all. So how do I make a wand of symmetry? I have a feeling this might come in handy on this build, and I reckon we've got the things to be able to do that. So it was glass in those three with an ender pearl, then a brass ingot, then a precision mechanism. No, wait a minute. I think they were the other way around. That should, there we go, make our wand. How cool is this? I have no idea how it works. So it mirrors block placement while present in any hotbar slot. When used on a surface, it creates or moves its mirror. Sneak while using to open the configuration interface. When used with no target, removes the active mirror. Okay, so I think this is going to do what I want it to. So if I find the central points over here, so there, and I'm not sure what the range is on this, but I know we increased it on the server, but I'm hoping that if we start placing blocks here, yeah, look at that. It places them on the opposite side as well. So we can basically mirror everything we're building, which is going to halve the amount of time it takes us to build this thing. So first question, how deep do we want this thing? I mean, that's probably going to be enough, to be honest. Although, I think I'm going to move it just a little bit further away from this corner. So, something about that size for the main building. Then if we do the same thing over here for laying out the passenger station. Now, I'm not sure if I actually want this to be attached to the main building or not, because if I did do that, then it's going to be quite a wide passenger station, and I'm not sure how wide we want it. In fact, I think we're almost definitely not going to connect them together, so let's actually put the passenger station in. We'll make it a little bit smaller than the main delivery one. And if we do it like this, then we can sneak a little road down the back here as well, which I think will be good, because then we can connect the two sides where we're going to have the delivery drop-off areas. So that area there will be our passenger station. We'll have roads going in between. We'll have some crossings. I think this could work nicely. So now I need to decide on a palette and maybe just sort of block out the rough shapes of the building, and then we'll figure out how it's actually going to look. So my basic thinking is that we'll have 2 bits on either side. And then we'll have a big arched glass roof over the top with a supporting pillar of some kind in the middle. So this bit here will be a solid wall. This bit here will be a solid wall. There'll be a bit of an arch over the top, but then all this bit here and here will be nice and open. And then, of course, that'll just carry on all the way to the back and connect up and so on. A nice basic shape. But I do need to decide what materials I want to use. I mean, there's probably going to be quite a lot of industrial iron and girders and things like that. Lots of weathered glass, no doubt. But I don't really know what I want to do the walls out of. Let's eat some steak and then go and have a think about this. I messed up. The next 5 minutes or so is fairly zoomed in. About this zoomed in fact. I don't know how, but I seem to have zoomed in on the screen when recording, and it only kind of got the centre bit like this. But it was important, so we're going to leave it in. It's still usable, it's still watchable, just, well, zoomed in. Sorry. So, slight problem. While I was thinking about textures and things, I've been catching up on the Just Create SMP members videos, and I stumbled across this video. I mean, look at this. It's not exactly what I was thinking, but it's very, very similar. The stone buildings either side, the big domed roof. Did that train just come out of that portal? Carrying milk? I don't think I want to know. But yeah, Chosen's basically already built pretty much what I had in mind, or at least something very similar, and that means I'm going to need to change my plans up a bit. Turns out Chosen's been very busy. Very, very busy. What is this? Chosen!
Hello. Yep. Uh-huh.
What is this masterpiece? This is glorious.
It's great, isn't it? Oh man. I'm signing it up right now.
Dude, this is incredible. Basically, like you've put me in a bit of a pickle, you see, because I was about to build my big cargo station thing, and I've been catching up on videos in the background. And then as I was deciding on what palette to use, I'm like, okay, right, I think I've got an idea of how I want it to look, what I want it to be. And then a video comes up in the background, and it's you building that. And I'm like, dang it, I've got to change my plan now. The train station that you've built down there is pretty much the identical shape and layout. I mean, the roof's a bit different, but it's similar to what I had in my head for what I was about to start building. So I'm so glad that your video popped up. But yeah, I think I was going to use the same palette and everything. So I'm going to change my plans. I'm going to go outside my comfort zone and build something else. But
underground, right?
No, not underground. No. I've already laid all the track and everything. I've laid out where I was going to build something, so I've got like a rough size. And yeah, and then your video popped up building that. And to be honest, I'm kind of glad it did, because that has saved me from the comments, from quite a lot of abuse, most likely.
What palette? Brick?
Well, just literally the brick with the glass arched roof over the top, like the two. It was going to be.
Well, that's every train station ever.
Chosen. You know the amount of abuse I would have got.
Those are good comments, though.
I mean,
yes.
Embrace them. All comments are good comments, but
well, I mean, look what I got to deal with. I got eggs built that. When you go over there, it makes this look tiny.
Oh, what is that?
It's a shulker farm.
Oh, that's where the shulker that one, the tongue twister shop. Yeah.
And it makes this look minuscule.
No, this looks absolutely incredible.
Yep, this is the inspired by that image I sent. I was like,
when you went away a few weeks ago, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I told my wife when I seen that thing, I said I'm gonna build that.
Well, you certainly have. What is it though?
Yep.
Like, what's it for? What are you doing over here?
It's chocolate.
Chocolate. You built. Oh, yes, I see it now.
It's a chocolate factory.
This is the perfect building for a chocolate factory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, we're producing everything. There's gonna be a shop. I got Scorchia. Thinking about limestone for for white chocolate.
Oh yeah, well limestone would be good just if you want to just sell it in general, because
well, Eggs sells it right now.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, because I've just opened a stone shop and I don't have limestone.
Yeah, limestone was great. I don't have honey though, which this was supposed to be honey apples. I didn't do that. Then we had the chocolate glazed berries and chocolate. I still wish there was more uses for this. Like, this just seems like a lot of work for
snacks, sweet treats.
Yeah.
You should totally sell these things on the train station as well.
On the train station. Yeah, at the train station. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of spare stalls there. I sold them to Stan, but this is just too incredible. You can just have one. Just
Okay.
to sell chocolate. Just pick one. And yeah, take it over. There's like an empty shop at one end. There's one that's already done up a bit like a diner at the other end, but that you could probably convert into a bakery that's not actually doing anything.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And if Stam asks, you paid at least 32 diamonds.
Okay, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll tell him that.
Yeah, I just want to see
60.
sweet
I paid
rolls.
64 diamonds.
Yes, yeah, tell him
It'll
that.
make him
Yeah,
feel better.
yeah, it probably would. Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
I just want to see sweet rolls in the station. What can I say?
They'll be there. They'll be there. They're producing. At least so I
Excellent.
hope so. Unless something's broken.
Good news, we're no longer zoomed in massively. And in other news, I'm not sure if it's good or not, it's now 3 days later and I've been really struggling with this. I've had guests over the weekend, so I use that as a good time to procrastinate and think about this area, and I think I've finally come up with a plan. Because not only do I want this area to serve as a train station that allows us to move stuff around the world, I also want to have my main sort of centralized storage here as well. Because we're outgrowing the one at spawn, and yeah, I'm definitely going to need a new one. So I think we're going to combine those two things. I also don't think we need 4 lines over here anymore, so I'm actually going to reduce it down to 2, and all those doodles we did earlier on are completely irrelevant because we're going to completely change the layout of this area. But once I've done that, I should be in a much better position to build what we need. First though, I need to clear up all of these blocks. I need to replace all of the tuff that we've got down here with grass, so I'm probably going to use my train for that. Then I need to remove these 4 train lines here and completely redo it. Then we can start planning all over again. There we go. That is looking much better. Look how much space we've got. We've still got to put a couple more rails in down that end by the looks of it. But I've pretty much doubled the size of this bit here, so we've got plenty of space to work with over the back. I've made the gap in between the rails bigger, and we've only got 2 rails now, because to be honest, I think that's all we're going to need. And we're going to start building our building over this bit here. I've marked out a couple of spots with our cobble where we're going to start, and we've got our mirror, and it should give us a nice big building in the middle here. And I'm not going to draw it this time, but I do have a bit of an idea of how this is going to look, but it's most likely not going to look anything like a drawing I might produce. So I need to grab myself some brick because it's going to be a very sort of traditional, just big brick warehouse, really. I mean, we'll fancify it in a few places and give it some shape, but in general, just big brick building. But for a big brick building, I need brick, and I don't think I bought any over here with me. I did not. Luckily, we produce it right here. So what do we got? 3.2k. That is plenty. We'll just grab a few stacks of that and start marking out our foundation. Because we've taken those, this is all kicking in again. Excellent stuff. Now, let's start planning a building. And in fact, as we go along, I might even plan where some pillars are going to go. I reckon something about that size should do the job nicely. We'll have a couple of loading bays on this side. We'll have a couple of loading bays on this side. And you may notice the building is not mirrored. We're actually going to have it different on this side of the center than we are on this side, just to mix it up a bit. But I think before we can really go any further, I do want to get just a very basic shell of this building in. So I'm pretty much just going to be building out of brick. We're going to get a nice big shape in. We might get a roof on as well. And then we're going to work out where the trains are actually going to go and how they're going to offload things and figure it out from there. So there's a whole lot of block placing to do. Let's do it to some funky music. And a short while later, big warehouse building. Although I do still need to put a roof on it, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Although I've punched out where the windows are going to go, before we actually put any detail or do anything nice to this building, I actually want to do a little bit more planning and make sure that this is going to be correct and in the right place. Because if we do need to move it, it's going to be much easier to glue this amount of bricks together and shuffle it around with a piston than it will be to do a little bit later. So next up, I think we want to plan this station area out the back here. Because if this is going to be our storage warehouse, then this area over here is going to be where we actually offload things. Let's go get some different blocks. Now, I think what we want to do for a platform over here is have a nice big platform. So I think we're going to run the entire length of the back of this building. something like that. And then over the back here, we're going to have some kind of big container yard type thing with a great big crane that moves the containers to and from the train. I think that would look quite cool. Although I have no idea if we'll get to building that today or not. For now, I think what I want to do is sort out the floors. So I want to get the platform actually in. I want to work out how that connects to the building. And then I want to work out how the inside of the building is going to work. Because essentially, we're going to have a drop-off area over here and another one over here, which I do need to actually cut out the doors again. Which means this whole central area here is going to be our storage and potentially even a workshop as well. Because currently our workshop's over at spawn and we do kind of need one over here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's sort out the floor and maybe get some sleep. And we can probably also mark out where the road's going to go, which I think is just going to be this way, and then it's going to cut across the rail and go across the back here. So that should work out nicely. Let's have a quick nap and then place a bunch more blocks. So I've got some floors in. We've got the platform that's going to go there. And on the inside, I think we're going to have these two sort of delivery bays on either side. And then a big central bit for actually storing everything on. So I think we're just going to tidy this up a little bit here. And then we're going to start working out the actual storage system. Because that's what's going to tell me if I've built this right or not. I mean, I'm certainly not concerned about space. We should be fine for that side of things. But let's see what happens. So let's have another nap, grab a load of blocks, and see what we can do. Now, for this build, we're going to need a whole lot of funnels. So we'll just take everything we got. We're going to need a lot of item vaults, more than that. We're going to need a whole load of stock links. We're going to need a bunch of packages, possibly even more than that. We're going to need belts and shafts and, of course, power. Now, I'm going to need a whole lot more vaults and probably more packages as well. So, let's go shopping. And I'm going to buy every last vault we have here. There's apparently 18 stacks, or 18 purchases, which I think might only be 9 stacks. Yeah, 9 stacks. And bearing in mind, it takes more than a stack of vaults to make a full-size vault, and I want lots and lots of full-size vaults. I'm going to buy all these barrels as well and make some more, which also means I'm going to need a whole lot of iron, so let's just grab some from here, and we'll turn all that into sheets. And in the meantime, while we wait for that, I'm probably going to make a few more barrels. I have made a bunch of barrels, but I don't have much more wood. So I'm wondering, does Eggs' shop over there, the one that sells all the storage shells and things like that? Ooh, more plans. Look at this. Excellent stuff. But I'm wondering if Egg's storage shop also happens to sell barrels. That is this one here. It does have barrels. Excellent. How many do you have? So many barrels. All of those, please. And good news, it's delivering them to me as packages. Makes for easy transportation. Sadly, he's not selling the vaults yet, though. All the other stuff I need. Although, he does have a back alley shop. Does this one sell cardboard? It does. So we need some of that as well. Because if we convert this into blocks of cardboard, we can use them for the packages, because we need to make at least another half a stack of those, probably. But it also gives us some nice decoration blocks. So let's get all these barrels out. So many barrels. With this many volts, we're going to want a whole lot more iron. Let's get more of that being squished. And in the meantime, I also need girders. Lots and lots of girders. And in fact, while I'm here, I think he sells chains as well. Yes, let's grab some of those. I spend way too many diamonds in this shop. So let's make a bunch of packages. Ah, I need more iron. I've just flattened all my iron. Back to the farm we go. So we can make another 26 of those. That should be plenty. Also want to grab a few frog ports while we're here, but we won't need many of those. Now we just need to craft up a whole load of vaults. And there's no crafting table down there. Or up here. That is not useful. We should now have everything we need to build this storage area. And I think I want to start over in this corner. But first, I do want to tidy up these little roady bits here. I think it'll be nice to have some kind of an edge on this. And then put some slabs in to make this a bit more slopey. Probably don't want them to. And then let's tidy up this as well. And we'll do the same or similar on the other side. While we're here, let's put up a couple of fences as well. Safety first and all that. I'll tell you what, I don't think I do want a wall on this bit here. I think I just want to leave that as the exposed ramp. So now we can see what space we're working with. So that's basically the center of the room, at least aligned to these ones, which I know is offset from this one here. But yeah, that's just the way it's going to be on the inside, I guess. So if we were to, for example, start putting vaults in like here, it'd be 3 wide and 9 long. I think that could work. And in In fact, I reckon we might even be able to pull them a little bit further out. Maybe to like there. And if we feel like we need more volts, we can do the same thing on that side. And what I'm picturing here is a big wall of volts. Maybe 3 or 4 volts tall, about 5 volts wide. And then we're going to hook that all up to one delivery system. Or storage and delivery system, I should say. Because it's also going to be our main storage as well as somewhere where stuff's going to be deposited from and stored before going off to other factories and whatnot. And eventually the shopping district. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's just get a wall of volts in first. There we go. Big wall of volts. Now, what we want to do is sort out the system that's going to remove stuff from the volts first. And we'll work out how to feed them after. What I'm thinking is we'll just put packages across the front of every vault with a funnel in front of those. And then a delivery belt. And what we'll do is we'll do the same on the next 2 levels and just feed everything down onto this belt. Which means I need a whole bunch of chutes. And I think I didn't bring any of those with me. Well, that was silly. Chutes have been acquired, so let's link up the second level, and thankfully my jetpack is coming in very handy here, and we're just going to do that to make it look like they're actually attached. Get the funnels on, and in fact we're going to need to move these chutes a little bit further away, so I'm going to need space there to get a funnel on. Nope, not quite there. Then we just need to add in some more belts here. And we're going to need to get power to all these belts. So if we were just to link up a whole bunch of chain drives here, when we actually bring power over here, that should get it going nicely. We'll just have to make sure they're going in the right direction. Now, the last thing we need over here is a whole bunch of stock links. And there we go. They are all linked into the same network. So now the delivery system, or the request system, I should say, is now sorted. We'll work out where it's going to go and where the collection point's going to be a little bit later. For now, what I want to do is worry about how we're going to fill up these vaults. And there's a couple of options. One, we could put in chutes. So we could literally just have chutes between the different vaults and then feed everything into this top row. So then things will filter down. But the problem with that is these chutes are going to act as blockers. So if, for example, this bottom vault here is only 50% full, but it's got lots of different slots used because I've got, say, individual unstackable items in it, it might be able to accept more items, but only more of the same it's already got. If an item then goes into the chute and can't go into the vault, it's just going to act as a blocker pretty much forever, which means nothing else is going to be able to load into this vault either, and that means we're not going to be very efficient with our storage usage. So that only leaves us really with one option, and that is to do something similar to this, but on the back. And essentially, we're going to need to snake the items past the front of every single vault, and as long as the vaults have just got funnels along the back here like this, they'll just pick up the items if they can fit in. And that way, everything's always going to be accessible and nothing's going to get left behind. So let's figure out how we're going to snake these across. And because we're probably going to have a second batch of vaults over there, I think what I want to do is start this at the bottom. So we'll send it across this way, then we'll send it across this way, then up, and then across that way, and then we can just sort of loop it around the walls and then do the same thing and snake down the other side. If it ever gets that far, but I mean, all these vaults on this side are going to have to be full before that happens. So let's just get the next row of funnels in, preferably in the right place, and get the next belt in as well. Now, what we need to do is push the items from here upwards. So what I'm thinking is we'll put a fan down here with chutes on top, and that will blow everything onto this conveyor belt here and then send it that way. Although we are going to need to go 1 block further because once again we need to have a funnel input. And I did not mean to destroy that belt up here, but we do need to make it longer anyway, I suppose. Right, there we go. Then we'll do the same thing on this side. We'll just stick another fan underneath and bring everything up to this level where we'll put another conveyor belt in. We're just going to make sure all of these funnels are the right way round, so they're all accepting items. Excellent. So that should get the items going round in the correct way. I do, however, need to add power to these things, and we need to reverse the power as it goes up. So I think what I'm going to do is just remove this pillar here. So if this belt was going this way, that would reverse it for the next one. But then it's going to reverse again when we put that one there, which means we need another gearbox. Then if we do the same thing here, that should get the belts running in opposite directions. I think while we're here, we'll power the fans as well. And these may or may not be going in the right direction when we turn them on, but we'll figure that out later. So that will hook up that one. And if we just do this, that will hook up that one. And we can shove in a gearbox if we need to make that change direction. But I think with that, we've now got an input system and and we've got an output system, or at least part of one. I think what I need to do is maybe just hook some power over here, at least temporarily for now. I'm going to grab that from over there. So I think for now, I'm literally just going to dump down some of these chain things and link them together. It's going to look absolutely horrific. But that's a problem for the future. For now, I want to get this storage system working. So it's messy, but we do now have power arriving here. What I want to do, though, is speed that power up to max speed and then get it linked up over there. And to be honest, what I might do is actually just put it underground and have it pop up on that side. But I need a speed controller and I don't have any with me. And I'm almost out of rockets as well. Hooked up the power underneath this vault here and everything appears to be going in the correct direction, at least in terms of the belts. Oh no, wait a minute. Or not. Does that need to be like that? It does. Me and gearboxes. I always get it wrong first time. So items are moving downwards here. So this one is also going the wrong way. There we go. That chute is now pointing upwards. And this one is also sending items upwards. Excellent. So that means that anything that goes on this bit of belt here will eventually filter into one of these vaults. Now we just need to hook up these belts here. And it looks like this is going the right way. So this should be nice and easy. Yeah, there we go. So anything that comes out of these is going to go into these chutes, onto this bit of belt, and then currently just into oblivion. So if we were just to put a small little bit in here, then that will send everything this way. I'm sure we've got a barrel laying around. Yep, there we go. Just one or two. Then with a funnel there, that means all the packages will go into this box. From there, we can use frogs or ejectors or something, I don't know. But at least we've got somewhere to collect the packages currently. So I do want to make this look a little bit better. We need to do some makey look nice, I think. And we need to figure out how we're getting items onto this belt here in the first place. And I'm thinking maybe if we just adjust this here slightly, and that creates a bit of space here, so we can have a barrel, packager, brass funnels so everything comes out nice and fast, and then we'll have a frog and we'll have some kind of chain conveyor system to get everything dropped off, I think. Right, anyway, let's get some casings and maybe even just add a little bit of support under these. Don't think it needs more than that. There we go, that looks much better. Now I just need to build another one of them over here. And as we've already built it once, I think the easiest thing to do would just be to use a mirrored schematic cannon and put it over here. Although we are going to need a bunch more volts. We've only got 2 and a bit stacks left. But we've still got a whole lot of barrels. Let's go. And in fact, over here, we've got a whole lot of iron. Right, let's go make some volts. We'll probably be able to buy some more from Chosen by now as well, I reckon. Got a fresh box of volts, and I've got our schematic stuff. So we should be able to quickly blast another one of these into existence. And just like that, we now have one on the other side, which is perfectly mirrored. Now let's get this one hooked up to power as well. And that looks like it's going the right way. So all of those are. These ones, however, I do want to switch round to going the other direction. So if we do that, and we're not going to need all this stuff on this side, then all we need to do now is link up the belt from that side to the belt on this side. That should be easy enough if we just do this. Then jam in a couple of gearboxy things here. That should get everything running for us. Now things are going to snake their way up the back, come round here, and then we need to make a couple of adjustments here just to make it all snake its way back down. We don't need the fans anymore. This is good. So if we just do it like this, that should work, although I'm a little bit concerned about things flying off the end there. So let's just stick a panel there. And another one there. And we should probably do that on this side as well. And I have to make sure that I don't put casing on these ones here, otherwise that will stop things from being able to be pushed through or pushed up, something like that. At least that used to be the case, and I'm going to assume it still is. It can, however, cover all of this in casing. But with that, our storage is now connected. We just need to actually have a delivery and drop-off area. But before we get to that, I think I want to add a bit more to this building. I'm thinking if we had a walkway or something running across the back here, we could then hang chain drives from it, and we could use that to sort of deliver stuff about. So I'm not going to go into too much detail just yet, but we're going to get some windows in, we'll get a roof on, and work out where the other floors are going to be. But I'm very excited to get this massive storage system working.
I need some help.
Right, what's up?
It has to do with the delivery system at spawn.
Ah, okay. Weirdly, I'm working on my side of it at the moment, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I've never built any like vans and stuff traveling around on roads. Do you have any? Do I need to think about something like for the turns and like?
So, Where to begin? So underneath the shopping district is already hollow, which is good.
Yeah.
So essentially what you want to do is you want to lay your tracks like underground.
Yeah.
And then you'll have your bogey sitting on top of that.
And then a glass pane.
Yeah, then you have your glass panes going up, and then you connect it to the thing. But generally, what I do in regards to turns and stuff like that is like just treat it like a train, like as if you're doing. It's exactly like you're doing a train layout, except you can't see where it's going. So occasionally down the bottom, if like the truck's going up a slope or something, then you'll need to raise the track underneath. Just make sure you got all your signals in, and you should be fine. And I think I've done the roads at the shopping area, which I assume is where you're doing this.
We're gonna do 2 wide, right? Like 2 tracks next to each other.
So I've done them wide enough so you can have them going in each direction. But honestly, just build it like a rail yard underneath the shopping district, like a rail line, the same way you would do that. And you should be okay. And because we can just use post boxes for dropping stuff off, you don't have to worry about all the connections and where stuff lines up.
Oh, true. No, I will probably just get the main ring in for now, and then when people want to stock up, they'll have to like connect it to the line and all that stuff.
Yes. Obviously, you're just going to get the main ring and the.
I'm going to get the main ring and into that little alleyway behind our shops.
Yeah, and into the warehouse.
Yes, and oh yeah, of course, over into the warehouse, get all the parking spots set up and everything. That will all be sorted.
Nice.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay, good.
Because
so just train yard underground.
Yeah, basically, it's just an underground train line. That's all it is. But instead of having trains running underground, you just have them connected to poles that then run around on the ground. You know what makes the whole thing easier, though?
Yeah.
Steam and rails. Yeah, steam and rails.
I mean,
apparently it's close.
Do you know? Oh yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be really annoying? Me setting this up today, and then like next week or something, they release it, and we have to.
That would.
We could have just.
That would, but it'll be a great comparison as to why we've added steam and rails. So technically, not a bad thing.
Yay. Okay, I'm gonna go set up a train track underground.
Well, yeah. Good luck, Toodles. I'll come check on your progress later, probably.
Okay,
maybe.
bye.
He cut off when he disappeared. Brilliant. Right, anyway, I have made a start on the roof over here, as you can see. I've also added a few extra torches on the top here of these vaults, because, well, creepers were spawning up, and we don't want that. I've lit up the ledges, because they would have caused problems in future, and I do have underfloor lighting over the whole of this thing. I've just basically used shroom lights, and then put a copycat panel at floor level above them, because that way, the light still comes through. A bit like in Bedrock, how light comes through slabs. But anyway, I've still got some more roofs to do. We're only halfway done with this building so far. And then once I've got the windows in, I can put in a couple of internal floors, and then we can actually sort out the rest of this delivery system. Let's get back to it. Progress has been made. We now have our very undetailed roofs on. We have our windows in. We don't have a doorway yet, or at least a proper one. But I've sorted out the windows at the back as well. We've got some floors in. We've even got a way to get onto the different floors. And I quite like this mezzanine bit at the back here, mostly because it now means I can hook up some chain drives. So first up, we're actually going to raise this one up by 1. Jam it right in the corner there. Then we just need to connect that one in the corner back over here again, where all the broken chains are. As I say, we will make all this look nice. I've got a bit of an idea of how we can get the power over here in a nice way without having to hide it underground. But that's something for another day. For now, let's see if we can get these chains in over here. And my initial plan is just to have a line of them sort of going underneath down here. So that's the line in, but I do want it to be moving a bit faster. So maybe instead of connecting it across the top here, we should actually connect it to the faster bit down here. And I quite like the idea of just having it exposed on the wall like that. That's looking pretty good. But now we've got some high-speed chains over here. That means that firstly, I can link up this frog here, and we'll just call him Mr. B Storage. Nice and simple. I don't think I'm going to use frogs on these. I've got a bit of an idea. So this is going to be the stuff that gets delivered to us. For this, we're going to have an andesite funnel here. We'll do the same on this side. And I think I want to use weight weighted ejector plates and just fire them over here so that it lands where it needs to be. In fact, I probably want it to be a bit further this way, so how about we grab the power from there, we'll put the ejector plate down here, and the center point would therefore be right there. We'll do the same on this side. So if we have a barrel there with a packager on top and an input funnel, then yeah, we should just be able to link them up to that. So whenever we order anything, this is where it will come out. Now I need a stock link system. And to be honest, I think I need a little bit more light on the front of these. They look very dark at night, don't they? How about maybe just some dangly lights under some of these? There we go, much better. Now let's just do the same over here. It looks so dark and gloomy. So if we put a stock link down there, that is now connected to the network. This is good. Let's maybe build a nice little sort of desk area around this. I guess we're going to want a manual drop-off point as well. So I'm just going to sneak that in behind. So we're going to need a frog for that. And we're also going to need an address for this. So just Mr. B storage should do it. Now hopefully anything we put in there. Oh, wait a sec. I need to power it. Let's give that some power from underneath. That should do it. And that has, yep, there we go. That's just sent off our items, which should now be in this vault. Excellent. Now I need to get myself some weighted ejectors to hook up this last bit, and we need a clerk. I mean, we could use a horse. There's one right here. Ah, the horse is a bit big. Lucky escape for you, sir. So I have an angry bee. His buddy stung me, so didn't want to use that one. But I wonder, will this guy stay angry if I put him in a seat? Who knows? Right, let's see what happens. Nope, nope, he's still angry. Staying angry for quite a while. Just calm down, sir. Look, we can be friends. Just chill. Yeah, I did destroy his home, to be fair. Now, can I put you in the seat? Why does nothing want to go in my seat? Fine, we'll get something else. Well, I guess it's going to be you, sir. Finally, we have a clerk. We can see what we've got. And if we request something, it should just make its way over to here. And then into the barrel. So that is the first part of our brand new storage system complete. We're going to be able to store millions of items. This is awesome. And I think with a few more additions to this, it could be looking pretty good pretty soon. We've got a whole lot of work to do on the outside. We still need to connect it up to the actual delivery network. And we need to make the exterior of the building actually look good. And we still don't have a passenger station or anywhere to put one, because I don't think I'm going to put one over here. But despite today's crisis, I think we have now overcome it. Sadly, I think that's about all we're going to get done today, though. This video is a little bit longer than usual, and it's most likely late by now. So sorry about that, but sometimes creative block and crisis just happen. And I assure you I am still working on the merch that should be available after the weekend, so you'll be able to grab some of those awesome posters for yourself. But make sure you come back and join me on the next episode, where we're going to be sorting out the yard at the back here and doing a little bit more to make this storage even better. There's plenty we can still do in here to make it useful. But for now, I hope you enjoyed the episode, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. So last time on Just Create, we struggled with our plans, but eventually we built this giant warehouse and a storage system inside which holds over 3 million items. And today we're going to be making a whole lot of upgrades around here, primarily to the storage system, but also to the surrounding area. It's going to involve numerous steps, but hopefully by the end of it, this area over here should be looking pretty good, and we should be one step closer in our plan to actually ship items automatically over to the shopping district. And speaking of the shopping district, Stam has been building a lot over there. I've seen even more layouts as well for new buildings that are coming along, and I really hope more than anything that it's his tree shop that he's got up there, because I would love to get some custom trees from him. I really hate building custom trees, so we'll go and investigate that a bit later as well. First though, rail yards. We've got a whole lot we need to do over the back here, as well as out the front and the sides. In fact, in general, this building is looking very bland and boring at the moment. We're still missing doorways, we're missing the whole front section, so yeah, we've got a lot to do today. But first, just as I logged on to do this intro, I got a very panicked message from Stam when a thunderstorm started. What's going on, Stam?
I think it stopped. Did it stop?
Did what? No, it's
It honestly might have stopped.
still a thunderstorm, isn't it? Look how dark it is.
It was a thunderstorm. It was thundering for sure. It was definitely thundering.
So what's going on here? What was all the panic about?
So, yeah, we need thunder to strike these villagers so that they turn into witches. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, well, the surge protector didn't quite work.
I mean, it got some.
I mean, it saved a few of them. Now we just need to get it to strike all of them without them killing the villagers, I guess.
Maybe we should get rid of that rod on the right-hand side now.
Yeah, considering that's gonna hurt the witches. So, what do we do now? Because they're just gonna despawn. I don't think he thought this through.
Ah.
Do we put them in minecarts?
I mean...
Oh, there we go.
Hey, right. So,
Remove them all, I guess.
I mean, it looks like he's got a minecart setup thing for them.
Do we just put them in his minecarts for him?
But then where do they go? Where's the minecart?
I mean, they go down, and that's his problem. They're gonna despawn if surely. Okay, let me just check. Wait, do you check underground? I'm streaming.
Okay, I'll check down there. Recam. So if we go down here, what's going on? Oh my days. I mean, there's something going on down there. Send one down, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. I'm gonna send one.
Right. Okay, you send one. I'm gonna jump into free cam and look down there.
There's too many There's too many. Doesn't even go by.
I mean, it's gradually getting past. I think what it needs is.
I don't think you thought this through.
No. Maybe we need a potion of invisibility so he can get closer, and then we need to replace.
That feels like a lot of work.
Replace the rails with powered rails, maybe. But obviously, we don't want them to keep poisoning themselves.
Okay, I'll go get an invisibility potion then.
If you're going to get an invisibility potion, could you not just grab a whole bunch of name tags? Because we can craft them.
Well, yeah, we could, yeah.
Because then you can just go invisible, name tag them all, and then it's
okay.
Ex's problem.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stam, the witch is already name tagged. I've just went into free cam and went to go look at them, and they've already all got name tags. So I think we're good.
Okay, so we're good.
I think we can just leave.
Okay, well now I have invisibility potions for shenanigans. Cool.
Oh no. Right, well it's been a pleasure. Glad I could have a witchy fun time with you. Enjoy your digging and whatnot, and I'll catch up with you later. And there we go, we've now gone full circle, we're back where we should be. So, step one. I want to finish the actual track side of things first, and that means I need to get lots of tuff underneath all the rail here. And in fact, on this side, I think I still need to actually put in some more rails. And luckily, Drillbit's just over here, so we should be able to get this bit done pretty quickly. That's the rail looking a little bit better, and we've also got the other junction complete over there now. But while we're doing rail things, I think I want to sort out the signals over here as well, and maybe even actually get the stations in where they're going to be. The problem with that is that means I need to go make myself lots of train signals, which I know seems like a relatively minor problem, but if we take a look at the recipe, you can see that we need electron tubes. Once again, not really a big problem. We've got a machine that can make these automatically for us, but we do need to feed that machine with rose quartz and iron. Iron's easy enough, but the rose quartz, we need, redstone. Lots and lots of redstone. And I don't even have a stack of redstone at the moment. In fact, I have one solitary piece of redstone, and I could grind up this and wash it and get a tiny bit more, but even then, I'm still not going to be anywhere near what I need. And that means there's only one thing for it. 10 minutes of drilling later, we've got almost a full chest of redstone. So if we also grab some quartz, then we can craft that into rose quartz, grab some iron sheets, and load up this machine. Although it looks like we need some more sandpaper. That should keep it going for a while, and we should end up with 2 stacks of these. And I know we don't need that many for signals, but we're going to be needing a few more of these shortly. Wonderful. Now we can make a bunch of these. And I also want a few Nixie tubes. We'll grab a few other bits and bobs. We'll go buy ourselves some girders. Once again, visiting Chosen's Mall. Probably the single most useful thing on this server. Saves me so much time. Wait a minute, was that a... Oh, my days, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Is the chocolate factory open? Or the chocolate shop, I should say. We did discuss putting one over there in the train station, didn't we? And there's a new building there as well. But I don't know if we're allowed to look at that yet. And wait a minute. There's more road. Okay, right, let's not look too much. I know I'm meeting up with Stam later. That's probably what he wants to show me. For now, though, is there a Cinnabon shop? So, no, not here, it would seem. That's my tough shop, of course. That one's the moss shop. And hello, this looks new. So we have a witch who throws things at us. That's not very nice, but we can buy sweet rolls. I mean, I'm almost out of steak. It'd be rude not to get some. Thank you kindly. Right, let's run without getting poisoned. Oh, look, there's another one. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Oh, and the posters in here are being replaced as well. Excellent. I love it that people are taking the initiative, although you could have at least replaced one of my doubles. Jeez. Still don't have any scheduled trains, though. We need to sort that out. Was that another new poster there? What's this one? The dirty shop. Get down and dirty with our prices. Oh, I'm loving the posters. They just add so much life to the server. And speaking of posters, you can now buy the original Beardy Co Power ones on my shop over at MrBeardstone.com. So if you want to have some of these posters hanging up in your own house or your own train station, if you happen to own one, then follow the link in the description and you'll be able to pick them up. I don't know how long they're going to be there for, and I did try to sort them out for Displate, but the artwork wasn't created with Displate in mind, so I think we might struggle to get them on there. But you can get just wall hanging versions and poster versions, and there's probably even some other merch on there by now as well, like mugs and things, who knows. But anyway, enough self-promotion, we've got work to do. Hello, what's this? More signs. What's golden and green and isn't your golden carrots? My golden carrots. Come and buy now, because everything is better when it's Roman. Golden carrots now available at the lake docks. Oh, so there's another new shop. It would be rude not to have a look. I mean, that looks like it down there, doesn't it? That's a nice little detail. I like that. Bit of a spit roast going on there. Midas Touch Emporium. Veni Vidi. Oh, that's amazing. It's amazing. I'm loving all the posters and artwork stuff. I mean, I have just brought some sweet rolls, but, you know, you've got to encourage local businesses. So let's do this and get ourselves some carrots. Wonderful. And what's going on here? Oh, it's the copycats, of course. I forgot. Yeah, I don't use the copycat slopes myself, so I forget they exist. That looks like the back rooms where they're made. But yeah, that's awesome. The server's really coming alive. Lots of new shops. Look at that. What's that? Commemorating the day the best legionary ever joined. Okay, that's cool. That's when Legion was hiding as a box. What's going on over there? Okay, there's just too much to see around here. But I haven't got time to get distracted. We've got some stuff to do. Okay, so these rail signals, because we don't have steam and rails at the moment, we don't actually have the sort of like dangly flag type things, but I also need to get power over here. So I think we're going to kind of combine our rail signal towers with things to bring the power over. I think that'll be good, because then we can get rid of all this mess. So first up, I guess we're going to need some towers. And what I'm thinking is we'll just utilize girders because they're awesome. We love girders. And then we'll stick some chutes on top. And if I do this correctly, we'll get a nice angle. Then we'll just do the same on this side. And then for now, we'll just put more girders across the middle. And to make these corners look a little bit better, I'm going to jam in some water wheels. And my thinking is if we remove that block there, and that one there. Then we can put our signals in over there with a Nixie tube. Then we'll just do the same thing on this side. And as this one is entering a junction, we're going to make that one brass, which means a train will only enter this junction if it can actually go all the way to the other side and exit completely. And now I just need to do this 2 more times. And there we go. Train signals installed. I think that works quite well. And now to sort out the power, which means I need chain drives and chains. So, chain drives. What we're going to do is put one of those in there. In fact, let's use these instead. Stick a chain drive in there. Cover up the top. Stick on a couple of levers for detail. And then we'll just do the same on this side. Get those connected up. Then this we can connect straight into the building, probably. Maybe. Let's see how that looks. Oh, good. So we're going to try something else. Let's remove that chain. Let's remove that block there. And in fact, let's do this a little bit differently. We were to do that, put the chain conveyor on top there, and connect that to this one. What we can then do is just connect this one through the wall to the one on the inside. Or not, because apparently all of our servers have just gone down. Oh, time to make a brew, I guess. Right, now, where were we? Yes, the power. So we've got all this linked up now. This is looking a lot better than this current mess that we have. We just need to extend this power all the way down the line now and connect it up to our power unit over there. And I need to get some more train signals on at the other end. And I think for connecting the power this way, what we're going to do is get more of these power poles that we've got over there, which means I need to go grab a schematic and my cannon because it's much quicker to get them in place. And I'm hoping we can just have those sort of going down the line because that line passes right by these little sub-generation things. Sub-generation thing? What am I even talking about? That's not what I meant. Substation, that's the one. Took me a moment. A short while later, we've now got signals in over this side. I've also stretched the power across to here so that if and when we build over that side, it's available to us. And if we go this way, I've just followed it down the track and connected it over there, which is good because this is looking much tidier over here now with all the power stuff. So next up, I think we're going to start working on the rail yard out the back here. And I do want to have a big sort of giant crane thing that lifts shipping containers on and off of trains. I mean, initially, it's not going to be a working one. I don't know if it ever will be, but it should look cool either way. way. But for that to work, what I'm going to need is space for some, well, feet for the crane, I guess. And I think I'm going to have it on wheels so it can slide up and down the platform. So let's carve out a bit of space over here and plan out where the yard's going to be on that side. So I'm thinking for these crane wheels, we're probably going to want quite a lot of space. So if I go back maybe 4 blocks, we could even potentially put in some stairs or something there to connect onto the path that's going to go alongside a road there, but we'll get to that later. And let me just see how far down I want to go with this. I reckon about that should work nicely. So let's just get all this bit tidied up. That might be a bit thin, actually. There we go. That 1 extra block makes a massive difference, and there's still plenty of space here to get our massive crane wheels in. Next up, though, let's just sort out the rest of this platform. Okay, getting there. And I think what we might want is a slope on this side. There we go, and then that'll allow vehicles to get up here if needed. So if this is where the crane's going to be, what I want to do is put a freight yard opposite, I think. Seems to make the most sense. So let's just mark something out. And I think we want a nice big container yard over here. Something like that should do it. We can always make it a bit bigger if needs be. Now, where has my shovel gone? Aha. So what I want to do is just replace this ground here. I'm just going to fill it in with tuff for now. We'll mix in some other bits later on. Just to amuse myself, though, I'm going to put in a few marks to show where the sort of wheels are going to be rolling up and down, just so the ground's a little bit different in those places. There we go. That should give you some idea of the size of the wheels on this thing we're going to build. But before we get to that build over there, I do want to work out exactly where the roads are going to be going. Now, we're probably going to have a path around here. So if we put that in first, then this area here is going to be the yard entrance. But I reckon we'll then probably block off most of this bit here. There'll be more path in front of this wall, which should leave me plenty of space to get a road in across here. And then we'll carry on the path on this side as well. And we'll likely have a road entrance around here somewhere. I don't know exactly where yet. We'll probably wait until we've got the crane in to make a final decision. But that does mean that this road here is going to continue out this way. So that will connect the road up to the shipping yard. We just need to connect it over to this one now. And I think something I do actually want to do is bring that road in closer over this way. So we're going to put in a little kink in the road here. It's a bit hard to see right now, but where those holes are, that's where we're going to add some roads. And if I remember correctly, we've still got all the stuff for roads sitting in boxes over here in that shadow. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, and a box of fun stuff. And although there is a lot of stuff here, there's not enough for what we need. I now have a whole lot of deep slate. Let's get this road filled in. So that's the road in, and it really makes such a difference having the proper ground in. So with that in mind, I think I'm actually going to continue on around the building and maybe just get all of this green bit here sorted out, which is going to involve me sorting out the front here and making it look nice. But first, I think I just want to cover the floor out here in a bit more andesite. However, I've got lots of shulkers of stuff here that I don't really need anymore, so I should probably get that into storage. But I don't want to be doing that manually, so maybe we should have a break from the landscaping and put some kind of shulker offloader system in here. And there's plenty of space. I reckon we can probably do something quite cool here. So we're going to need to grab some building bits, but this guy just doesn't really have much yet, do you, chicken? Oh, wait a minute. Having a chicken here is a bad idea. He's going to keep laying eggs, look. Next egg's in 50 seconds. Well, we could have a collection system just so we're constantly getting eggs. That's not a priority, though. We've got other things to be doing. So first thing I'm going to do to make my life easier is just put one of those there. And that means I can just crouch right click and dump lots of stuff into storage at once. But that's not what we're here to do. But what I am here to do is make a super fast shulker offloading system kind of thing. Now to start that off, we're going to stick a big vault kind of sunken into the floor here. Something like that. We're going to put smart chutes on top, although I do need to put filters in those. And for those, I think I need wool and brass, both of which I should have over here. Let's just turn this on, and I think it's, yep, there we go. And what I want to do is put that in here, filter it for shulker boxes, and set that to a deny list. And if I stick one of these on each one of these chutes, that means I'll be able to stick shulkers on top, and then when they're empty and I break them, they're not going to fall into the vault. And then what we're going to do is put a packager here with a frog on top, connected to that one over there. We do have massive range on our frogs, it would seem. Honestly, I knew we had actually extended the range, but I didn't realize we'd extended it quite that much. But either way, I guess it keeps things a bit cleaner. You need a sign on there for Mr. B storage, and we need to power it, which I'm hoping I can do from there. Perfect. So now if I just collect all of these shulker boxes and these ones over here, then I can just stick all these shulkers on top. They'll empty in, and look at that. Everything's getting sent off to storage. Perfect. And conveniently, I've actually put down the exact amount I needed to offload every shulker box I had. Look at that. They're emptying incredibly quickly because we've got these smart chutes below. And And now I can just pick all these up. That is so much quicker than doing it manually. Oh, look at that. Loads more stuff in storage. So it's all well and good having this shulker storage in. It's definitely going to be helpful for us, but I would actually quite like to know how much stuff is in each of these vaults. And I reckon these walls over here, we could do one for each side, might work quite well with display boards. Then if we were to use threshold switches and some display links, we can just show exactly how much is in each and every vault. Question is, how much space is here? Because we'll be able to get 2 results on each block. So that'll be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, it's going to go right to the top, isn't it? Let me count that again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 15. So it's literally going to go right to there. So we'll probably have to move these lights, but we can probably make that work. So that means we're going to need a whole lot of display boards, which is half the reason why we made so many of those electron tubes earlier, as well as a bunch of display links and threshold switches. Oh, I'm going to need to get some filters in here. So we've got 8 display links. We're going to need a lot more than that. We've got no threshold switches in here whatsoever. We do have the cogs and the shafts though, so we can get power where we need it. But yeah, looks like I've got some crafting to do. Alrighty, so let's get some display boards in. And we are going to need to move these lights, but we'll just do them above the doorways instead. Still nice and central. And if we just put a cog there and a shaft in there, then our display boards are now going to spin. That was nice and easy. Yeah, I reckon that'll work. Then if I was just to put a threshold switch on the back of each of these, then connect a display link to that board, and this is the first vault that's going to fill up, so this will be number 1. We have container fill level. We'll have vault 1 and a percentage, and we should be able to start on line 2, I think. And then that leaves us the top line to write something else. But yep, look at that. And it should just about be able to fit 100% on it, because obviously that's going to be 3 digits. Problem is, by the time we get to vault 15, there's then not going to be enough space. So how about we just do that instead? Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll just write vaults on the top. Right, well, I've got loads of things to add. This could take me a while. And it would help if I actually right-clicked the board to begin with. Good job, Beardy. I wonder, can I do this? Do a bunch at once? Yes. Yes, I can. Well, that's both boards completely linked up, and I think that looks pretty good. I've also added a little bit of structure around the shulker unloader. I don't really know what I want to do with this yet, but I didn't really like the way it was just sitting out there. So yeah, tied it in with some girders. Gotta love girders. And I'm sure we're going to be doing more to this storage as we develop this area further, but I think it is time for me to actually sort out the floor around here. So that's going to involve getting a floor down over here on what will be the train yard, and sorting out the front area and the front of the actual building over there as well. And to start, I think we're just going to carry on with the andesite out the front here. Maybe we'll mix in a bit of stone and some other bits just to get some variation, and then we'll work out what we're going to do out the front here. So I've got the yard marked out with the andesite and the stone, and what I want to do now is work out the front of the building over here. And I think we want to have a nice separator between here and the rail. So I'm wondering if we do something like this, and then we'll just put lots of bushes and leaves and things on here, then that should give a nice little barrier. And then I want to have a path that runs along the front of the building, and in fact we should probably connect that to the main path over here as well, which means we can probably do something like this. Raise the grass in front of these windows as well, I think. Something like that looks a bit tidier. So that's both sides done. I just need to work out how we're going to get up to the entrance now. And some basic stairs like that should do. Let's work out what this bit's going to look like, shall we? So maybe a window above the doorway like that. Some little pillars either side. And maybe we should get some lighting in as well. We could do a little something like that. Then use a chain and a lantern. Yeah, that could work. Nice little light. And maybe we could even put a couple of lanterns around here. Nice and simply. Just, oh, hello. Right there, fellas. And for the doorway here, I don't want it to be sticking out too much on the inside. So I'm thinking if we do this with the slabs. Stop it. Right, you're going to become a clerk and you know it. Let's just move him over this way so he's out of the way. And yeah, we'll pacify this guy a little bit later. But he'll be better than that chicken over there that's making a right old mess with eggs. Thinking about it, I guess there's no harm in stocking up and getting a few more. Come along, fellas. Over here. Yeah, that's one in a boat. Next one. Come on. That's another one in a boat. That's leader man in a boat. We just need one more. Right, we'll deal with them lot later. Now, what was I doing? Oh, yes. Lights and stuff. We need a doorway in here, actually. And I think just a copper door like that should do nicely. All right, well, the front bit down here is coming together. We've still got lots of detailing to do, but I'm just trying to get the core bits in at the moment. Next up is this yard over here. And once again, I think I'm just going to use andesite and stone and just just pretty much fill out this whole yard around the corner here until it connects up with the station. And we're going to get another big garage door in on this side as well, but we'll worry about that later. For now, more andesite and stone. Scrap that. Before we do that, Stam has just messaged me. He wants to show me the delivery system, which is important because that's what we're going to be linking into. I assume he's over a spawn. And to be honest, I could really do with fixing my shovel as well, so it's probably not a bad thing he distracted me there. Oh my days, look at this place. Oh, that's got to be the tree shop, surely. Surely. Oh no, throws, leaves, and wood shop. Ooh, finally a wood shop. That's going to be very handy. Very pretty, Thronash. There's another shop here. What's this one? This looks moody. Ah, frog lights. Nice. Well, this is cool. I'm loving the new buildings. Oh my days, there's another one. What is that? I swear all of this must have just sprung up overnight. Oh, it's got a clock. Fancy. But what is it? Wait a sec. Okay, well, it's Chosen's shop. He seems to be trying to sell some advertising. Chosen's Delights, where automation meets temptation. Ah, nice. It's all the chocolate things and Cinnabuns and, ooh, Scorcher and Scoria as well. That's going to be handy. Oh, that's cool. How's he done that? Armor stands? Must be armor stands. Oh, and it's got a little rabbit who seems to be half damaged. I won't ask. That's awesome, though. So many shops around here now. I imagine Stam is this way. Oh, look at the little delivery truck he's got. That's cool. But let's wait for Stam before we start poking around. He said he just ran off to go get some more rockets. Oh, that looks like Stam arriving. Stam!
Hi, Birdie.
Hello.
Hello. Just arriving with some new rockets.
Nice. I see a new road.
Yes.
And a new van.
New road and a new van.
Show me more.
Hold up. Let me just park this up. 1 second. Keep your eyes peeled on the little frog lights. The frog ports up above.
Frog ports up above. Yep. Oh, look at that.
Here we go.
Oh, that's just fancy. How cool is that?
Right, into the station. They should arrive, and then you should just, if you wait here for a second.
Yeah.
They should go down my bed. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, here they are.
And then they'll just go right in there. And, do you want to see something?
Yes.
Through this trapdoor here. Look at my beautiful, beautiful track
Oh,
thing.
my days.
It was worse. I've already redone it once.
This bit doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, no, some of them are just... I've ended up just not removing anything because it's easier that way.
Right, okay, this is horrific to look at.
Do you want to see the van in action? Not look at my mess. This is the fun bit.
Oh, this is the fun bit, okay.
Are you ready to fly out the hole that's over here? Because it is pretty fast.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just get up. Yeah, you get up there. I'll send it up for now. Obviously meant to be automated, but there we go.
Oh, it's just crashed into an anvil and a shulker box. Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't mind those.
Okay, yeah. So
Picks
he's
up
just
the packages.
pulled up, yep. Oh, and he's off.
And he's off. I need to fix the hills, but that's fine.
Oh, look at him go.
But that turns in front of our shops. Then we head into the alley.
Oh, he's going down here.
And he will park up, and he will deliver the boxes into my shop. And I mean, you could probably use the same train station if you want to.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah.
With frog ports, yeah.
And what's the range on post boxes?
Like 32 blocks. So if
Oh,
you have it
wow,
back here,
okay.
you could technically they're bringing out the packages, moving them into the back, and you know. And then he's off back to it again, and whenever there's more packages, he'll go off and get those.
That is awesome. It's fun to set them up, but it's a bit of a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, that took a little bit, but you know, it's fine. It works.
Well, it's nice when it's done, though. Nice when it's done.
Yeah.
I've noticed there's a lot of new buildings around here. Are any of them yours?
Yes, and I'm actually about to go get some materials to build like 2 more.
Really? Literally, I came over here yesterday, I think it was, and I was like, oh, some new stuff's been marked out. And then I've turned up today, and there's like 3 new buildings.
Yeah, there's about to be even more.
All right, well, thank you very much for showing me the delivery system. I think I have an idea of how it works.
Yeah,
I will
just let me know
ask
if you need
you if I get stuck. But yeah, hopefully I'll be using it in the next couple of episodes, I'd imagine.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Oh, ow.
Ooh, ah!
I started sleeping by accident.
Okay, I'm watching you sleep now. This is just weird. See ya.
Bye.
Right, well, that is absolutely awesome. The Stam's got that set up. It means that we can start auto-sending stuff over here sooner than I expected, which is good. Now, I need to heal my shovel. Still hear Stam in the background. Anyway, right, let's heal up our tools and, well, get to that train yard. With the rail yard, I decided to use more stone and andesite for the floor, but I also added some areas of layered andesite to mark out where we're going to be adding a whole bunch of shipping containers. With the yard floor done, I added some fences, double height around the new yard and single height in other areas of the plot. And now I think we're just about ready to maybe make a start on this crane. I think I want to get the crane in first before I start adding shipping containers, because I might need to move the location of these plots a little bit. But big crane, big square crane that moves shipping crates about. And I think we're going to have sort of 3 pillars on it. So we're going to have a wheeled pillar over here, another one on this side of the rail, and then another one over here so that it can sort of slide up and down, pick up shipping crates, slide up and down more, put them on the train, and so on. And I don't know if it's going to be a working crane or not. It kind of depends how it ends up looking, really, and if we can then make it work. I mean, we'll definitely be able to make it move up and down. That won't be a problem. But whether we'll actually be able to do anything with the crane mechanics or not, I don't really know. So we don't have any additional mods that would allow things like that. So, yeah, I don't know. We might have to try and do something clever if we can, but not being a very clever person, that's quite unlikely. Right, where were we? Bits for making a crane. That's what we need. And I'll tell you what, I could really do with bringing the rest of my storage over here. I wonder. I mean, I could probably just glue all of the vaults together and then pick them up with a contraption and bring them over here. But each of those vaults is actually full, so they might contain too much data to allow me to do that. Guess there's only one way to find out. So let's give this a go. This item vault here still appears to be empty, but this one is not. So we need to take, what's that, 4 volts? 5 volts? Yeah, 5. Let's see if we can actually pick all these up or not, or is everything going to explode? Well, I was able to pick it up. Can I scroll to it without crashing? Yes. Excellent. And what I'm thinking is, if we just dump these down here somewhere, and I should just be able to feed everything directly into this barrel, which will then get it into storage. So a little system like this should get everything going. I mean, it's going to take a while because all this bit here is going to get backed up pretty quickly, but that should still gradually filter everything in. In fact, if we were to put it straight onto there, might even be quicker. Make a quick adjustment here. There we go. Much quicker. It's not stuttering now. We'll have all this loaded up in no time. And the good thing is we get to watch all of these numbers going up, which is going to be very satisfying. That's all the storage unloaded. I think I just want to change the clerk now, and as Frank, although not being used anymore, is still technically part of the original workshop, we need a new guy. And luckily, this guy paid a visit. So, yeah, I guess I'm going to be sitting here for the next 20 minutes while we pacify him. There's a bunch more of his friends outside too, but we don't need them yet. Short while later, and we now have a new worker, so let's get him in place. Grab a name tag, of course. And we know for a fact that this guy is definitely not Frank this time. This is his brother, Hank. Although I forget, you have to actually take them off the chair. I can name them. Otherwise, it just opens the inventory every time I try. There we go. We've got all our filters in. Excellent. Anyway, we were getting distracted. We need stuff to make a crane and better spelling. Something else I want for this crane is a whole bunch of these mechanical rollers, which means I'm going to need to make a whole bunch of electron tubes and some crushing wheels, but I think I can actually buy them from Chosen, which will be very handy if I can. I also need to get more industrial iron and a few other small bits and bobs, which I probably do have in here, such as shafts and metal brackets, maybe some water wheels because we like sticking them on things, and we're going to need to make some rose quartz and grab some iron sheets. But I think with a little bit of crafting, we should be able to get everything we need now. I think I've got enough stuff to make a start on this crane. Let's see what we can do. And the first thing is going to be to make a little base here. I want to have like giant wheels on this crane so it sort of rolls up and down these bits here. It'd be nice to be able to sort of indent it and have the wheels indented somehow, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. We'll have to see how we get on. But if we were to do something like this, maybe 2 wheels would be better than 3. 3 looked a bit much there. And build in like a little frame, maybe attach it there. Do the same on this side. A girder in the middle for supports. Okay, looks a little bit feeble at the moment. Let's see if we can maybe bulk it up a little bit. Something like that. And instead of water wheels, maybe if we use one of these, big chunky chain drive, and then do like a little tower maybe, and then our good friend the girder. Yeah, that's looking quite chunky. I need another girder on this side though. And if we were to go up to maybe this sort of height, Probably do with making this a bit chunkier as well, though, I wonder. We put another girder on, then a chute. Could we do this? So, as a single leg, how does that work? I think that could be good. Although the girders look a bit bland, I wonder. I think I'm going to need my jetpack to make this a bit easier. But thankfully, everything lives over here now, so much easier to get hold of things. So what I'm thinking is, if we maybe just jam in a few shafts, that should give it a little bit of detail. And to be honest, it makes it all look a bit more attached as well. I like that. Maybe do the same at the top here. Yeah, I like that. That looks like a nice big strong leg. Now let's do a second one here. Now, for attaching these together, how about we do a row of girders with some blocks on top? So that's the first part of the frame in. They just need to do that 2 more times. Then we'll get them all connected together and put some kind of crane lift pulley system type thing in it, I guess. Let's get this done. Well, I think I've got the basic frame of the crane in. That's looking pretty good. And apologies if you can hear a whirring and humming in the background. It's incredibly hot here today and I've got the aircon on full blast. This video is already late. But with the main frame now in and the support structure should work, let's do this and get some shafts in and then figure out how we want to do the actual sort of crane part of it. So I've got some brackets here. Let's start with those. And I think I'm going to grab some chains. And I'm also going to make some pillar blocks here because this is what we're going to use to make these shipping containers. So let's maybe have a couple of chains here. Then we're going to switch to girders and make some kind of big claw type thing. Something like that. Let's just get the shipping container in and see how that works. Let's try those like that, maybe. Because like this, they're not actually attached. How does that look? Oh, yeah, it looks pretty good. Well, I am just going to try something else as well. Go from the middle here. Do that. One of them and do that. I think that might be a bit too much. Don't think we need a second claw. But it's always worth trying things out. I think one last thing I want to do, however, is just make this girder here look a little bit more attached. And I think with that, our crane is done. So it is, of course, wider on this side because it has to go across 2 tracks than it is on this side where it's just going to be picking up shipping crates. We've got all these areas here where we can store more shipping crates. If we get a couple of forklifts in that are actually sort of moving those crates around, we can make this look pretty good. But I think it's time to add a whole lot of shipping crates, so I'm going to need lots of different types of pillar blocks. We'll just see what we've got in storage and make what we can, and then we'll fill up some of these areas over here. And that should make a huge difference to the area. Let's see what Hank's got for us. A short while later, and we're making some good progress. The shipping yard is starting to fill up. I've got lots and lots of shipping containers in, but these areas here, I kind of want to wait until we've got other factories in the area and just have little pallets and things like this, because that way we get a bit of variation in and the whole thing's not just shipping crates. I do want to get a couple of forklifts going around as well, I think. But before we get our forklifts in, I've heard a rumor, and that rumor is that Stam has finally opened his tree shop. And I'm probably going to want a few trees around here. In fact, we're going to want lots and lots of trees all down the rail line in various places and so on. So let's go and have a look, see what he's got. And I'm going to assume the tree shop is over here wow, okay. It's probably this one. This place is massive. Look at that. Even got some floating candles. Birds? Do you reckon they're birds? Probably birds. What's going on down here? He's got a little basement door. Oh, no, nothing in there yet. I guess the shop must be up here. Stam's Custom Trees. I pick up from there. There's a showroom. Okay. Small 6 diamonds, medium 12 diamonds, large 24 diamonds. 24 diamonds per tree. Or is it a case of we buy the blueprint and then we can make as many as we want? That probably makes more sense, doesn't it? 24 diamonds a tree would be ridiculous. Oh! What's this? What's this witchcraft? This is cool, though. We get to see all the different trees. Azalea Jungle 2. Azalea Straight, 1, 2, 3. Pine Small, Pine Medium, Pine Large. So that tree there would cost 24 diamonds. And is that just for the schematic? Is that how this works? Yeah, it looks like it. So you don't get the resources either. Woo! Yeah, that's got to be a one-off purchase, surely. Then we've got spruce trees. We've got tree. Okay, there's not one there. What have we got? We've got birch trees. Tell you what, that looks pretty nice. I like that. Free advertising for me as well. Excellent. Yeah, the birch trees look really nice. I like those. And what's this? Oak. Whoa, look at that. That's a monster. Yeah, these ones are probably my favorite, I think. These are the ones that we've got around spawn. In fact, look, there's my windmills. And there's the shop. Yeah, we're going to make some good use of these, I think, assuming that these prices, as I say, are just per blueprint. Because if I was to buy all the blueprints in here, I mean, that's still going to cost me like 15 stacks of diamonds or something stupid. Although it does say for bulk orders to talk to Stam, so maybe that is per blueprint? Or schematic, I should say. I don't know. Let's go find him. Now, I can see that he's online, so I'm going to assume he's over at his base somewhere. Let's go find him. Well, he's not here at this village. Oh, but that's that tree we were looking at. Lovely. Oh, my little bot. He's still going. Although this is turned off. Let's just give that a little nudge while we're here. Do love these little bots, though. I should probably do something more with these. Anyway, stop getting distracted, Beardy. We need to find Stam. Oh, more custom trees. Good stuff. You see, if I wanted to plant a forest like this, if I've got to buy them per schematic, and this isn't even a forest, this is just a few by the edge of the track, that's going to cost me like hundreds of diamonds to do that. Unless, as I say, it is a case of you buy the schematic once and you're good. Ah, right, we're at the end of the track here. Oh, there's a pillar. Let's follow the marks. Oh, what in the world is that? Oh, Happy Gasman. Oh, wow. Amazing. I forgot we had these. Oh, we're going to have a play around with them at some point. Let's find Stam. Right, I see a portal. I see a new bridge. Look at that. Oh, that's cool. Oh, there he is. Stam!
Thought I heard a rocket. Hi.
Yeah, this bridge looks wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been through a few stages of grief building it, but it's fine. It's fine.
Right, yeah. There was an option to build an angled, like, rampy type bridge over at my place, and I was like, nah, not doing it. You're a braver man than I am.
It's looking good.
It looks amazing. So, I noticed you built a lovely new shop, lovely new custom tree shop. Oh, put me down. And, weirdo. And I just wanted to double check, like, the prices is a case of you buy the schematic and then, like, you can just make your own after that, right?
No.
No?
No.
What, so that's like per tree?
Yeah, are they too expensive?
Well, for example, I just flew down your rail trying to find you.
Yeah.
And I went past a collection of trees. Must have been about, 10 trees, something like that. If I wanted to do that, it's going to cost me hundreds of diamonds, Stam.
Yes, but that's why you bulk order, Beardy.
Right. And
Did you not read the signs?
I did, but I obviously instantly forgot that bit. Because I just assumed, 24 diamonds for a tree schematic. If I wanted, like, one of every tree you've got, it's going to cost me like $1,000. So I was like, nah, it must be per schematic. But that's per tree.
Yeah, it was meant to be like if you want one tree, it's going to be a little expensive because they take some time to make,
But you're not making them.
Talk to me. I am making them. Well, I've designed them. It's time and effort into that, Beardy.
Fair. Designers do need to be paid for their work. I agree with that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So what are the bulk order prices like? Because I'm gonna want like hundreds of trees.
Oh, where are you putting these trees?
I've got a very long rail line that's very long and boring. So there's gonna be
that
a bunch
ugly,
of trees
that ugly
there.
piece of track would need some trees. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there's going to be like loads of trees down there. There's like my entire base area is going to need trees. I want to put like a little forest around the back of a bit.
Okay. Well, do you want to head back to spawn and look at some of the trees we have?
I've already looked. I looked through your books.
Okay.
And it's all been wonderful. Like, there's lots of trees. I'm just going to want like a variety of different trees. I wonder if we can come up with some kind of, I don't know, subscription service or something. I don't know. I don't know how to do this, Stan, because I'm happy to spend lots on trees, but at current prices,
it's unreasonable. Okay.
I say, well, it would be 10 months of electricity to everyone on the server to be able to buy like 10 large trees. So,
okay, maybe. Why is it so cheap for power then? Wow. I feel like you got to get into some other businesses.
Yeah, it's gradually rising, which they may or may not be aware of, but that's a story for another day.
I'm also subscribed to your power, right?
What?
I'm subscribed to your power as well, right?
So, about this subscription, I'd love some trees. I don't mind, paying a reasonable amount of money for them, but I need so many trees, it would break me.
Okay, then maybe a subscription service isn't a bad idea. I just need to think a little bit about the pricing of that and how often you need to pay for it and stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, I'm going to finish my bridge and give it some thought.
Cool. Well, it's a lovely bridge. I can't wait to actually see the finished product.
Yeah, a lovely train line's going to run over it.
Oh, I do love
Actually made a
line.
proper sized bridge for the trains this time.
Oh, did you make a proper sized train for the train track?
No, what do you mean? Get out of here.
Well, the thing is, I can never come down here, and neither can Chosen, because our trains don't fit through your tiny tunnel.
Right, make my tunnel bigger then.
Look at that thing, though. Beautiful. Right, anyway, I'm getting distracted again. I've got stuff to do. Such as probably wrap up this episode. Do you want to wrap up this episode for me, Stan?
Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe, like, and see you next episode of Just Create. Toodles.
Last time on Just Create, we built this rail yard and complained to Stam about the price of trees. We also released these awesome posters for you to own, link in the description. But today we start our work on automated delivery. Now ultimately the plan is to auto restock our shops in the shopping district, but first I need to ship items from my factory over there into my storage system over here. And to do that, we're going to need a whole lot of rail, maybe a truck or two, probably some weird robots. I don't know. We'll see where the day takes us. Either way, we're going to need that rail, so let's maybe utilize the space we've got at the top here and build ourselves a quick little machine. The first step is going to be power. We're going to need to get power up here, and we're probably also going to want a chain drive link that goes up to the top here as well. So maybe we should get that in and then just pull the power in through the floor. I think that makes sense. To make my life a little bit easier, we're going to put on our jetpack. So I guess we want to link from this chain here to somewhere up there. Yep, that looks pretty good. Then from there, it would be quite handy to get packages onto the next floor. How can we do that? Ow! Okay, I need to spawn proof up here a bit better. We need more lights. Just spread these out a little bit better. That should do it. Now, where were we? Can I put a chain drive there or a chain conveyor? That's the one. I always call these the wrong thing. And then if we would put more girders in, say, across here. Oh, is that a bit low? Yeah, that feels a bit low. Let's go higher. And if we connect the chain drive from there up to here in the middle somewhere, then we've got power up here, and we've also got a way to get things up here from storage. Although we are going to need to put in some safety rails. That is a hazard. That was intentional, and I think that looks okay from down here as well. Just a nice little route up, and that means we can also expand off from this if we ever need to do frog ports on these other ones. This is good. Now to make track, I believe it's quite a simple recipe. Yeah, we just need iron nuggets, a couple of deployers, and a press, and of course, some stone slabs. So a couple of deployers. We're going to need a saw to make the stone slabs. We're going to need a press, a bunch of shafts and gearboxes and belts and things like that. Maybe some gauges. Then we'll take some barrels, some funnels, and I think that should just about do it. Now, I think for this first machine, we're just going to grab the power from here, send it up the wall, and just transfer it across over to here. That should do the job nicely. While I'm here, I'm just going to block off this area to make it safe, and we're going to build our machine here. So first, we're going to need a belt, go in there, and then another belt here. We need a saw in there, but I don't think that's going to be going the right way. Let's see what happens. Nope, that is not going the right way. Don't worry, I have a plan. So if we stick a vertical gearbox in here and a couple of chain drives in this bit, but preferably the other way around, like that. Nope, that's not going to work. Let me figure this out. I'll bring you back in once I have. Wait a minute. I'm an idiot. The solution's really simple. I just need 3 cogwheels. Silly beardy. Then if I put that in there, not like that, but like that, now it should be going the right way. Yep, there we go. It's just launched it all the way over here. Perfect. Let's just tidy that up a little bit. Put a barrel there, funnel there. And then we need 2 deployers and a press. All right, now we just need some barrels here with some chutes, which I didn't bring with me. Then we'll put chutes under there. In fact, we might be better off using a vault here, because that way we only need 1 frog port. So if we just put a package there, link a frog port to that. Now, if I'm correct, if we put a factory gauge there, name this frog port Mr. B Rail Iron, and I think what I can do is set that to iron, say that it always wants, say, 10 stacks. Set the target address to Mr. B Rail Iron. That should start sending iron nuggets up here. Hopefully. Oh no, wait a minute. At the moment, what that's going to do is send iron nuggets over here. Yeah. So we need to put some kind of a filter on here. Or maybe we just need to get rid of the weighted ejectors for now. Because then I can just link a frog up to here. Then swap this one out for a frog. We'll call him Little Hank. We'll put Little Hank in there. So now, hopefully, when we order something, it will go into the frog port and then come to Little Hank. All right, cool. So if we put these iron nuggets back in, they should get sent up there. And yep, there we go. First package is off. These guys now have iron nuggets. If we put another packager there, and then what we need to do is put another packager there with another froggo. Don't have any more. And now I have lots. But what I can then do is hook this one up. Call this one Mr. B Rail Stone. Set up another stock link. Stone. Just set that to a couple of stacks. And set the target address. Then we should start getting rail. Yep, here it comes. Although I've made a mistake. I didn't set a filter on the saw, so we're getting all sorts coming through. Let's quickly fix that. Right, now we can get rid of all this weird rubbish. We didn't need that. And we're making rail. Excellent. I think what I want to do, though, is put a threshold switch switch on here just so the whole machine will turn off as and when the barrel is full. And what that's going to do is just always keep one full barrel of rail up there, and that should be fine. So we'll put the threshold switch on top with a redstone link there. Then we'll put a clutch in here. I'm just going to set this up so that in future we can carry on the power across without interfering with this machine. I think what I'm also going to do is put a packager here with another frog, that is send only, and just connect that up to the system as well. That way we can request rail from up here and it will bring it downstairs. Not a bad little machine. I just need to actually fill the system with more iron nuggets, which I'll do manually for now, but we are going to be importing them from the other factory soon, which would be nice. So let's just grab all the iron we've got, turn all of that into nuggets and chuck it in the system. Then that should make all of our rail for us. Yep, there we go. Look at it go. Excellent. We'll have loads of rail in no time. And now that's done, we can start planning the next step. Oh, and I also built a forklift between episodes and did a little bit of detailing around here just to fit it all in a bit nicer. Doesn't that look lovely? Anyway, enough distractions. Onto the plan. So I want to have a rail line basically that goes under all these roads. I would love to be able to use steam and rails, but sadly that's not actually available for 1.21 yet, and it's probably going to be a while before it is. But I still need a delivery system, so what we're going to do is dig. Basically, we're going to do lots of digging initially, because what I need to do is I need to hollow out blocks underneath this road, because I need to make space to actually build the rail line down there, and then we're going to stick the cars on little sticks and have them drive around. Basically what we did in Perfect World Season 1, and what Stan was doing the other day over in the shopping district. Not an ideal solution, but it's all we've got at the moment. Digging out under all these roads would take absolutely forever. But don't worry, I've got a plan. I just need lots and lots of rail. So while we wait for this, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea, I think. Standard. Well, we have a whole barrel full of track. That should be enough to get us started. Now to work out what we're going to do here. And I think I've got a plan that should hopefully work. First up, I just need to lay track along the entire road route here. Rail has now been spammed everywhere on the surface here, and let's see if our plan's gonna work. So I need to grab a few bits from storage. So the plan here is fairly simple. I'm gonna build it over here because I'm fairly sure directly below here is fairly empty, although a completely empty place would be better. Maybe let's do it over here. So we'll stick down a station, make a train, and stick down a bogie. The controls for this are going to be nice and simple. We don't need to worry about making this train look good. It's only a temporary thing. And we're going to bring some blocks out sideways, and then we're going to go underground and switch to our jetpack for safety. So I haven't lit up down here. Now the plan here is just to have a whole bunch of drills. Then if we glue all of that together, glue it to these blocks here, and then glue this to the train, that should carve out a massive hole for us underneath all of this. But let's see. So we need to assemble the train, not stick it to the train station. We're going to sit in here. We're going to go all the way to the back, make sure that we've picked everything up, and it looks like we have. And then we're going to run this around, and it should drill out all of the underneath, which it looks like it's doing because we're stuttering a lot here and there. Although thinking about it, I should probably stick a whole bunch of shulkers to this, otherwise we're going to be dropping stuff all over the place. Well, it might look horrific, but at least we'll be able to collect things now. Let's get digging. Well, that seems to have worked nicely. We've now got tunnels underneath all of our roads, and this should make laying the rail a lot easier. That bit doesn't need to be there. Well, that's a very good message from Throwlash. Builder's tea coming soon to the shopping district. We all know how I feel about tea. But let's not go getting distracted just yet. We need to figure out how we're going to move stuff around. And I think initially I'm just going to build a truck that's going to pick things up from over here and take them to the warehouse over there. And we'll be able to lay rails all over the place around the tunnels to get that dug. Although, while doing that, on the surface, I did notice a few potential problem areas, such as here, getting the cars to turn around such a sharp corner there could be quite difficult. So we might have to make this a one-way bit to give them a wider turning circle. And this turning here is basically impossible. So we might actually just have to extend that road out and then loop it round. But we'll worry about that later. For now, let's get a truck built. Oh. Actually, this is going to be a problem as well. If this is going to be a bridge, we want this bit here to be as shallow as possible. And that means if I was to lay the rail on the base of the tunnel here, then, well, the bridge is going to be touching the water. So I guess that means when I do lay the rail under here, I probably want to be raising it up like 4 blocks or so, just so there's a 2-block gap. And then that's going to make the bridge work a bit better, I think. But we'll worry about that later. Let's make the delivery vehicle first, and then we'll figure out how to get it moving. Now, let's start just by getting some wheels down. And we are going to go with coal coal this time instead of those grindstones because I think it's just going to look a lot better on a big vehicle. Next up, we'll get a little base to build on. In fact, I'm going to swap out a bunch of these for slabs instead of panels, something like that. We're going to make this a nice green van, I think. Can we maybe do something like that and then get some glass and do that? Get our train controls and a seat. Blast furnace at the front with some placards and shroom lights. We should give this thing a number plate as well. There we go, beard 1. Do want to cover up the top of this though. Then we need a roof on this as well. Let's jam in an exhaust pipe there. Get some bars around the sides and on the back as well. And what I want to do in the back here is actually use depots instead of barrels or any other form of storage, because this way when it actually picks up packages, we should see all the packages just sitting on the back of the truck, and I think that's going to look pretty cool. And I think we're going to stick an additional seat there. You'll see why in just a moment. I do need to get myself some more train controls, and for that I need precision mechanisms, which means I need to go back to Chosen Small, which is something I do quite regularly these days. And there we go, that's our train controls in, and as you can see, we now can't get out of here, so that's what that extra seat is for. It just enables us to jump out the back when we need to. But I think with that, our delivery truck is now done. I've also used a couple of copycat slopes, don't tell anyone. But what we need to do now is get that glued together, and then we need to glue it to a train, which we're going to build down below. Now, we've established we need to raise this rail up, so we've only got 2 blocks gap. Oh, it's an army of spiders! Get out of it! Oh, and the babies. Okay, fine, I'll get some more lighting down here. So we'll put a train casing here, or not. It would help if we were actually under the van. So we want it more like here. If we just remove that block there, stick a little bit of glass in and put a bogey there, and we just need to glue the bogey to the center of the truck. And that should now be a drivable train. Yep, there we go. So let's see if we actually stuck it all together properly. Yep, looks like it. Excellent. We now have a delivery vehicle. What we don't have is a way for it to get all the way over there, which means I now need to do lots and lots of track laying. It's going to be very tedious, quite boring, and probably involve lots of trial and error. So what I'll do is I'll just get this done, and I'll bring you back in and show you what we've got at a time when hopefully we'll be able to take this delivery truck all the way over to the other factory. And back again, of course. Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is the rail is now in. The bad news is without steam and rails, it was very hard to get around some of those tight corners. So I've had to change up how everything looks around here a little bit. And look, we can see our van going around as well. He's just on a train schedule going between the 2 points at the moment, which won't actually be what he's doing at the end, hopefully. But it has allowed me just to check that he can make it around the corners, and it looks good. We just see him reversing in over at the warehouse there now. He'll sit there for a bit, and then he'll drive off again and go this way. So I had to get rid of the corner and the slope that was here, because then the corner at the bottom, it just wouldn't basically turn the track tightly enough. And that whole slopey, swoopy bit we had over here, well, that was just asking for trouble, really. The truck definitely wasn't going to get round that. And the truck also isn't going to get round this bit here, but we'll sort that out later. We don't need him to at the moment. If we go underneath, you can see we've got both rails going. In fact, this one's just coming along now, so that's our truck, what it looks like from underneath. I've designed it so that it can pull into the car park over here, reverse into position. That's where it's going to pick stuff up, and then it will drive off again. But now we need to work out how it's actually going to pick stuff up, and that means we're going to need post boxes and gauges and things like that, and we'll just see what works, really. I've not played around with this stuff yet, so this is going to be a bit experimental. I should also point out we've got lots of signals down here. We've got the signals ready for the rail crossing as well, which we'll tackle in a future episode. And to get the train to actually reverse into position, what we needed to do was have controls facing in both directions. Then we have a station here the truck visits briefly, and then it will go to the actual station it wants to. That way it will pull up here, then reverse in, and so on. Does that make sense? I always get questions about that. But anyway, post boxes. Let's see how these work. Now, if I remember correctly, what we need to do... Truck. Let's go down this one. So I think what we need to do is right-click that, which is our train station. And then if we just stick that post box there for now, we'll call that Mr. B Warehouse 1. Then we'll put another one on this station. I'll just chuck it there for now. And I've called this factory Pipes. So yeah, we're going to go with Pipes. In fact, what we're going to do is just put a barrel in there, stick a frog there. So what we're going to have here is wildcard and then Mr. B's storage. And that just means if anything finishes its address with Mr. B's storage, this frog will pick it up. Then we'll reconnect the post box. Pick that there. So that side of the system should technically work. So as a little test, if we were just to send something to Mr. B's storage, will that get picked up by this guy? It doesn't appear so. So I think I may have got it working. That chicken is just getting all the roadkill. So I'm just going to test it first. What we're going to do is we're going to order a package. We're going to order it to F1W1BS1, which I know sounds like a postcode, but I'll explain all in a moment. But that should have, there we go, a package that's then gone into there. That then appears on the vehicle. This is good. We timed that well. Now, hopefully, this should get taken all the way over to the warehouse, offloaded, and then sent to my storage. Hopefully, if I've done this correctly. I do love how you can see the packages on the van here, though. That's awesome. So now, as we pull in here, they should offload into that. Oh, yep, they do. And the frog has sent them off. This is good. The fact that they're spinning on the spot is not good, but I think that's just because I need to slightly change this guy. If I was to put a star there. Yeah, there we go. Now they're coming. Excellent. And now that stuff's going to go into storage. And you may notice this looks a bit weird at the back here, but I'll explain that in a moment. So the good news is it appears to work. Now to explain it. So this frog here, we've got BS1, which is Beardy Storage 1. And that little star there means it's a wild card. So there can be any amount of stuff in front of that. As long as it ends in BS1, it'll always go here, or at least this frog will always pick it up. Then this post box over here has got a similar thing, but it's also got W1 to show its warehouse slot 1. So basically anything that has W1 and then BS1 will get sent over to this post box. And once again, it can have anything in front of it. We've then got this post box, which is F1 with a wild card. So anything that starts with F1 for factory 1, of course. And because we're only sending things out from this post box, we didn't actually need anything on this one here at all. And this frog here, we've just got F1 for factory 1 with a wild card. So anything that begins with F1 will get picked up by this frog, essentially telling it to go into this post box. And this post box will only ever be able to send things out. It won't be able to receive things in just because of the way we've got this set up. So I guess what we could probably do instead is actually get rid of all this and maybe just go straight into the post box. So if we just do it like that, that should actually work without all the clutter. Let's give it a go. Let's send that. Just get a bunch of packages going. Oh, it looks like the frog's picking them up. That's good. He's got 5 packages in there, all with the correct address. Let's do a few more just so we can really fill up that van. So now what I'm going to do is actually change this guy's schedule. Let's grab his schedule that he's got there. And what we're going to do is have him in the pipes reverse stop, which is actually where he is now. And then basically he should stay there unless he needs to retrieve a package. And we'll ask him to retrieve any packages that have got this address. He'll then go to the warehouse bay 1 reverse, and then he'll deliver the package to the one that has the correct post box. And hopefully the wild cards are going to work for that. And then it should just return over here to this car park. But let's see what happens. Oh, well, we're reversing. Look at that, loads of packages. Hopefully this is going to work, because that way the van's not always going to be driving around, and it'll only drive around when there's actually a delivery to do. At least that's my hope. And will it find the station over on this side? No. Maybe that's because I think this needs to be bay 2, actually. Right, let's try that. Yeah, excellent. That's worked. That's dropped off all those packages. Now, hopefully, this guy should just go back to the factory, park up, and not do anything. Unless there's actually still packages in the post box, which there might well be, to be honest. Creeper! Oh. Sorry, spiders. So let's just remove that last package from there, and hopefully this guy will just sit there and do absolutely nothing until there's a package in the post box. No! What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you doing, sir? It's almost like it just kind of skipped the part of the schedule where it said to retrieve a package. Let's see. And now it's got nowhere to go. Of course. Good job. So how can we fix that in the schedule? So maybe what we could do is use the station powered thing. I think that could potentially work. Let's just send him over there for now and get a couple of bits and bobs. So he should just be parked over there now. Excellent. And what I'm thinking is if we put a threshold switch under here. As soon as it's got an item in there, I want it to activate a redstone signal. Give that a unique signal there. So now as soon as there's something in there, That's going to send the signal, and that's going to power a station over there, is the hope. So let's go down to the stations. If we do that and make that a receiver, I think that should do it. So if we now go to send something to storage, that goes in there, activates that, and that turns on the truck. Yes, it works. And this time he should just go over there, deliver the package, and then go back. Come on, please work. Yep, that's been delivered. Now it appears he's driving back. This is good. And now we should just sit here and wait and basically do no. What are you doing? There's nothing in there. Oh, there is something in there. I stand corrected. Well, I guess we're doing a second lap. Now this time he should just sit there and do nothing. Hopefully. Don't move. Excellent. Cool. This appears to have worked. Step 1 complete. We've worked out how to get packages from here over to there with a specific address. Now what I want to do is automate that process to essentially ensure I've always got a certain amount of stuff over here in my storage. And that brings me to what you caught a glimpse of earlier, which is all of these brass funnels facing outwards on these vaults. And that's because I have emptied these bottom 5 vaults. What I want to do is add filters to these vaults so they only collect a certain item, and then we're going to monitor the stock levels of that item. Which means I need some gauges and some packages. We're going to tune the gauges to this network. Then we're going to fly all the way over here again. Oh, in fact, I'm going to grab some filters as well. So what we're going to do is create a filter for ingots. We're also going to add nuggets to that list. We're going to add that to an allow list. We're going to put that filter on this guy. We're going to turn him around so he'll actually collect items. And then I'm going to stick a packager on here with a gauge. Set that to brass. Say we always want 30 stacks of brass over here. We just need to put in an address. And I'm hoping that if we put in this address here, that is going to start sending brass over to this vault. Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's see if our truck's on the move. Oh, I need to sleep. Oh, it looks like it. It looks like our... Oh, my days, it's actually working. Oh, that's amazing. So we should see that brass come along on these chains. Here we go. Here it comes. Then that should fill up this vault here. Oh, look at it go. We can see the stacks going up. And there we go. It's got 30 stacks, so it's going to stop requesting it. This is so powerful. I love it. What I want to do, though, is set up these gauges for a whole bunch of different things. The thing is, because these gauges do have to be attached to packages, it means we're going to have loads of packages going around, but that's fine. So I think that's all the shinies that we want to be storing over here, which means that truck's probably going to be busy for a little while, and it's already started arriving. Look at that. This thing is quick. Well, as a proof of concept, we know the system works. Now we just need to make the drop-off and pick-up areas actually look nice. And the main thing I don't like is this. I mean, what is this? This is just bad. I mean, the fact the frog can even reach that far is just creepy. Like, what is going on? How high did Stam set these? But anyway, I don't want to use a frog. I don't want to be sending things up onto the line from here. I think it might be time to bring back the bots. You know the ones. These ones. This little guy right here. And yes, I did fly all the way over here just to do that. Let's head back. So I think using those delivery bots would be cool, but this time I think we're going to do Delivery Bot Mark II. And for the Delivery Bot Mark II, I want to, if possible, use rail. But once again, because we don't have steam and rails, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the corners tight enough to actually make this work. So I'm going to have a little play on the surface here first, see if I can actually make a route that the bots can use. And if we can, then we'll put that underground. So a tricky bit is going to be this slope here. They're going to need to come down, then they're going to need to turn. Can they turn? They can. So how about I have him come over to, like, here somewhere. We'll move the post box. But then the bot's going to need to reverse. Then it's going to need to go back off this way again. So I guess that kind of works. And I suppose if we did it like that, we could even have it so the bot just sort of sits here when there's nothing to do. But then what we're going to need to do is get the bots to a drop-off point somewhere. So what if we had that drop-off point here around this desk somewhere, and then these frogs can pick it up and send it to storage? That could work. And then we're going to need to loop the bot round again. This is where we might run into some problems. Yeah, so how about if we move it over this way a little bit first? Then swing out and round. Yeah, that fits much better. And back round this way again, and then connect up to here. Okay, so it looks very messy, but obviously this is all going to be underground. But in theory, that should work for a bot. I'll tell you what would be even better is if we could actually have multiple bots. I reckon we can squeeze in 3 as long as we put some signals in. Although if we've got multiple bots, ideally we're going to want multiple tracks as well. So let's see. Could I maybe move this line over a little little bit, like that. Then move this one over this way a little bit, and then connect it up to there. And then if we're clever with signals, we should be able to get at least 2 or 3 bots running at the same time. Now what I need to do is move this underground, which is going to be fun because there's nothing under here to put it on. I'll best grab some blocks and some torches and build a platform then, I guess. A short while later, and I've moved all the rail down the bottom here. We've got stations for each of the bots. We're just going to have 2, I think. We've got 2-way signals here, so that this bit here has only ever got 1 bot inside it. This is the bot pickup station, and then they should be able to loop round. Then they'll split off and go this way. I've broken it up into a bunch of different sections just to keep the bots moving round, and this is the station for the drop-off. And it just loops round, goes all the way back, and then they can park up again. Or collect more packages if they need to, of course. But we do want the bots to be parked when they're not being used, and that means we need to do the same trick we did on the other side with the threshold switch. And we need to actually design and build some bots as well. I believe I have what I need for the bots, so let's just get it built. And is that in the right place? Yeah, it looks about right. In fact, I think it might need to be 1 further back. Let's actually put the train bogey in. That'll probably help, won't it? So if we create new train here, put glass there with a wheel on top, and we're going to have a blast furnace for his body this time instead of a barrel. We'll have a smart observer on top again with a redstone link. But to hold the packages, we're going to put a little depot in front of him, and then we're just going to give him some tiny little arms. Just like that. Oh, I love it. Now, we're also going to need train controls. We're going to need a seat. And we're going to need super glue. So first up, let's glue the top half of this. Easy as that. Now, let's put a seat on this thing. We'll just hide the seat down here. Now, hopefully, if we form that, call him WHBot1. Now, we should be able to drive him around. Now, I have no idea how this looks. He's going to be absolutely whizzing around right now. Let's slow him right down. And I need to dig a bit of this out because that swiped me right off the chair there. And this bit here would also suffocate any drivers that we had, so let's just get rid of all of this. Make sure that our drivers are actually going to survive. So I think that should work. We can get around the entire thing without suffocating, which is good. Now I just need a driver for this thing and some kind of a schedule. And luckily, we've got no shortage of drivers. I've been pacifying lots of villagers. So let's just take one of these and make him a bot driver. And now I just need to work out the schedule. So first up, we'll tell him to retrieve package. So anything that's going to BS1. And then we'll need him to reverse back into his dock. Then we need him to deliver package. And then we need to get him back into position here, ideally without going over there. So I wonder, can we maybe add a bit more rail down below and another station? What's the best way to do this? Because ideally, if he's delivered a package but there's more to go, we kind of want him going back to retrieve another package. But then if there's nothing to retrieve, we want him to go back into his bay. I wonder. I think we might need to mess around with the rail down below a little bit. Maybe what we could do is send them out the front here, because then they're just going to go outside the garage door. We'll call that WH-bot reverse. So now if we go to there, then go to bot 1, and this one is the one we want to set to station powered. So that should work for him now. And he should now just wait here until he gets a redstone signal. So let's go work that out. We're also going to need another post box, probably more frog ports. So we need to link a post box to this station. Put that here. Then we'll have a frog here just to send all that on. Set him to send only. And this one, we don't need the frog anymore. And I do want to redo this. So let's link it to there. But now we're just going to stick the post box there. We're going to put some decoration around this to make it look good. Probably just a big pile of goods or something. I don't know. But then I need a threshold switch underneath with a redstone link, and we'll stick a redstone link on this station, set to receive the same signal, and that should just about do it. Let's just patch up these holes and do a little test run, I guess. And the best way to do a test run, because all of this is now full up, is probably actually to grab some brass, turn it into nuggets, because I've realized we don't actually produce those over there. But if we were to turn some into nuggets over at the other factory, then it should start a collection routine. So the truck is coming to collect the items. The packages are going on. Let's hitch a lift. And the hope is when these get to the other side, that'll activate the robot, and then he'll come and collect the packages, drop them off at storage, and so on. Although thinking about it, the robot's going to be very, very fast at the moment. I need to slow him down. Quick, 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 quick. Right, I've managed to slow him down in time. Packaging cargo has no post box that matches its address. Oh, really now? F1, W1, BS1. W1, BS1. Is that maybe just not hooked up to that properly? Let's reset it. Link that to there. W1, BS1. Is that going to work now? Ah, I've connected it to the wrong station. I I see the problem. So let's grab that, connect it to this station, one that the van can actually get to. Send that to wildcard W1 wildcard, and now, there we go. And we should get to see our bot in action. But there's now stuff in there. That should trigger the bot. Why are you no triggering? That's definitely got a redstone signal. Schedule resumed. Aha. He must have been paused. And let's watch our bot in action. No. What are you doing going out there? I don't think you understand your train schedule, sir. Let me take a look. I see. He's on a different line to that post box, so he can't see it. So that means what I'm going to need to do is actually have a different post box set up to this station. In fact, let's redo this one. And what we're going to do is transfer items from this post box into this one. Now, if we give him his schedule back, hopefully he'll do the right thing now. Nope. Still not doing the right thing. I think I forgot to link this post box. There we go. He should pick up a package. Yep, look at that. That's amazing. And he'll go back that way. Then he should go drop that off. Yeah, off he goes. I think I need to slow him down a bit more. He's very quick. Then that should get dropped off in that post box, which then goes over there, which goes into storage. And then he drives off. Oh, this is amazing. Just got to slow him down a bit. He's going a little bit fast right now. Then he should go up there and then reverse back down to here. Let's see if I can quickly grab him and slow him down. There we go. He should be going a much better speed now. Yeah, that feels good. Look at him go. Amazing. So it was a lot of work, but it's much more interesting than frogs. But I think I want to get a second one in just so we can offload stuff nice and quickly. And I want to make this area over here actually look good. Because currently it does not. And it's a bit dark as well. But now he's done, he should go outside. Yep. And then reverse back into his bay over here. Now he'll just wait for more stuff to arrive. Oh, or not. Why is he doing that twice? Why have you still got a signal? That was weird. I broke it and replaced it, and it seems fine now. Awesome. Right, anyway, let's get a second bot and try and make this place look a little bit better. Noticed Foxy was online, so I thought I'd come say hello if I can find him.
Mr. Beardstone.
Hello, Mr. Fox.
How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Oh, I say buddy, traitor.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Is this about the court case?
Yes, of course.
Look.
You know, that one where you stabbed me in the back? Yeah, that one.
I didn't stab you in the back. I just answered honestly, Foxy. That's all I did.
Which just happened to result in me being stabbed in the back.
Well, I mean, you know, make of it what you will.
Yeah, well.
Well, the people have been a bit worried, Foxy, because in my comments, you've not been interrupting, screaming in panic.
No.
So that's got me a bit worried about your safety, really.
Well, the thing is, Mr. Beardstone, one thing more than anything else was highlighted to me from that court case, and that was apparently how stupid I am.
Oh, you're not stupid, Foxy.
Exactly, and I'm proving that.
Wait a minute. This is a power station.
Yes, many power.
I was hoping to sell you my power again.
No, I don't want your power, Mr. Beardstone. I have my own. And this even has magma wheels.
Magma wheels?
Yes. See, I've used the cheaty method of I'm only using 100 source blocks of lava. The rest of it's flowing. As a result, I can power the power station from the flowing lava.
All right. Is that why I've got no frames? One sec. Let me do a refresh.
Get out of it, no frames. I'm getting...
No, it was just that server thing where the frames randomly tank. It's fine.
Right.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm getting no less here now with all of this in place than I was a minute ago before it was in place.
Oh, it's beautiful. There's like, around 200 frames, Foxy. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Impressed. Yeah. And so what were you saying about power stations being laggy and framey?
Well, but that's at spawn. This isn't at spawn, Mr. Beardstone.
True. that is true. I have also reduced the number of pumps in the power station. I realized I was pumping in like way too much water.
Right,
So
okay.
There's actually less pumps now, and there's 3 times the amount of power.
Good. Well, that's good then. Excellent.
Yeah, it is. Question.
Yeah.
Is this what I think it is?
What?
You've moved your workshop again.
Yeah. Well, I don't need it at spawn now.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, can't argue with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Spawn will appreciate it as well. All the extra frames we'll get.
Exactly. I'm doing my bit, you see. The lag police are on duty. We are sorting things out for everybody. Even though everybody stabbed us in the back, we're still trying to do our best for the server.
I feel like you're taking it a bit personally.
Negotiating things with Nodecraft to get us a really good deal on an amazing server. You know, we're doing all the good things for the server while you lot just ruin it with all of your laggy things.
You did good. You did good. I mean, I don't have anything at Spawn that's even turned on. Like, I never built a farm there because I'm a good boy.
No, I didn't. Yeah.
But well, you say you didn't. You built like a massive processing workshop, I suppose. That's all.
It was not a farm.
True. I agree.
It doesn't actually produce. Well, it produces a couple of bits, but nothing important. Anyway, to produce anything at the minute because I've got no power, which is why I'm building a power station, Mr. B.
I guess I can't sell you power then.
No, yeah, absolutely cannot.
That's disappointing.
So Throwlash approached me earlier with a very, very nice thing because he felt guilty about, throwing me under the bus. So he gave me one of these, and I think it would be only fair if all of the server members that threw me under the bus would also give me something similar, Mr. Beardstone.
Right, let's have a quick look. I'm not really will take home assist you with the task you choose. Yeah. Oh, that was nice of him, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to take that as a yes. He's just gone. His bit's done. I can see you.
You do still owe me for that invoice.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Right. As long as we're clear. Cheers, Foxy. Pleasure as always.
Yeah.
Jeez.
See you soon, bud.
Bye. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to see payment for that. Oh well, but that's enough distractions. We've got some building to do. And a short while later, I think this is looking a whole lot better. I've just cluttered the place up a lot. I've also sorted out the bits over here, the post boxes. So now they actually come in around the back. They go into this big vault, just so if we've got loads in, this vault can actually hold them, like it is now, in fact. They feed into the post box, and then these guys over here gradually collect and take them away. They're quite slow. In fact, they're very slow, but that's fine. They're only here for restocking purposes. They're not here to keep up with any factories or anything like that. So they'll just potter around, do their own thing. And because of the signaling system here, after he's picked one up, he'll then go pick one up, then he'll go to drop it off, and then the other one goes to drop it off, and they follow each other around a little bit. But yeah, it works. It looks cool. We've also got like a little workshop area here for fixing the bots, but in general, it's just clutter all around the bottom here. But I've also added some more things to this first vault, just to make sure that we've got a stack or two of all of these items that we're also producing over in our factory. And that's what these guys are currently sorting out. And we're only 35% full on that vault, so it should be able to hold all those things no problem. So now with that done, we're another step closer to automatically restocking the shopping district. And it looks awesome too. Although I could do with sorting out the yard out the front here a little bit. And this building still needs a whole lot of work. Although I don't have time to do all of it right now, at least we've made a start out here. So you can see what we're going to be doing with the building, just having sort of broken up blocks down the bottom. We've got a couple of patches of grass and things. I've also just dumped a whole bunch of shipping containers out here. And I even rotated one slightly with a mechanical bearing, just to add some variation. But further progress over here is going to have to wait till next episode, because sadly that's all we've got time for today. But before we go, I do want to say a huge thanks to Nodecraft for really helping us out with the server this week. They basically helped us migrate the server to something a little bit more powerful, and that's definitely helping with the lag. Our TPS is back within normal range. So if you are looking for a server, I do recommend checking them out. There should be a link in the description. But I hope you've enjoyed the episode, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we rearranged some roads, built a truck, and made the Beardstone Mark II to transport items from our factory over to main storage. And I have to say, I absolutely love these little guys. They've been working hard. Today, we're going to work towards connecting everything up to the shopping district, which means we're going to need a freight train. We're probably going to need more bots, probably another truck as well, and a whole lot of trial and error, no doubt. But first, between episodes, I've been using my brain, and I think there's a much more effective way to actually import everything from the factory over there over to this warehouse. I mean, not the way it actually transports. I think that's absolutely fine, but I think there's a much better way to do this item request thing, because the way we've got it set up at the moment is how they kind of show to do it in the ponder. You attach a gauge to a packager, which is looking at an inventory, and you're monitoring that amount. But Ideally, what I want to be doing is monitoring the whole system. One, because then it means I don't need to worry about filtering things into different vaults. And two, it's going to save having this mess all over the place, which is fine for this vault. But once we get to the vaults in the middle, we've got a lot less space to work with, meaning they can't really store many different items. And that's just going to cause a whole host of other problems. So with that in mind, we're going to do a little test here. For example, we know we're making bricks over the other factory. So let's use this as a test case. And how many have we got here? 1,500. Good to know. So I've got 2 sets of factory gauges here, and what I want to do is set one lot up to this network over here. If I can take off. I blame the fact Foxy was joining for that. So we'll connect these gauges to this network and these ones to the storage network. And now I need a big wall. The one up here, maybe? This will work a treat. And let's just start right down the bottom here. So that's our storage one, and that is our factory one. So if we put bricks in both of those, we can see we've got 3,000 in the factory and 1,500 in here. If we connect that to that, 64 there, we'll bring 64 here. The address would be F1, W1, BS1. And in theory, if we now set this to say 30 stacks, oh, it's doing it. It seems to be sending them from here, look. And they should get loaded onto a truck and then sent over to storage. Looks like this is gonna work. And it also looks like I'm gonna be using this wall for importing everything. But maybe we should use a different block. I don't think I wanna be doing it on a brick wall. But the good thing is we know this is gonna work. So with that in mind, I'm just gonna quickly redo all of this and basically set it up to import every single item we have over the factory over to here, just so we've always got a stock handy, and then we've also got the stock ready to send to the shopping district. First up though, what do we want to make that wall out of? I mean, we do have a whole lot of wax oxidized cut copper and it's already divided into squares. Maybe we should try this. Right, that should do for now. So we're going to start just by adding lots of gauges. So the ones on the right is storage and the ones on the left is our factory. And to ensure we're bringing over some of everything we make, I'm just going to go through the list here. My wall of gauges is now up. That's step 1. Step 2 is a chunk loading problem. So basically, unless I'm actually over here, these bots are not going to go collect the items. I mean, stuff will still get dropped off because things can get dropped off in post boxes that are in unloaded chunks. But as soon as that post box is full, the whole system's going to grind to a halt. So what we're going to try and do is something clever with chunk loaders. So this station here is the one that the car drops things off at. So if we stick a chunk loader on that, and when a train pulls in, that should turn the chunk loader on. Yep, there you go, just like that. The question is, how many chunks does that load when it's attached to a station? So brass chunk loaders can attach to train stations. Place them in the correct direction. Yes, yes, yes. They do not require rotational power, but are normally inactive. How much does it load though? That's what I want to know. 3x3 area. Okay, that's good. So it also said that these give off a comparator signal when they're loaded. So if I was to put a comparator there with a pulse extender, extending that to say 2 minutes, and then we put a redstone link here with a chunk loader and a slab. Now in theory, when a train comes in, that should power this area here and give us 2 minutes of power. Obviously, as soon as the train goes away again, the comparator signal is going to go away. This isn't going to be chunk loaded anymore, but we can then use this to trigger other chunk loaders that do keep the area loaded. So if we turn on our chunk boundaries, currently when a train pulls in, we're loading this chunk, how far this way can we go, and this chunk here. Okay, this actually could be a good place to do it. So if we were to just make a little gap here, stick a clutch in there with a chunk loader on the back, set that to load a 5x5 area as well. That's going to load our entire storage yard, hopefully. Question is, will it load? Yes. Or just about. It's going to load up to this chunk here. Okay, cool. So that should work. What I need to do now, though, is go under here, pick a redstone torch underneath the clutch, which will disable the chunk loader. Put a redstone link here, same signal, and make that a receiver. Now, hopefully, next time a train pulls in, that should activate that chunk loader. Although currently, it's run out of deliveries to do. So let's just quickly force one. And then when the truck pulls in, we'll see if it activates this chunk loader or not. But if this does work, then we'll just do the same thing with the train station as well. So that means every time a train pulls in, it will activate the same chunk loader and load at the same area. Let's just hope it works. Oh, here comes the truck. And yep, there we go. The chunk loader is now active, and that should stay active for 2 minutes, which will be plenty long enough for the bots to offload everything. You may notice occasionally it looks like they're not carrying anything now. And that's because if you look down the bottom here, you can see I've added some additional depots just so it can carry more than one box at once, and it clears things a lot quicker now. The downside is you don't always see them carrying a box. But anyway, that all seems to be working. So next thing to do, we need to figure out how we're going to get items from here over to a station and a train out here. But I guess for that, we're probably going to need a train. So yeah, let's do the train first. Much more fun. And I want to build a great big freight train, I think. So we need a nice big open flat area. And I'm thinking out the front here, when there's less mobs, will be ideal. There we go, that's better. No more mobs, just a door that looks like a creeper every now and then. So I think I'm just going to build the train right here. So let's chuck in a station, create new train, and stick down a bogey. Now trains, my trains nearly always end up looking the same. This one here has got a lot more stuff stuck to it, but it's basically still the same as what I normally do. So this time I'm going to try and do something a little bit different. It's still going to be like a steam-powered train, but it's not going to have all the funnels and stuff on it. We're just going to try and do something that's a little bit more chunky, I guess. I mean, this is going to be a freight train after all, so if we can make some kind of chunky train, I'd be happy with that. Let's start by getting some blocks in. And I do like this shoot trick for creating rounded edges. I do think that looks cool. And color-wise, I think we're going to go red. So I've got lots of stripped mangrove here. Now, similar to our other train, which is parked over there, I do want to put some kind of cattle plow thing on the front. I can never remember what they're called. I was even told after the last time we built a train, but I still can't remember. So I think what I'm going to do is just put like a little scoopy bit there and more scoopy bits there with a contraption control in the middle. I think I need to put some of these on the back here as well, just so it's actually got something to grip onto. In fact, do we want them ones at all? Maybe we just want that one. Yeah, that's not a bad shape. Now, what I want to do is get some blocks in here, maybe bring it up a level, and I'm going to jam a few water wheels in there. And then we're going to stick some stuff in front of them, and I think that will just give it a nice effect. A little bit of 3D-ness. And although I'm trying not to use them too much, I am going to make use of some copycat slopes here, just because I want quite a rounded front on this thing. So that's giving it a slightly different shape to what we normally have, although I think it is going to need some big wheels down here, maybe 3. Then we'll get some pipes and tanks and things. Although, let's swap out that for one of those. Nope, like that. Maybe we can stick a pump in there as well. And a bracket. Nice and busy looking. And what about maybe removing this top plow and adding some whistles? Have them facing inwards so you can't see their faces. That might look a little bit better. This is looking pretty cool. Although it is looking a bit short at the moment. We need to put a cab on this thing. Maybe have a big wheel at the back for this one. So if we were to have the cab about here, let's just build that up a little bit. And I should probably sleep. And then if we were to do, say, some small windows there. There's one of those old school trains where the driver's hanging out the side to see where he's going. Excellent. Oh, I fell off. More ladders. So we need train controls and a seat. Then for a roof, maybe we'll just use the cut deep slate here. And we're going to use even more copycats over here. Been using these a lot lately, but for vehicles, I don't know, they do make a big difference. So we're getting there. It doesn't look right on top here, though. What can we do about that? Let's try something a little bit different. So we're going to use copycat shafts and some blocks of copper. And maybe we could do something like that. Stick a lever there. And something we did on the other train I quite liked was using these copper back tanks. And I think we're going to do that again, just to add a bit of detail at the top here, because it does look cool with the cogs. And if we stick a lever on each side, get that all the way down. How are we looking? Okay, we're getting there. I still want to cover up this bit a bit there, though. So how about shafts? Normal shafts. Let's put those in here with a couple of brackets. Maybe we should stick a speed controller on the front here as well. Yeah, that's looking cool. Though I think maybe we should stick a couple of shafts down here as well in these gaps. Some more brackets. Yeah, that looks better. Although I feel it needs a bit more red. So how about we put a strip of red across the front here and then maybe switch it to industrial iron for that bit. Okay, that's looking better. But I think I want to just chuck a load of iron bars over the front of this bit maybe. Do we want it over the pipes? I think we do, you know. It just kind of reduces the noise a little bit. Yeah, I like that. And then as always, I've got some random bits to stick to it. And then I think we're nearly there with our engine. Bit quirky, but I like it. And it hasn't ended up looking the same as that one, which is good. Still similar, but, you know, a train's a train and all that. I do wonder if maybe the front sticks out a little bit much, though. Let me try something else here. How about maybe something like that instead? Oh, if I got rid of that. But the front needs a couple more little details, I think. Now, I'm just going to try something here, because I'm wondering if I hide a shroom light down here, and does it shine through? And it looks like it does. The area's still lit up around here, which means the contraption controls let the light light through. This is good. Because now if I put a placard with a shroom light in, the light is actually coming from that general area. That's cool. I'm also going to put a couple of gauges on here. Replace the front block with a furnace just because it looks cool. And I should probably take another nap. The nasty's back. Should I maybe put little lights in those as well? So I think we're almost there. But how about replacing that with one of those? And same there and there. Yep, gives it a nice little bit of depth. We like. I think I'm just going to add a couple of copper shafts to the back here as well. And a couple of levers, because why not? And I think with that, we are done with this engine, maybe? What do we think? I mean, I feel it definitely looks a little bit more freighty than it does passenger train, but it's still going to need a tender, and then we need lots and lots of carriages. The tender's going to be fairly straightforward though, so let's quickly get that built up. There we go. I think that works nicely as a tender. We've got a little bit of coal on the top and a ladder on the back. Now it's time to actually make some freight wagons. So for these, if we were to do something like that, make a nice big wagon to begin with, and maybe stick some shafts in across the bottom here. In fact, I've got an idea. Let's rip out the middle bit, and we're going to make some grey post boxes. I'm thinking if we jam some post boxes in, that's going to look pretty cool. It's something we saw on one of Chosen's trains. So I think as a base design for our freight carriages, this could work. And I think I want to have a bunch of different carriages with different things on them. There'll be different lengths as well, so some will be more compact than this. But I think the very first one I want is the one that's actually going to carry all of the packages, which means I probably want a whole load of depots, and I will, I don't know, stack them up, I guess? We'll see. So I wonder if I maybe put in like a row of them on each side first, then maybe put like another row up here. I'm going to need more depots, which means I'm going to need more andesite casings because I don't have any of those. So I'm just going to go buy some from Chosen's shop, I think. There we go. And then I guess we probably want to like cage these in or something. That doesn't look very good. How about we maybe did something like this? Get some girders in as well, of course. Okay, that's giving it a bit of structure. So something like that. I reckon that'll do the trick nicely. So this one will fill up with all the cardboard packages. Now we just need a bunch of train wagons that are just for show. So we'll start with the same base we had on the other carriage there. We've just made it a bit shorter this time. And I think what I'm going to do is sort of tie it down, just using some of these sort of industrial iron bits. Then maybe it needs a little bit of shaft going on. Well, I'd say that was a nice easy carriage. I might do a couple more of those. And then I might have one that's got like logs and stuff on, another one that's got pallets of the stuff that we're already creating. And we'll just have a nice long train, I think. Well, I may have got a bit carried away. We've got a giant train here. Hopefully it will still fit in the platforms okay. But what we need to do now to be able to test things like that is glue it all together. This is always the fun part. Wonder how much we'll miss this time. So let's give this a go. Would help if I assembled it first. Now let's see what we leave behind, shall we? There's always something. Oh, yeah, looks like we've left a bunch of the train behind already. Good job. So that should get all the bits we missed. Let's just move our construction train out of the way here for a second, and then do a quick lap. Look at it go. This thing's massive, and it just about fits in this station. Question is, will it fit in the station at spawn? Let's go check it out. Oh, this looks awesome. A little bit stuttery because create trains and server, but still, it looks cool. Now let's slow right down and see if we can actually fit in the yard around the back here. I'm hoping we can fit on one of these middle ones here. These appear to be the longest. Well, good news, it appears we just about fit over here. Oh, I need to fix my rails. They've all gone weird on top. But this is good. Now we know the train fits at both sides. Let's take it back and work out the actual delivery system. So we're back over at our train yard, and I'm trying to sort out the deliveries. So we need a train station over here, and I've got it set back just so that things don't actually get run over on the road. After all, we don't actually want the train engine to be blocking the road at any point. I've then got the station block hidden under the platform over here, and I've put it as far away from that thing as I possibly could, so I could then get the post box as far this way as I possibly could. Which sadly wasn't as far as I'd liked, but it's close enough. And I think for delivering things into the post box, we are going to use the bots again. And I think for working out the bots route, we're going to do pretty much what we did last time. We're going to put rail on the top section here, and then we'll move it down below afterwards. I'm just thinking if we would have a station around here somewhere, that should be close enough to a link to a post box pretty much where that one is. Means we can probably just bring the bots straight out of here. Then what I'm thinking is we could maybe send them through a doorway over here. Where does this go? Okay, so it does mean we'd need to extend the bay over here on this side, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Let's quickly do that now. There we go. That should just about do it. Then what that means is we should be able to loop this round and do something like that. So we can have the pickup area be here. Drop-off area will be around here somewhere. And then the bot will just loop round. When the bot's not in use, however, it is going to need somewhere to chill out. So maybe we could just do a little bit like this. And then we'll just park the bot over here when he's not being used. Cool, I think this is going to work. I just need to once again move this downstairs. Now I've got the rail in underneath. I'm just building up another bot here. He's going to look exactly the same as the last ones. There we go. Our little bot is going around, although I think maybe I should move the station here. He's kind of blocking the doorway a bit there. I could put it a bit further around probably. But currently he's just doing a loop on the schedule going between two stations. But eventually, of course, we will have him set up with a proper schedule so that he'll only move and collect things when there's stuff to be delivered. But that was the easy part. The next part is going to be the actual bit at the other end. And I think the first thing we're going to do for that is just take a drive over there and have a look at what we're working with. Basically, try and work out the address system. It looks like we've only actually got one train yard station here at the moment. What is that? Chunk reload and all that weird stuff's disappeared. Okay. But what was I saying? Yeah, it looks like there's only one station here at the moment, which is the one that Stam has got set up over here. And it's all very fancy, but I want to know, what has he called the station? Not the station? It is. That one's just track station. That's that. So that's obviously not the real one. There's the real one. Is it down here? Yep, that looks like it. So spawn yard P2. How's that platform 2? 1, 2. Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. That is platform 2. So that will be platform 6, that one over there. So we'll put this in here. So we'll call that spawn yard P6. So we will, of course, change where that sits when we sort out the layout out here. But for now, I just needed a station. So let's park in that station properly and have a quick nap. So what's he called his frog ports? Yard platform 20, yard platform 2i, 2o. Okay, so that's going to be input and that's going to be output. Obviously, I don't need any outputs over on my one, so I don't need to worry about that. I just need to worry about the inputs. The naming convention seems to be YP for yard platform, I guess, even though it says spawn platform on the station, but it's fine. We'll stick with Stam's naming convention. Nice to have it consistent. So what we're going to need to do is connect a post box up to this station here, and then work out how we're then going to get items from the post box into the warehouse. So there is a frog here on my vault called Beardstone. I'm going to change that to just be Mr. B, so it's a bit shorter. That means we need to get things onto this chain, which basically seems to connect to that bit up there, which goes outside, and that connects up to this big chain here. Okay, that means if we can get things into this post box here, then that will get everything where it needs to be. It just won't make sense with where my train is. But for now, that might be the thing to do, because this post box isn't being used. If I move the station over to this side, connect the post box to that, will it reach? Wider distance. It does not reach. It's too far away. In that case, we need a new plan, but it's okay. I think I've got one. We'll call that YP6I. We will end up moving all this to make it look nice, of course. I just want to check that it's going to work first. I'm going to need a frog to be able to put things on the chain up there, and then we'll need to work out the next steps. Now, while I'm over here, I'm also going to link up some gauges to my storage system, because I believe gauges have an infinite range. So in theory, they should still be able to request stuff from here as long as it's chunk loaded. But we're going to need to go experiment with all that stuff. Let's get our frog port in. Is send only. Let's fit it on the pole a bit nicer. Does the job nicely. And now in theory, we should be able to send things over to our vault, which means it will go into this vault, follow this belt, and go into this post box here. This is our one. Then what we're going to need to do is build something to actually transport things from the warehouse over to our shops. But first, I want to see if we can actually send a package all the way here, which means I'm going to need to set up a schedule for this train. And I think I want this train running all the time as opposed to just when a delivery is actually needed, just because it will look cool and I don't want it clogging up my station. So what we're going to do is travel to station and then realize that we haven't actually named our station at the other end yet, which means it's probably this one here, track pack station. Let's go sort that out. Yep, didn't name it. So we're also going to need a driver for this train. Let's see if there's anyone about. You'll do. So let's put you in the driver's seat and make you a schedule. So we'll go to Mr. B Warehouse Freight. Park there for 20 seconds. And then go to Spawn Yard P6. Wait for 20 seconds again. And that's basically it. Just going between those two stations. Off you go, sir. And I guess we can take a ride home. It looks awesome going across that bridge. Only I'd sorted out the rest of the rail by now. We're approaching the warehouse now, and it's not going to work because this train over here is technically on the same bit of rails. So let's just put in a signal, and that means this guy can go in. Excellent. And he'll sit here for 20 seconds and then do another lap. Good, good, good. So now let's come down to this guy and set his schedule properly. So we wanted to get packages that are going from Beardstone storage to the train yard to the yard at the other end, the yard platform, and then to Mr. B's storage. But to be honest, I guess we just wanted to go here and then have a star. So anything that leaves from the station that's coming from our storage, this guy will collect. Deliver package, and then go to Warehouse Bot 3, which is your own little station. It should be as easy as that. So we need to name this Postbox TY1, stars either side. Anything that's going to Train Yard 1 will go here, then it will go into this postbox, and that means it should just automatically get collected by the train that comes in. So I'm going to do a little test here. So if we want to send some andesite casings to spawn, in fact, I'm going to get a clipboard just so we can flick between addresses. So if I right click on him, that gives me an address for little Hank. Then we're going to put in our new address. So BS1, Train Yard 1, Yard Platform 6, and Mr. B. And we'll place that in front of him. And now if we would say order that stuff to there, and that should start the process. Wait a minute. We haven't actually put a barrel here yet. A postbox, I should say. Let's quickly grab one and get that set up. So we'll put that one here. And we're actually going to call this BSO. So it's Beardy Storage Outputs. Means I do need to change a couple of things, such as this guy's schedule down here and this address here. But now if we place an order, set that to BSO. Now hopefully, no, third time's the charm. Nope, still no. Why are they not making it over here? What's wrong with their address? Oh, nothing. I just haven't put a frog on yet. So we'll call this frog BSO. There we go. Oh, I am going to need to change this a little bit further. I'm actually going to put this post box down here, I think. Make sure it's got the correct name. Put a shoot there, and a shoot there with a vault, and then a frog. BSO with a star. Now, if I take this one, get snatched by the frog, that should set off my bot over here, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. That's because I put a 0, not an O. Good job, Biddy. Now, hopefully, he'll go off and do his thing. Maybe. Please. Although apparently we can't use chutes to feed things into here. Not helpful. That just means we're going to have to do something a little bit more convoluted. So we'll put the post box here instead, and we'll just do that. That should do the trick. Now, hopefully this time it'll actually work. So the address is correct. Let's send a stack of spruce logs. So yep, they've gone into there. And now our bot should start moving. No, still don't want to move, Mr. Bot. Why has that still not got anything in it? So I just can't seem to feed things into this box in particular. Is that post box bugged or something? Let's try a different one. Oh, grey post box. Link it up to here. Give it a name. Now let's see if that makes it into the post box. Nope, it's still stuck in here. Maybe it's because the post box had a name and it doesn't want to have a name. Yeah, okay, cool. So I think it's because I gave the post box a name. It was having trouble accepting packages or something. I don't really know. I'm not going to pretend to understand. But if we link that up and just put that there, that should now work. So let's try that again. I don't know what attempt this is. About 5th attempt probably. That goes in there. That should link to the post box. And now our guy over there should. Yeah, here he comes. So he should come collect the package. And then it should go into this post box here. And then it goes into this one. Excellent. And now next time the train comes along, it should pick up that package. And then we're going to jump on the train and follow it all the way to its destination, which should hopefully be that green post box we've got in the warehouse. Fairly sure our train was only here a moment ago though, so it could be a minute. Here we go. Here's our train. So when he pulls in, we should see that package appear somewhere on here. Yeah, there we go. Look, excellent. Now we're just going to hitch a lift on this train all the way back to spawn. Okay, now we're pulling into the station, so we should see our package go over there. Nope, doesn't seem to have done it. Our package is trapped on this train. And that's because it's called YP6, not YP6I. So we'll need to fix the temporary address at the other end, but for now, what I can do is just take the I off the end there, and then that should, yep, there we go, get the package. And, oh no, that's gone into the funnels. Of course it has. Clearly a poor design choice there, Beardy. So let's put that back in here again. Now, yep, that's going round. around. Come on, let's hope this works. So we want to see that package coming in here. Hello, package? Oh, yep, here he comes. He's just really slow. He'll make his way down and go into our vault. Here's this one here. Yes. And then it goes out, and it's in our lime post box. Amazing, we're almost there. Oh, easy fella. No need for the violence. Oh, that's awesome. We've now got packages arriving over here.
Ahoy.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, hello, hello.
How's it going?
Good. New train.
New train.
Yes.
I saw this the other day, actually, traveling around.
What?
Yeah.
That's literally impossible.
What, yesterday?
You saw it traveling around yesterday.
Well, it's similar looking train. Very similar looking train, in fact.
I've literally only just driven it.
But I saw a train.
It came out of that tunnel once yesterday for like 10 seconds and then looped back round when I was checking the route,
Yeah.
and that was it.
I saw that.
You saw... Okay. I got panicked then. I thought like someone else had built a similar train again, which wouldn't surprise me.
Train stuff is not what I'm here for. I'm here for more power.
Power.
I need
Yes.
more power, Beardy.
Yes.
I'm about
be
to
done.
start working on my first like big factory at my main base, and I don't have power there.
How much power are we talking?
I don't actually really know just yet, but I mean, I need a power interface at my base.
Right. Let's quickly go to the go to the power station. I just want to check how much power we've actually got. No, we're okay. We've still got over 1 million available. I can get power to you. There's two options. I don't have to install a payment meter at your base. You can just link it through the same payment meter you've already got and just carry on the power.
No, I think I need a new power meter at my main base as well.
In that case, let's change positions again. Let's go to your little village now. Over here, you've got a power meter down there. That's fine.
Yep.
But what I'll need to do is continue the power on from this point here.
Oh yeah, from the other side of the bridge.
Yes. So I'll basically this power needs to get routed through your base.
Okay.
Because where does it need to go? Oh my.
Well, it needs to follow the end of the train line. Do we want to go over there as well?
Yep. Let's change locations again, Stam.
Yep.
Funky transition.
Right, here's the end of my train tracks. But if we continue on a little bit forwards, we have the giant hole in this mountain.
Yes, the big hole.
Yes.
So
And
where do you need the power?
well, somewhere here.
Right, so you need a power meter up here on this mountain.
Yeah.
Is it gonna like? I assume you've got plans for this area. Or
I
are you
have
just leaving
plans
a
for
half-broken
it.
village.
No. The village will probably be completely gone. There's my bed. I lost that a while ago. Anyways,
Fair enough. Right, well, if you want, I can just put a power meter up here somewhere, and then obviously I'm gonna have to route the power thousands of blocks to get it here.
Yep. Do you have fun with that?
Obviously, for long-distance power like this, there is an installation fee.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But
It's
it's
a new thing you've just invented.
No, of course not. The first one is always free. Ask Foxy, and then you get charged installation for the second one.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The first one's free, but you've already had one. So,
Right.
yeah. Okay. Not a problem. I can get that. I can get that sorted out for you. I'll just.
How big of a fee is this?
Well, that's good. More power for Stam, and if it's in a separate little thing, then, well, it's like a whole new customer altogether. And we managed to get in a sneaky installation fee. That'll help us pay for his trees. But now we know we can send packages all the way over to Spawn Station. What I need to do now is build a delivery vehicle that takes them from that station to the shops. And to be honest, it's probably going to be very similar to that one over there. I think that's going to work nicely for driving around the shopping districts. I'll probably just do it in a different color. And Stam's already put in all the rails over there, so I think I need to add maybe a few signals, maybe a station or two, but the actual rail's in, which is good, because that's the really tedious part. And then the hope is we can use some gauges and set up an auto restocking system. But first things first, we need another vehicle. Let's go grab some blocks. And a short while later, we now have a brand new shiny truck. This is, of course, Beard 2. And I've just chucked a blaze burner in this one because I'm pretty sure there's not sort of signals over here that prevent trains going through each other if they're on different lines. I don't think that's all been set up yet, so I'll have a chat with Stam in a little bit and we'll work that out. But for now, what I need to do is set up a schedule so that this guy collects packages from this post box and then takes them over to our shop and then comes back here. So the first bit should be quite easy because we should just be able to retrieve packages package. And as long as we set that to pick up anything that has Mr. B somewhere in the title, then this truck should collect things just fine. What we then want him to do, however, is come over here, and I imagine this is where we're going to need to set up something a little bit new. Let's have a little look underground and see what's going on. So we have a station here. The question is, can you link multiple post boxes to one station? Let's have a little look. I don't see why not. And if we put this post box here, for example, and we'll call it BP Co, which is Beardy Power Co, although we're also going to need a wild card at the front of that. Then if we send our train to Stamo Rocket, that will actually work because that's what platform this is. In fact, we should just be able to set it to deliver package. Get him to wait for a few seconds, and then we want him to go back to warehouse slot 7. To be honest, that should be pretty much it. So if I give this schedule to him, he shouldn't go anywhere for now because there are no packages. Now, if we just go force post something from the other end, hopefully it's going to end up over here. I guess this is the big test, really. So let's send a stack of fluid tanks. We're just going to add Beardy Power Co to the end. Now we should be able to follow this package all the way to our shop. So this bot over here should be coming along around about now. Yep, here he comes. And he's going to deliver that into this post box here, and then it should go across. Excellent. Oh, and here's our freight train. And there's our package, which hopefully has the right address. Yep, that should do it. And then I'll see you over the warehouse in a minute, which should hopefully unload this package and then trigger our delivery vehicle. In the meantime, more train riding. Over here, our package should be getting unloaded. Yep, there it goes. That's going into our post box, which should trigger our vehicle. Yes, there we go. While I'm here, we're actually going to slow this vehicle down as well. He's going to be going way too fast. There you go. Carry on, sir. This should get us all the way over to our shop, and hopefully that's going to offload that package. Should go down here. Yep, we just about fit. Please offload the package. Yes, we've actually got them over here. That is amazing. And then our van's gone back off to the warehouse. This is good. And then he'll just sit there and wait for any future packages. So now we know our logistics network is up and running. I just need to do one last thing, and that is the final bit of automation. I need to put factory gauges in my shop that monitor the stock levels and then request the packages automatically when they get low. I've also got to extend the rail underneath the town to come to here so I can restock this place as well, because I'd like to automate that. No need to have a little chat with Stam about some of these lines because they are violent and aggressive, and we need lots of signals over here so that we don't go through our trains. So I'm going to go make a cup of tea, and then we're going to try and find Stam. He said he'll be on in a moment, and we'll just work out a plan for this area here because, yeah, we don't want our trucks going across when there's trains in the station. That's just not going to look good, and it's going to end in disaster. Well, we're still waiting for Stam, so I might as well set up some of these gauges and just make sure it works. Ow. And gauges should technically have an infinite range, so as long as I put a chunk loader on the station here that the freight train comes into, that'll then trigger all the other chunk loaders in this area for a couple of minutes. Then what I'm hoping is anytime an order is sent from the other end, it'll generate the package over this side. I've just got to make sure we're hooked into that network, which it appears we now are. So up here, what we're going to need is a packager with an input funnel. I need to move this over by a spot, and we'll relink that to here and name it properly again. Then we'll put that there. That should offload things nicely. Stock link, and right, factory gauges. So I think we need about 12 here. I think there's 12 items we sell in this shop. So these ones are all linked to the storage back at our main warehouse. And if we link another bunch to this one, then we can just do what we did at the other side and basically monitor the stock levels in here and then request stuff when it gets too low from our main storage. And Stam's just messaged to say he's on his way, so let's go back to the warehouse and see if we can find him.
Where are the slopes?
Yeah, look, don't judge. I couldn't help myself. Don't judge me.
You. Huh.
Look, on vehicles, look, just a couple of cheeky little slopes. It's like, Stam, it's okay. It's okay.
No.
Would you have any objection to me completely destroying all of your rail and redoing it because it's awful?
Why?
I then proceeded to explain to Stam that although his spaghetti junction did technically work, there were lots of bits of rail that weren't needed and so on, but we did decide to leave that bit alone, just because, well, as said previously, it does actually work. I did, however, convince him to let me sort out the slopey bits so that the trucks don't drive into the slopes before driving up them, which meant I could smooth everything out, and we agreed that I'd sort out the redstoney bits so that the cars would stop when there was a train in the station, but Stam was going to sort out the actual visual bits at the top, so either some kind of traffic light system or a barrier. I don't know. That's up to Stam.
You have fun with that. I'm gonna...
It's not going to be painful. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, sure. Sure. But tell yourself that, Beardy. Tell yourself that. Bye.
Bye. Got no faith in me, that man. Right, I think I'm going to jump on stream and sort this out. And we'll also program all our gauges as well, so hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll all be up and running and there won't be any accidents with cars going through trains. One stream later and we're certainly looking a whole lot better over here. We've now got lots of signals set up so that if trains are in this section here on any of these 8 tracks, then the cars will get held at either side until it is clear. And we've just done that by hooking up comparators onto these entrance signals and sending that into a redstone link. That redstone link then powers signals down here, which stop the cars from entering the area. So, no more crashes, that's good. In fact, we can see it activate now. Look, just as the train entered, that one's now turned on. That has powered the redstone over there, and it's also powering the redstone down here. You can see there just as the train goes through, and then there we go, now it's clear. So that works a treat. And as we said, in terms of making it look good, that's something Stam's going to be dealing with. Whether it's going to be traffic lights or a barrier, I don't know. Besides that, I also made a start on tidying up the road over on this bit here, just because it was floating. I've not done it as like a finalized thing because this may well change again. I mean, that is about the 4th time that area has changed. And lastly, and most importantly, we've also got all the stock here automated, so this will always restock itself now. And we've just done that in the same way we did with the gauges over at our main storage that connect to the factory. So this side here is our storage, this side here is this bolt right there. It looks like it's almost full up. There's just a couple of things still going. But if we now head back to our other storage, and if we get there before the freight train does, then we should see that package getting sent off. So it looks like the packages are over here now. So that's the sails, the frames. We obviously don't have enough valves at the moment. Yeah, look, if we look at that, we can see the light is out right in the middle there. See that one? See that one right there? Well, yeah, but once they get made, they'll then get shipped over as well. Excellent. And if you want to see the progress of that, and we did actually follow it around as well on an entire journey, then you can check out the live stream. I have uploaded that to my second channel, so you can catch up, and you can see exactly how we did the signals as well. But with that, our logistics network is now up and running. And I keep getting some weird graphical glitches. Did you see that weird little flash there? Not sure what's going on. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we built a freight train and a new truck, and finally finished our logistics system to auto-restock our shops all the way from our main storage. And today we're going to solve a problem we have by creating a brand new factory. But first, we need to go sort out some power for Stam's base. And currently we've got it going as far as here, which is Stam's village. What we need to do is take the power from here and link it all the way down the railroad here, then continue on past all the way up to the top of this village on the mountain, and this is where he wants the meter. So it's a big old journey, and it's a bit of an angled one as well, which means it's going to look a little bit weird. But it is what it is. In fact, while I'm over here, I'm going to grab some more rockets as well because we are out. Look at that. My factory's working wonderfully. Let's just grab a whole bunch of those and refill our rocket box.
Don't think he's gotten started then.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I just heard a Stam.
Is the bed's down?
Uh-oh.
That...
Uh-oh. Run away. Run away.
Where's my power?
Look, that is exactly why I'm over here.
Yeah, I mean, I figured.
I wasn't just over here to get rockets, but yeah, no, I'm here to install your power right now, Stam.
Oh, fantastic. I'm just about to get started working on the actual, like, power needing stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it would probably take me like an hour or so, but
yeah, it'd probably take me a little longer to set all of that up. So that's
oh,
good.
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 Yeah.
No one's in trouble. Excellent. I don't know how I'm going to get through your village yet.
Best of luck.
Yeah. Right, so Stam is definitely in need of his power now. The question is, do we just sort of go around the back of the village and then rejoin the train line? I do feel like that might be the best option. The main issue is that we can't really carry on down the track because we have a building in the way here. Right, I think I've got a plan. What we're gonna do is destroy a little bit of Stam's building here. And this is the back of the metering system that we've built for Stam. And that is all controlled through here. He's obviously built off the side of it as well here. But if we remove that, you can see everything stops. So he's not bypassing the power, which is good. But if we jump into free cam and go underneath, this power here is what's connected to the power poles on that side. So I'm thinking if we just carry on this line here a little bit further and then stick another one of those transformer thingies here, then we can go straight back to poles and carry on down the rail. So that is exactly what we're gonna do. So let's just bring this power up to the surface over here, rebuild Stam's wall, then we'll grab the schematic for our power thingy, which should be in here somewhere. There we go, dump that directly on top, give that thing a bit of gunpowder, and get placing. We are just going to need to put another shaft in there. But there we go. That's brought power out here for us. Now, if we were just to add a power pole, stick that, say, here. And apparently I forgot to pack more chutes. So, yeah, we're missing a few bits there, but I'll get some chutes and that'll all work fine. In fact, it's also kind of the wrong way round. So I'm just going to destroy this all together and we'll get some chutes and redo it. There we go. That's better. And we just need to build a whole lot more of these all the way down this rail. This could take a minute. Managed to get power all the way over here. We're just blasting the meter into existence down here. And then once this is done, we'll have to do a couple of setup bits because, of course, we don't want to be taking diamonds. We want that to be our new power tokens. And we're going to need to rebury a few bits as well, but then we should be good to go.
Oh, this must be perfect timing.
Oh, hello.
Hello there.
Almost.
I swear I was just over here and there was nothing here.
I know, schematic cannons are awesome. So... power is all the way to here. Your little meter is just down here in the side of the wall.
Oh, you've got the meter up as well.
I haven't quite got this up. This is what I'm just doing at the moment. So I'm just about to get this connected up, and then I've got to sort out all the wiring stuff on the inside.
Right. But it's almost done.
It's almost done, and this will be where you get your power from over here.
So any of these or this one?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Both?
All of it.
Oh, so I could use chains from here, and I can hook up this.
Or you can use shafts from there. It's, yeah, you know, I like to give options.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Did I pay you?
No.
Well, what did I owe you? 32?
Yeah. Half a stack, I think we agreed on, didn't we?
Yep, I think so.
Perfect.
Right, there you go.
Cool. So yeah, I've just got to go grab some power tokens because, of course, you do get your first stack courtesy of the power company.
Oh yeah.
But mostly because I need to grab some to actually get it set up and test it. So yeah, I'd say give me like 10 minutes and it should be all yours.
Oh, okay, great. I guess I'll start working on my my factory then, and should be able to hook it up to power once it's done.
That sounds awesome. I look for what factory are you building?
Oh, a cobblestone one.
Oh. Okay.
Just a very, very, very big cobblestone one.
3 months into the server, or 2 months, however long it is, and you're finally building a cobble generator. Love it.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
You know, taking my time.
Yeah, that's the way.
Yeah, it's the way to do it.
Cool.
Stop bullying me.
Hey, I wasn't bullying.
Right, I will have to come back to you probably in a few weeks, and probably get it moved.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But for now,
I assumed this wasn't the final build over here, so...
No, the village is not the final build.
No. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, give me
Right.
10 minutes and I'll ping you when it's ready for you to start using.
All right, thank you.
Right, bye. Right, well, that was good timing. Now we just need to get this connected. Go down here, and it is this bit here we need to connect to. And there we go. So we just need to set some timings. I think 30 minutes will do. Gotta start making some profit. Don't tell Stam. And then I need to break and replace a few bits and bobs. I need to make sure that these filters are correct. And I need to connect up these display links as well. All right, so I think we're set up. If we press that, that should get everything moving. Yep, we're spinning out here. This is being updated. We just need a little bit of dye. So red dye is how much is being used, and usually I'd put green there, but I don't have access to green dye over here, so that'll have to do. And I would let Stam know it was all done, but he's disappeared. But this is good. Now we can get on with our day, which means we need to go back to our base and prepare for a brand new factory. Redstone. That's what we're going to automate. I keep running out of redstone and having to go mining, and as much as I do love a good mining montage, I'd like to be able to just grab some redstone and go. Before we make the factory, however, we need to work out how we're actually going to make redstone. I mean, we've actually got a reasonable amount at the moment from our last mining trip, but we're definitely going to need more. To get redstone, we need two things. You'll have to imagine this water bottle is a potion, but if we have strength potion, and imagine this is cinder flour, which is crushed netherrack, then that's what's going to make our redstone. To get get crushed netherrack, we of course need normal netherrack. The question is, can we actually automate that? I don't think you can normally, but I have a feeling... Yeah, there we go. I thought Stam added a recipe. So what is it? Nether wart and any kind of stone. So normal stone will probably do. So we need normal stone and nether wart to make netherrack. And normal stone's easy enough. We'll just get that from cobble. So actually, that is fairly straightforward. We just need a nether wart farm and a cobble generator. This is where the difficulty comes, however, making the strength potion. Because to make a strength potion, you need 2 ingredients. You need an awkward potion and you need blaze powder. And there's no way for us to automate blaze powder directly. We just need to get it from blaze rods. And of course, we can only get those from blazes. So we're going to need to get ourselves a blaze spawner, which will get us blaze rods and then blaze powder. Mix that with an awkward potion, which we can get from netherrack and water, or nether wart, I should say. Then we can make our strength potion, apply that to some crushed netherrack as opposed to this one, and then that'll give us redstone. So that's what we need to build. The question is, where are we going to build it? I'm thinking it should probably be fairly close to this one over here. So I might stick a building down in this area, maybe with a nice little green area out the front. It'll be nice to actually get some trees in here now that we can use Stam's shop. And the pricing system has changed over there, which means I only need to buy each schematic once, but each schematic is now more expensive. And I think that's a good way of doing it. At the moment, he's still not providing the resources for them, but maybe he will in future at some point. Who knows? But anyway, building. Great big building here. I think I want to do a kind of brick factory. Well, I mean, it's going to be a redstone factory, but a factory that looks quite bricky. So that means I'm going to need to gather a whole lot of resources, mostly brick. We'll get a building put down over here. Well, a bad thing's happened. Editor Beardy here, and yeah, there was a slight problem. I spent 7.5 hours on this build, and for the entire time that I was building, it was all just in one session. My PC then crashed, and the replay mod file just will not open. At first, I thought it was because it was too big. I tried cutting it up, and that didn't work. It won't even do that. So, yeah, sadly, no replay. Anyway, back to current time, Beardy, who thinks there is a replay. 7.5 hours this has taken me, but look at it. It looks amazing. I really got into the groove with this one, completely zoned out, and it's taken me absolutely forever, but I'm very pleased with the results. In fact, let's just land up on top here, and we'll jump into free cam and have a look around. It's a little bit easier to see. But this is the storage yard side. This is where the vehicles will pull up and pick up the redstone. We've even got a little pile of it over here. I've actually gone with different windows. It's the non-weathered version of those ones, so not massively different, but still different. We've got some cool little details like the chutes here used as chimneys, which I actually saw in one of Eggs's builds, I think it was, possibly the laundromat, and I thought it was awesome. We've got some giant red chimneys just to add a splash of color. I mean, it is a redstone factory after all. And then we've also got some other little bits and bobs on top that serve absolutely no purpose whatsoever, but just make it look a little bit more interesting. On this side, we've got some big chunky pipes that go into the build, some nice big windows as well. We'll take a look inside in a moment. I have put in a couple of floors, but nothing too major. But I really like the look of the front of this building here. I don't really know what we're going to do with this bottom area. Maybe get in a tree or two, make a little park or something, make it nicey-nicey. And we're going to have some kind of fancy sign on the front here as well, but I haven't designed one yet, so I've just slapped a Minecraft sign there for now. And this side, we've got a fire escape, which actually goes up to a balcony on the top floor. I'm thinking about it. I should probably put indoors on the other floors as well. I think they pretty much line up. But yeah, I'm very pleased with that. And then if we go take a look on the inside, I've been planning things out in my head as I've been building. And what I'm thinking is we'll have the sort of blaze farm bit at the top there. We'll have the killing chamber down below. And then that will drop everything down to be processed at the bottom. We'll probably have all the potion making stuff down here as well. And the final result, that should be more than enough space for that production. It's pretty much just one conveyor line with a few different machines. And this side over here is going to be our nether wart farm. We want a nice big nether wart farm. We're going to want lots and lots of netherrack, and we're going to need it for awkward potions as well. Off to the side here, we've got a staircase that wraps up and round. And if we go to the very top floor, this bit up here, this is where I'm hoping we can squeeze in a cobble generator. It might be a little bit tight, so I don't know if it's going to be possible. But to be honest, if we can't fit it up there, we can always stick it down here, I guess. We can just add in another little bit of a floor. I don't know. But I think the first thing I want to build in here is going to be the blaze spawner killing mechanism type thing. Because it's only going to be active when I'm within 16 blocks of it, so it's not going to work when I'm actually away from this building. And, well, we're going to be in this building doing lots of stuff for quite a while. So I figure in the meantime, if we get that set up, at least it might generate some just to get us started. And then we can work out the rest of the process from there. But that means I've got to be a brave Beardy and go to the nether. And there's a couple of ways we can get this blaze spawner. We could just pick it up with carry on and try and run. But first, I think I'm going to try and pick it up with a cart contraption. I think we can do this on this server. The first thing I need to do is get down into the proper nether. None of this roof malarkey. Then if I look at our map, we've got a fortress over this way, which looks like it's the one that we've been to before. But to be honest, there doesn't really seem to be any others around. So let's head over there and see if there's any blaze spawners left. So there's the fortress. That blaze spawner there's been stolen. That one there's been stolen. Let's have a look around and see if there's any more. Oh, might as well take out some of these boys in the meantime. Oh, there's one. Let's just quickly put down a little thing here. Stop it. So rail, contraption, minecarts, lever. Excellent. Then hopefully we can just, yes, we can pick it up. Good, good, good. Right, now we need to find our way out again. And it's not the portal I was looking for, but it's a portal nonetheless. Let's see where this takes me. Back to Chosen's area. The important thing is we made it safely. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's cool. Look at the little observer on the top. Anyway, we've got our blaze spawner. Let's go build a blazy mob farm, I guess. Slight distraction. What's this? Like a little fishing shack. Doesn't seem to be selling fish. Oh, Dogtown. Relax and enjoy. There's another note at the bottom there as well. Something to do with lag, I think. Oh, and suddenly we're releasing toxic sludge from our factory. That's fine. That's fine. Another little building. Oh, this is so cool. Sushi. Radioactive sushi. Underwater bits and bobs. Oh, okay. Cooked salmon. So it looks like someone's been farming the ocean. Seeing lots of slopes. This has got to be Foxy. Cooked cod, cooked salmon. Oh, this is going to be awesome. Another food vendor. We'll come back and check later and see if there's any fish in stock. But yeah, my guess would be that's Foxy, judging on, well, one, the location, and two, lots of slopes. Oh, look at that view when we come through the portal. Oh, love it. Right, so let's take a look. We need to do some planning. So if we're going to have the blazes here, we can just have like a big box in the middle. We could then use conveyors to push them into the middle, drop down onto another conveyor that brings them to the front so I can stabby stab. Although if we sent it off to one side and then the killing chamber was over here, we could then have a belt that takes it all and crushes it so that it's already blaze powder before it goes downstairs. That will save us a bit of space down here and give us the resource we need. That sounds like a plan. Let's just work out space. So if we were to put the spawner there, in fact, it might need to go one higher and go there. No, actually, I think it should be okay there because what we can do is we can just put the belts in the floor and then that's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 in each direction and it's going to be able to spawn 2 above and 2 below. So yeah, that looks like we're going to be able to fit that in just nicely. And I reckon if we do it as a big glass box so we can see what's going on inside, that could look pretty cool. Let's go get some stuff and get this built up. We've got a bunch of stuff, but the first thing I need to do is get power over here. And the best connection for that is probably, for now, that one over there. So I wonder, can we put something on the corner of the building up here maybe? Let's see if that reaches. It does. We may need to move it when we put a building in here, but for now, that'll work fine. Let's make it look a little bit nicer. Then we're going to transfer that power inside just on the other side of this wall here. In fact, let's just bust in and do it right now. If we do that, connect that up, and that will give us power inside, but I'm going to go grab my jetpack. I have a feeling it's about to come in very handy. Ow. Oh, and you may notice all my levels have gone. I wasn't recording, but I did fly into a wall and die just a moment ago. Not ideal. Now, I think what I'm going to do here is just run it up to the ceiling, and I'm going to stretch it over there and get power to every floor, and then we can just adjust it as we need it from there, I reckon. That's power transferred. We've got power running through all of the floors. Let's build this thing. I think I'm actually going to move it back 3 blocks just so it's up against this wall here. And we need to cut out a massive hole at the bottom here for the belts. And what we're going to do is have one belt going this way. In fact, let's put most of them going that way. Then we'll have the belt at this side going this way. And that should feed all the blazes down this hole here. Let's just get the power in and we'll do that down here. There we go. A cheeky little chain drive does the trick. Chain conveyor even. I swear, I do know what they are. I just nearly always say the wrong thing. But with these belts all going the right way, now we just got to sort out this one here. Can I get away with just a gearbox in there? I can. Right, let's get rid of all this netherrack. And we're just going to encase all of these on the underneath, just so it looks a little bit better down here. So with all the belts in and working, we know where we're going to put the spawner. That block is there not to represent the spawner. The spawner itself will actually be here. But that's where we'll be able to put the rail and stuff. I think for blocking this in, first off, I'm going to put a little board around the bottom. And then we're pretty much just going to put it in a glass cube. So that's the blaze chamber done. Let's sort out a killing chamber. So they're going to fall down here. Let's stick them in a little tube. And there's a couple of things I want to do here. I want to have a collection system so that when I'm manually taking out the blazes, we're getting everything going off this way. But I also want to have a deployer, which is basically doing the same thing when I'm not here, but still close enough to keep this loaded, of course, which means I need to go get more stuff. So what I'm thinking is if we put in a bolt down here with a deployer facing that way, set him to do attack mode, give them a sword, then a funnel on the back of that. Then hoppers can feed directly onto belts. So if we do that, that will cover it for when it's me doing the killing. Now I need to get power down to these, but that should be fairly straightforward because we've got belts right here. If we just stick a shaft in there and then run some encased chain drives down the wall, that should power the deployer and our belts. Ah, belt's going the wrong way. Well, let's do that slightly differently then, shall we? Let's use a gearbox there. Shafts down. Chain drive in there and there. There we go. Oh. Okay, yeah, we're going to need to put a filtered funnel on there, aren't we? So he doesn't eject the sword. Thanks, Mr. Deployer. We'll put a brass funnel on the back. We'll set this to swords. Now he should keep hold of this. Good. And then what I need is a barrel there and a barrel here. And that barrel there is going to be purely for taking in experience orbs, because I think they get dropped from this guy. In fact, I think I can do that with a normal andesite funnel, and we'll work out what to do with those later. But we should end up with blaze rods in here and experience orbs in there. However, if it's me doing the attacking, we won't get experience orbs, but that's fine. No point letting them go to waste when the deployer is there. Now I just need a couple of copycat panels and we should be able to get this thing turned on. We need a panel there and a panel there. And just to ensure that they don't squeeze out the sides when they're getting beaten up, I'm also just going to put in a few more blocks there. In fact, I don't think we need another panel at the front there. That should be just about fine. Let's go turn it on and see what happens, shall we? Let's use my jetpack so I can make a quick getaway. And light levels shouldn't make any difference to blazes. I really don't think they care about lights. So if I put that in there and then grab that, smash that, grab that, then destroy that, we should start getting blazes. Oh, yep, first one's already going down. If I go down here, he won't be trying to fight gravity. And there we go, he is in there. So let's just power up the deployer. We should start getting stuff and things. Oh no, wait a sec, that does need to be a brass one. Don't want to be filtering nuggets into that one. Then the rods go into this one. Excellent. This is good. That barrel's going to fill up very quickly. So yeah, we're definitely going to need to figure out something to do with the XP. Maybe we could turn it into liquid XP and do some enchanting stuff with it. Who knows? But for now, all we need to know is that it's working. And we've got 21 rods already. Now, the next step is to get these crushed down, and that should be fairly straightforward. Just need to get myself a couple of crushing wheels to sit on there. And then, to be honest, there's probably enough space up here for us to do the whole potion brewing thing, maybe? I don't know. For now, I think I want to get some vaults just so we've got a little bit more storage for backup over here, and then we'll work out the next steps. So that setup should do nicely. We've got a nice big vault for collecting all of the experience nuggets. We've got a vault for overflow blaze rods, and we've got this one for blaze powder, which has almost got 3,000 in it already. I went AFK while I had some lunch. But that's good. That shows we're going to be getting plenty of blaze powder. So if we refer back to our chart, to make the potions, we're also going to need awkward potions, which means we need netherwort. So I think I'm going to do the netherwort farm next. Although we've only got 14 of it, so it's going to take a while to fill up the whole farm. So I've managed to get most of what I need, but I still need some harvesters. So back to Chosen's warehouse we go. Although, doesn't look like he actually sells harvesters up here. That is unexpected. Guess we'll have to make our own then. What do we need? Okay, that should be fine. I mean, I'd already have 39 on me, so it's not like I need loads more. I'll grab those fans as well. We're going to need those in a little bit. So can we make any? Oh, we can make a stack. Brilliant. Which means we can probably make even more than that. But a stack will do, Hank. A stack will do. Alrighty, let's get building. And I think I want to turn a giant chunk of this area over here into our farm for the netherwarts. So I think we're going to start by just digging out a shape. Something about that size should do the job nicely. And let's just jam in some soul sand and work out how many levels of this we're going to have. If we do something about that size, and we only actually need one block in between each layer, which is going to make it fun to plant. But I reckon we can probably get a good 5 or 6 layers in here. And then we're going to have a cart running along the back here, going backwards and forwards. And we should get absolutely loads of the stuff. Well, I think that should just about do it. We've got 6 rows there, and each row's got over 100 spots. So that should give us plenty of netherwort. Now, what we need to do is build the contraption that's going to harvest everything. So we'll get one of those in. Make sure it's set to lock rotation. Always important. Get some powered rail. Then we want a barrel for storage. Storage interface for offloading. And now we just need to place lots and lots of harvesters. So I think the easiest way to do that is going to be to put down some temporary blocks. Get inside here and place them all down. Then we can remove these. And now we just need to do that on every single layer. So I think that should just about do it. So hopefully if I do... No, I need to put a minecart in every time. So we'll put the minecart in below there. Slowly crawl our way back out again. And then flick the lever. And that is going to go backwards and forwards and harvest, hopefully, every single row. Yep, looks like it. And it makes it to the end as well. Just about. Maybe it needs one more block at the end. Let's do that. Yep, there we go. Now it's definitely going to the end. Now all we need is a whole load of nether warts. Only harvested an additional 10 so far. So yeah, it's going to take a long time to get this up to max speed. But in the meantime, we can build ourselves a little collection system. And that should just about do it. So with our blaze powder coming in, our nether wart coming in, the only other resource we still need to generate from scratch is cobble. And we're not going to need loads of it, so I think we'll just do a small cobble generator. And then we can start combining everything together and eventually get our redstone. But we're making progress. Now for the cobble generator, I think I'm going to sneak it in around the side here. So I think what we'll do is put a little hole in the floor here and we'll just build a small generator like this, I think. So if we move this down a block, stick it in there. In fact, I think I'm going to move this all over by one just so we can put in a clutch to make sure this machine turns off when it's not needed. We'll eventually put a clutch in that spot there, but I don't have one on me right now. And then that'll power the drills. So next up, we need somewhere for the lava to go. And I think if we just do that, then the lava can sit in this side here. The water can sit in the drills and the cobble will get generated in the middle. I should probably block up the front of that. So we just need a clutch. We need a threshold switch. We need some lava and we need some water and a little bit of cobble, of course, to get the thing started. So cobble in the middle, lava on this side and water on this side. We'll stick a threshold switch on the back there. Set that to 300 stacks. Give it a redstone link. We're going to stick one of those in there with another redstone link. Make sure that matches. Set to receive. Okay, so we are producing cobble nice and quickly. Now what we need to do is cook that cobble and turn it into stone. So I'm going to do that down below here. We're just going to put in a fan. In fact, I'm going to lift all this up a little bit. Then we're just going to encase this. And what we're going to do is put a stone pressure plate there. Bucket of lava behind it. Put a stone filter on that. And then chutes there. That should start making us stone. Wonderful. Although I think I am actually going to turn these into smart chutes because that way I can actually deactivate them with redstone when this gets full. So let's put a threshold switch under there. So that's going to light up with redstone when it gets to 150 stacks. Now if we remove these chutes, add smart chutes instead, put a redstone receiver on this one, and wow, it's actually already full apparently. Right, there we go. I've just made the vault slightly bigger, but we can see that's working a treat. That means we have all of our core resources. We've got the blaze powder, we've got the nether wart, and we've got the stone. So that means we can now make netherrack and crush it, and we can make awkward potions and turn them into potions of strength. So here comes the fun part. So I think we're going to start by making the netherrack first, and that means we need heated blaze burners. And that means we're going to need lava over here. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is pump in some lava. We'll just create a small tank of it there. And when it comes to the potions, we're also going to need water. So I think we're just going to pump both things in here. Now the lava should be quite simple because we've already got a lava pit over that direction. So let's just bring a pipe all the way over here. There we go. You can see the particles. Lava is flowing. That's filling up this tank for us. Nice and quickly as well. And water will be simple enough. We'll just make a little pool here and pump it straight up. But I do need to get power over this side, and currently it's all the way over there. So that's power. We just need a bit of water. And there we go. That should just about do it. So we have power in this corner, we have water, and we have lava. Something I could probably do with, though, is actually having the nether wart stored on this side of the machine, because then it's going to be much easier to access. So let's quickly make a few adjustments down here, I think. First up, let's rotate this around. Then we're going to steal all this stuff. And then if we put in just a little system like this, and we'll get some funnels in. So we'll have a funnel there and there, facing inwards. And then that's going to blow everything upwards. And then that means we've got our blaze powder, our stone, and our nether wart all together, which is good. Now I just need to re-establish the threshold switch for this one. So for netherrack, what we need to do is send the stone and the nether wart into a bowl. So we could probably do that here. Once we've got it made, however, we're then going to need to crush it, and then we need to store the crushed netherrack. I do need to make sure, however, that we're also saving some of the nether wart for awkward potions. So what I might actually do is split the nether wart into 2 lines, because we're always going to end up with a lot more cobble and therefore the ability to turn it into netherrack. So I think I'm just just going to spend a bit of time on the logistics for all this stuff because I can't work out in my head exactly how it's going to go. I need to start placing blocks and they're probably going to be wrong and then we're going to have to redo it. But yeah, I'll bring you back in once we've got a layout that's going to work for us. Well, it's fairly compact, but I think I've managed to get it to work. So when the nether wart comes out of here, it gets split in two. Half goes over here to be turned into netherrack, which then gets crushed and stored in this vault at the back here. And the other half just goes up and over and gets stored in this tiny vault here. And this is just so that we've always got some to make awkward potions with. Eventually, I imagine this belt here is actually going to back up and then all the rest is just going to get turned into netherrack, but that's fine. I've also got a very compact little mechanism here with the mechanical arm, and what he does is just keep the blaze burner fed, which then gets refilled from lava, which we're pumping up from downstairs. So that means we've now got the nether wart to make awkward potions, we've got the blaze powder to turn it into strength potions, and we've got the cinder flower, which we can then use to make redstone, and we're going to do all of that downstairs. Once we've got it all up and running, we'll make it look nice and tidy things up a bit. It's looking very messy up here now. So with that done, the next thing I need to do is make potion stuff. And I've only done this once before. It was a long time ago, so let's hope I can remember what I'm doing. Step 1 complete. We are now making awkward potions. So what we're doing is feeding in water to the basin around the back. We're bringing down the nether wart from upstairs and feeding that in the front. And we're filtering the awkward potion here into the fluid tank over there. Now we need to do pretty much the same setup again, but we're going to be using the blaze powder, which will come down from here, and the awkward potion from here. And ideally, I want to use the same arm here for feeding this. So maybe let's just stick it there. That way it should be within range. We can feed the blaze powder directly into the basin. Now I just need to get some power to the mixer and to the pump here, of course. And there we go. That has made our first potion of strength. We just need to store that in another tank, which I'm going to put right next to it, I think. Keep it nice and compact. And there we go. That is our potion of strength. So I'd say the whole potion brewing area is actually quite compact and looking a bit messy. So we'll tidy this up at the end. But lastly, I think it's finally time to make some redstone. We're going to do that nice and simply. I just need a belt. Oh, I've got some on me. And we should just be able to put a pump up there. Place that the right way. Jam a cog in there. There we go. Last thing we need is a little bit of power. Now we should be getting redstone. Look at that. Wonderful. So it's taken a couple of days. We've got a giant building. We've got a bunch of farms. And to be honest, it's a lot more compact than I was expecting with a building this size. But we've finally automated redstone. Maybe I should sell it. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. We do still need to name the freight train over there in the background. Is it even there? Nope, it's not there. But the last video with the train in has only just gone out. So I'm going to leave it a couple of days and we'll get that name next episode. And as always, I'll get this schematic up for Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch supporters as soon as possible on my Discord. So you can have a little play around with it yourself. But thanks for watching and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, I built a giant new factory to automate redstone, and I'm really pleased with how it came out. Although that fan appears to be on. That's weird. Today, however, we adjust our focus slightly as I'm fed up of going back to spawn anytime I need to process anything. Whether it's crushing, squishing, encasing, or oxidizing, I want to be able to do that over here somewhere. This means we're going to need a new building, a plan, and probably a whole lot of resources. Before we get to that, however, we need to deal with our freight train. Now, according to many of the comments, this train looks like something called a mallard, which I could have sworn was a duck, but a quick Google showed me that it is indeed also a train, and does have a similar shape to our freight train, just a different color. So with that in mind, we do have a name for this beast, and that is the mangrove merganser, which is another type of duck, and it begins with an M, so it goes with mangrove. So thank you very much to all of you who sent me down the duck route. There were a lot of you. Now, workshop, where do we want this? I mean, it probably makes sense to have it near the storage, so we could squeeze it in over the back there, maybe. Let's jump into free cam. So yeah, we could probably fit it over there, but I feel like I might want to be even closer. What about if we put it over here? We could then even connect the two buildings with like a bridge over the railway. That could be cool. But yeah, I think over here somewhere makes sense. First though, let's think about the road, because I do want this to continue all the way on, because we're probably going to end up with factories over this side as well. So maybe we should do that first. There we go. Now, this spot here looks good for a workshop. We might need to extend it out a little bit. I don't know if there's going to be quite enough space here for a nice big building. And I do have an idea of the palette I want to use for this build, although I don't really know what it's going to look like yet. But we've already got way too much brick going on around here, so we're going to do something slightly different. Let's cut to a talky voiceover resource gathering montage. Not done one of them in a while. So to start with, we're going to need a variety of deep slate, but we have plenty of that in storage, meaning we can easily get the variants we need. I also needed mud and scorcher, but luckily Chosen sells those things, so a quick trip to the shopping district solved that one. I also needed cyan terracotta, so I raided my own shop, then went to visit Eggs's laundromat, paid my diamonds, and waited for the wash. I was also going to need a variety of copper components, so I went back to storage for those, grabbed some other smaller decoration items I thought might be useful, a bunch of different windows, and then I was left with my last requirement. Lots and lots of mangrove. Before I start growing and chopping all of this myself, rumour has it the wood shop in town has opened. I also need more food. I'm down to my last cinnabuns. And I believe this is the wood shop Arborista. Quality teas, quality leaves, quality trees. So we do actually have leaves for sale. This is good. So it doesn't appear we've got all of them yet. We've definitely got some. Oh, hello. Builder's tea. We all know how I feel about tea. It's rude not to. Let's buy a bunch of them. Don't see any wood, though. Wood shop coming soon. Oh, no. There's still no wood. Looks like there's a bunch of leaves still to come as well. Okay, so Throwlash has made a start on this. But at the moment, all I can really get that's useful is tea. And I think I just bought some leaves there as well. And tea... Ooh, Builder's tea gives you haste. That's nice. Terrible for food, but I can drink it and give myself extra saturation even when I don't need it. This stuff is terrible. And I didn't get the wood I wanted. Arborista gets a 2 out of 10 for stock, but then it's not completely open yet. For looks, however, it is absolutely amazing. I love this. Throwlash has smashed it. Oh, and he's selling advertising space as well. Sadly, though, that does mean we're going to need to make our own mangrove. And for that, I'm probably going to need a whole bunch of bone meal. So let's go check out the mob farm up here, see if we can nab some bones, and then we'll do some chopping. Oh, it looks like Foxy's having fun. He's collecting seagrass. Oh, there's a shipwreck down there. That's cool. Foxy!
Mr. Beardstone.
Enjoying your swim down there, are we?
I'm having a lovely time. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm all good. There appears to be some danger zones in your port for any incoming boats. There's a couple of sunken wrecks, it would seem.
There's a couple of yeah, there's 4 of them. Yeah. Would you like to go on the sunken wreck tour?
What?
It's only a diamond. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Oh, hang on. Right, if you'd like to hop into the water.
I'd love to.
Yeah. There's one there, and there, and there, and there. There you go. I hope you enjoyed the tour.
I can only see 2. Oh no, there's a 3rd one. And there's a 4th one. Yeah, I'll send them all now. I did thoroughly enjoy that tour.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. Worth the diamond, wasn't it?
Is there no, like, you know, historical references, how they came to be, any of the history of the area? None of that on this tour, or?
No, well, you gotta. It's one of those make up your own story tours.
Right.
Yeah.
I see.
You use your imagination and just imagine how they got here.
Well, in that case, I'm stealing some seagrass. Is this going to be like your own little shopping district then? What's
I'd like it to be eventually, but at the moment it's just for show. But yes, at some point I would like to open squid farms and glow squid farms and fish farms and all that sort of stuff, and yeah,
nice.
Eventually get it going. So
you're going to be the water guy?
Yeah, why not?
Aquafox. Excellent.
Yeah, Aquafox, that's me.
Yeah, as long as you're better than the film.
Well, thanks for popping by. Thank you for giving my side of the dock the tick of approval. I don't know what Legion's been up to, but, you know, it's very lacking on his side.
Well, he's been a very busy man.
I only just decided today that it is his side, but...
Oh, okay, I see. So he's slacking off, but also doesn't know.
Yes.
Classic Legion.
Basically.
Classic Legion.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a mine.
Yeah, they don't go anywhere, and they're fake, so don't worry.
Well, that was a nice little detour. Always lovely to run into Foxy. Right, let's go chop down some mangrove. I think I tried to cut down too many trees at once there. I just crashed the server. But the good news is we now have a whole lot of stuff to build this building. I think I've got my palette worked out. We're going to do a deep slate bottom area. We're going to use mangrove and stuff at the top, and we're going to have a dark roof. But beyond that, I don't really know what's going to happen. Apart from, I do like the idea of having a bridge that stretches across the railway here. So what I want to do is make sure I mark these central points, and we're going to start the build here. And usually when I'm doing a building, I kind of mark out what the footprint's going to be and work it out from there, but I'm going to do something a little bit different this time because I'm not sure if this pallet's going to work or not. So I kind of want to build up a small detailed section and then we'll see how it looks. And if we like it, we'll do the rest of the building. So we'll start off with a basic wall, something like that. And I want to use something a bit darker for either side to have sort of separation pillars. And I'm thinking we might use this scorcher. We're going to mix a little bit of mud into that as well. Okay, it kind of works. Let's do one on this side as well. Not bad. Now, how about some windows? So this is going to be probably the middle of the building because it's where the bridge is coming across, but it does go straight out onto a road. So I don't think I want to have the front entrance here. I think we're going to have a front entrance maybe on one of the sides here, which means this is just a generic side entrance. So yeah, windows should work. Let's cut out some nice big windows in the middle here. And I can't help myself. We're going to use weathered glass again. Big windows like that, but the top looks a bit weird now. Let's maybe get a trim up there. And maybe in the meantime, I should also get a bed out there. Alrighty, so color scheme wise, I think what I want to do is actually use quite a lot of copper. So I'm just going to grab a few more deep slate bits here as well. We're going to grab some copper bits and some copycat panels, which I'm sure I've got a box of them somewhere. Yep, there we go. Now I'm thinking a bright orange bit there. Then we'll maybe get some walls in and copper rods between those, I'm thinking. And to be honest, I should probably go get my jetpack, save me pillaring up everywhere. That's getting there. It's a bit better. We've got some copper color going on. But I wonder, can we use copper scaffolding as like a balcony? Although that gap's not going to be very helpful. And neither's this bit here. So maybe we can just use tablecloths to cover that up. Yeah, as a wall, I think that's looking pretty good. But this is going to be the central wall, not a generic wall. So I might change this bit at the top here. So let's grab some mangrove, some industrial iron, and maybe some chutes. And I think I want to have like a big sticky out bit here. So let's remove that bit. And if we were to have mangrove, which wants to be stripped, so maybe mangrove around that bit, but I don't know, this bit here looks a bit too chunky. So maybe let's try something else here. Because if we use chutes like this, we should get some reasonable supports. And then maybe just half slabs under here. Maybe that's the way to go. Let's just build this up a little bit further. Okay, that's not looking too bad. But I think I need to spend a bit more time playing around with this. I'm probably going to put like a large pointy bit on the front here. Maybe just get another wall in by the side. And I'll bring you back in once we've got something a bit more to look at. But I am liking the color scheme. That's the main thing I wanted to test. I think this is going to look pretty cool. Hopefully, maybe. Let's get building. I'm a little bit stuck with where to go next. I think it's looking pretty good so far. I do like the sort of profile of the building. If we stand down here, I think that's looking pretty good. And the colors look awesome. Very pleased with the palette. I've also made a start on the side here as well. I didn't bother putting any windows or any detail like that in. I mean, I don't want to have windows the entire way around after all, and I've not touched this bit here because of course that is where the bridge is going to connect. Hopefully I've lined that up right. If this is the middle, it should be going straight across there. It looks a little bit higher on that side, so I guess I might need a step over here, but that should work fine. What I'm stuck with though is what to do next, because I don't think I want to have it symmetrical, so I don't want to do just the same thing over this side again. You're kind of in the way, Mr. Train. Thank you. So yeah, as I was saying, I don't want to do the same thing over here. I think I want to do something a bit different. In fact, just had an idea. Can I be cheeky and make a schematic of this? And we'll just try out different sections of the building in different areas and see if we can work out a shape that we like. Right, so schematic. So if we just capture the whole thing, that should just about do it. We'll call that temp workshop so we know to delete it later. And then we're also going to need one of those and one of those. So let's make this one and see if we can use this to work out a building shape. I mean, this may not work at all, but you never know. So if we were to put one of these here, and then let's maybe mirror it, get it into position. So if we were to mirror both sides, how would that look? Let's line that up. Yeah, not sure I like that. And it's going to be a very small building if we do that. I think I want it bigger. How about rotation? Then mirror it, and then mirror it again. How about if we do something like that? Oh, that's quite a nice profile, actually. Yeah, maybe this is the way to go. And then we'll need to figure out something to do on the back here. I do like that, though. That could be quite good. And then we can actually turn this one here into the main entrance. Yeah. And then on the other side, maybe some garages or something. And I wonder, on this side, should we maybe mirror that again? But we could potentially do that round the back side here. And then we'll just have another straight wall built up here. I'll tell you what, I think that's going to be our plan. We'll get the one in over this side first, though, and then we'll figure out what to do from there once that's a solid building. So that's what we want to do. Let's go get our... Whoa! Easy now. Jeez. That's why I shouldn't stand in the rails, especially when I'm hungry and can't run away. Right, as I was going to say, let's grab the schematic cannon and a clipboard and some gunpowder as well. And we're probably going to want a whole bunch of chests as well, actually, because we can only put 4 boxes around the schematic cannon for it to read from. And yeah, we're probably going to need more resources than that. So let's chuck the cannon in there. Then the schematic and the clipboard, a whole load of chests that we can put everything in. And let's just start loading this up with all the stuff we've been using, I guess. So I've loaded everything up that I've got, and we're still missing some stripped mangrove log. And this is a prime reason of why I want a workshop over here, because now I've got to take my mangrove, go all the way over to spawn, where I can actually get it bulk processed. But soon that won't be the case. More stripped mangrove has been acquired, so we should be okay now. Yep, perfect. We're going to set this to don't replace solid blocks. Skip any missing blocks, that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, let's get this done. And there we go, quick as that, we've got another part of the building up. However, I do need to do a little bit of tidying up. I don't like how this area here looks. So let's maybe pull this balcony back a little bit. And maybe do that instead. Then we can put a little door on the side there, and maybe this bit here we can just continue up to the roof. Not that there is a roof yet, but we'll get to that later. And then once we've got the roof line going across, that should look pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking that. We'll change up this whole front area here as well, and probably put some big windows in this one. But first, I think I want to get the back side of the building in. So what I'm going to do is make another schematic, and then we'll put that one in there like that. And then we'll just need to build a wall at the back here. And the checklist looks good, so let's just get that one in. And there we go. And I'll tell you what, this is wonderful. It took me hours to build this first section, and I've done these 2 bits in less than a Minecraft day. Still got some edges to tidy up a little bit though, so let's just sort this out. Right, things are looking a little bit tidier now. We haven't got any random bits sticking out. Let's get this side of the building finished. There we go. Another wall is in. I reckon if we get some doors on this bit as well, maybe chuck one in over here and another over here, that could be quite good. And there's also a balcony here. Chuck a door in on that bit. But what I need to do now is get a roof on this thing. I think I want to sort out the front here as well, get some more windows in and get rid of these windows here. We'll get some windows on the back. And then once we've done all of that, we'll work out how we're going to do the bridge. There we go. Now we're talking. Look at that. That's looking so much better. Still got a bunch of smaller details that I do want to put on, but I'm not too worried about that just yet. But the front's looking pretty good. So we've got an entrance round this way. This side's looking nice, apart from the massive hole in this terrible terrain over here, but that's something we'll sort in future. And I've even added a couple of little garages on this side. Not that we're going to need them. It's a workshop. We don't need to automatically deliver stuff here. I just thought it looked cool. And then, of course, around the front here, I've still left this bit blank because we need to put in a bridge that stretches across here. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. Oh, and on the inside, I've also added some lights. We've got a floor in, just so we don't have horrible mobs spawning everywhere. And we've got a staircase that goes up to the second floor here, which is a bit of an awkward space, I'll be honest. Lots of ceiling height variation in here, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. But anyway, we need a bridge. So let's work out how we're going to do this, shall we? Now, I don't want this bridge to be anything too complicated. Let's just quickly clear a little hole in this wall first. And I think just a small doorway like this should do nicely. In fact, we'll probably lower that by a block. And I want to keep this bridge fairly simple, so I wonder if I just do something like that, block up these holes, and then run a line of girders along here. Is that going to go over these chains or through the chains? Oh, through them by the looks of it. Okay, not to worry. I've got an idea. My thinking is quite simple, but if we remove that chain there and stick some new chain drives in, nope, chain conveyors, girders. I'll get the right name first time eventually, maybe, probably. Yeah, I reckon that works. And we're just going to add a little bit more support on the underneath. And then for the floor of the bridge, do we want to just have a metal style bridge here? Oh, and we're going to need to put some steps in there. Yeah, I reckon that's going to look quite nice. I like that. And because we've used bars on the floor there, I'm thinking maybe a slightly chunkier handrail type bit. So let's try out these girders. And we need some stairs here because there is a bit of a height difference. Now we just need a roof. I'm thinking about it. For this roof, I do want to get a splash of color in. So I'm wondering maybe we should grab some weathered copper or something. And I think I want to use these copper shingle versions. They're basically blocks that tie together and look pretty roof-like. But I do want them to be oxidized, which is the perfect example of why I'm building a workshop for myself, because then it means I don't need to come back to spawn to do this. I've got to cycle this round 3 times. Feels like a good time to go make a brew. There we go. I'd say that's just about job done. We now have a lovely bridge that connects over to our brand new workshop that doesn't exist yet, but will very shortly. We're going to make a start on that now, but first I want to make a list of all the things I want to put in here. Big old list. So I think that's roughly what we want to start with. We'll probably add some more stuff over time, but that's quite a lot of stuff we want to build there. And we've got to fit all of that across this floor and the floor above. Although I suppose in some places we can actually go up even higher still. But I don't just want this to be a big collection of machines. I want them to be a little bit smarter than that. So what I'm thinking is maybe we'll build some kind of control room around here somewhere and basically have somewhere central where you can just dump the stuff we want to be processed and then have it get sent off to the correct stations, get processed, and then come straight back to me over here. Because that way I'm still going to be fairly close to storage and I don't have to be running around all of this building, meaning we can probably pack some more machines in. I quite like that plan. Question is, do I start with the control room? I feel like that's probably smart because then I can work out exactly how big that area is going to be and how much room it's going to take up, and we know that the rest of the space is just going to be for the machines. I'm thinking that might be the way to go. Actually, what I might do is just put the control room over here and use this half here, so that way we've got room for expansion if we need to add more controls and things like that, and I know that I can just use all the other areas for the machines. To be honest, there really is quite a lot of space down here. Alright, let's go grab lots of create components, probably visit Chosen's mall again to go buy some more because we love that place and it saves me having to make stuff. And then we'll get started on this thing. So I've got a bunch of stuff and I'm just starting to wire power up in here. I'm just bringing it over from the bridge. I think I need to get a speed controller to speed it up, and then I'm just going to have some chain drives going around. I basically want to try and wire up this whole building with accessible power points before I get started. That should make things a bit easier for me. Well, we now have power everywhere. We have our chain driver sort of delivery network system, which does look a little bit messy in some places. But yeah, it is a bit of a weird shape up here, so that's what we're working with. Down here, however, it's looking a whole lot tidier. And that means that now I can take a look at my list and start building things. And I think we'll start with some of these simpler ones. So we're going to do the smelter washer setup, and we're going to stick that in right here. We've built plenty of these before, but we're going to make this one a little bit different, I think. I want to try and make it a little bit more compact to what we normally do. So step 1, get the fans in. Then we're going to use smart chutes, although those smart chutes actually want to be a block further back like that. Then we'll put chests in the floor, and we need to make ourselves some filters. So first one is can be washed. Make sure that's set to an allow list. Get that added. Chuck that in there. Then we want can be haunted. Then can be smelted. And lastly, can be smoked. Because if we use filters like this, we can make the whole thing much more compact because we're not relying on how fast or slow the fans are going. At least that's my hope. So what we want to be doing is dropping the items directly onto this space here. Let's get some more chests on top because it'd be nice to be able to do a double chest at a time. So at the moment, there's a bit of a problem in that, yeah, we're getting blasted, so we need to put in some kind of a barrier here. And I wonder, can we maybe... Actually, let's just cover the top of these first. Then if we use copycat panels and some glass, that should stop the wind. Beautiful. Let's encase these chutes. So I can put some placards up there and label them. I've just got to remember what order I did them in now. I'm pretty sure that was the smoker, that was the smelter, that was the haunting, and that was the washer, I think. Just going to quickly double check those. Yep, I think we're all good. Although now I've just put those in the placards, I can't actually put them in there. So, yep, need to go get more of them. So that's everything working. I can manually load them at the moment, but if I want to automate it, I'm probably going to need to change a few things around here. Starting with getting rid of these chests at the bottom. bottom. I think what we're actually going to have, change it to a vault, because then I can put a packager in here, have a frog connect up there, have him set to send only, and then he can basically send everything back on the chains, and then that will go to some kind of storage somewhere. And then what I also want to do is have packages on these boxes, once again with frogs connecting up. And then we're just going to name these. So that'll be Mr. B Cooker, Mr. B Smelter, Mr. B Haunter, and Mr. B Washer. So that means we can send things over, they'll go through the process, they'll go into the vault, and then they'll get sent off again. But that'll only happen if I actually power this. So we'll do that with a timer set to send every 30 seconds or so. That should be enough. Blocking that side there a little bit. And encase that shaft and cover this bit up with some copycat boards, I think. In fact, if we change where this frog is connected to and have him post things up there, then we might be able to cover him up as well. Yeah, lovely. Although I'm going to need more copycat boards if I want to do that again. And then we'll just cover up this back bit and we'll just cover up the vault there. All right, that's our first unit done, I think. Oh, no, actually, we need to put a sign on this, don't we? So it has somewhere to actually deliver to. And I think something else I'd quite like to have is a connection in this room to the storage over there, because that way I don't have to keep running back across this bridge every time I realize I've forgotten to get something. But we'll deal with that later. For now, let's just get some signs made. So we'll send that to Mr. B Workshop Vault, which doesn't exist yet, but it will eventually. So that's that one done. So next on the list, we've got mechanical crafting, but that's something that we're probably going to want to put in the control room, probably just on this back wall here. So we'll worry about that one later when we actually build the control room, but I want to get a couple more machines in first and then tackle that, because I want to make sure it's going to work. But for that, I do need some machines first. So what was next? A crusher. And I don't want this just to be a single crusher. I want it to also work as a double crusher. So if you want to turn, for example, cobble into gravel, you can send it through 2 sequences of crushing. But once again, I don't imagine this setup is going to be too large. And I don't need access to this door. That was just for looks on the outside. So I don't care about actually blocking that in either. Oh, actually, there is one last thing I need to do, because I want to make sure that every single machine only gets turned on when it's about to process something, which means they all need a clutch. We'll worry about the signals and things for those later. I just want to make sure that I do make space for them and don't connect one machine to another. I want them all to be independent of each other. So with that in mind, let's bring power over here for the next machine and make ourselves a crushing setup. So if we have a drop-off barrel here with a packager and a frog, we'll call this one Mr. B Crush, because this is going to go through 2 crushers. So we just need a nice simple setup like this. Bring that down, do a little bit of that, and there we go. That is our first crusher. And then we are actually going to need another barrel here going into another set of crushers. Oh, that's probably a little bit close. Let's move that along one. Yep, there we go. That's better. Let's quickly grab some funnels. So funnel there, input there, output there, with another barrel on the end with an input. Then if we put a packager on there and there, frog connected here, and this one's just going to be Mr. B Crush. So if we need things just to crush down once, they'll go to this one and go through. If we need them double crushed, they'll go to here and go through both. And as long as we don't power this, it's not going to send anything out from here. This one, however, will be powered. Going to encase all this to make it look a little bit nicer. And once again, we'll have this sent to the same vault. Stick another 30-second timer on this one for sending things back. And then once again, I need to put a clutch in here, ready for a signal. All right, that's our next machine done. Let's just make it look a little bit nicer. There we go, that's a bit nicer. And that is something else to tick off the list. Excellent. I've actually just tidied up the front here by moving things to the back, so the vault actually sits under here now as opposed to here. Looks much better. But that's 2 of our machines complete. I've got a bunch of other pretty simple ones here to do, to be fair, like the log strippers and the bulk press and the mixer, probably even the compactor and the grinder as well. So a bunch of nice, easy ones, and I'm going to see if I can fit those in up here. And then once I've got those in, we'll build the little control panel system behind me and, yeah, test it out. Hope it works. Well, let's go to a time-lapse mode while I get these done because, well, as I say, they're very basic machines and you've probably seen me build them many times before. So I just came over to cook some kelp and realised I had these set to allow the stuff that I wanted to deny, so I've actually just changed all these filters. So they're now set to a deny list, not an allow list.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
added a bunch more processing machines. We've got a mixer. We've got a water mixer for making dirt and things like that. Or making mud, I should say. We've got a bulk press at the back here. We've also got a bulk log stripper. So now what I want to do is see if we can do something clever here. So we've only got one point where we drop everything off, and then it just gets sent to the machines, processed, and brought back to us. That's what I'm hoping for. Now, I want to make sure I've got some space behind here so I can do what I need to do. So let's maybe put the inputs like along here. What I'm thinking is we'll have barrels for inputs, and we'll have like a packager on the back and frogs on top of those packages. And I wonder if we're clever about this. Hold Z and point this at the ceiling, and I'm gonna get myself some pulse extenders because I've got an idea of how we can turn the machines on and off when they're needed. So let's make a bunch of these. So we'll have it check, and if there's something in the box, then it's going to hit that pulse extender. And what we're going to want to do is actually reverse this so that it's on by default, and then when there's something in there, it turns off, which will then go into a redstone signal. So if we set this one up for, say, the cooker section here, so it is going to turn on the whole machine. So the first 4 of these that will be going to different boxes over here will use the same redstone signal. So if I grab a bucket of water, which I should be able to do from over here, we'll have bucket of water in the top and then a slab in the bottom, because we always use a slab somewhere in our filters. That way we don't get them mixed up with anyone else on the server. Then if I put the same thing over here, set this one to receive, there we go. So that has turned off that machine. We'll set an address for this one. So if the first one is for, say, washing, we'll set that as the address. And I do need to get power to these things. That could be a problem. How am I going to do that? Because if I want to line them all up, that doesn't really leave a direction where I can get power to them from, apart from these barrels. So I could have a button that when you press it, it sends off what it is you're trying to process, just in case you put the wrong thing in. That's probably not a bad idea. But it does mean if you're trying to load up lots of stuff, you're going to have to keep coming out and pressing the button a few times. That could get annoying. I could probably run a redstone line across the top, and then if we powered that with a lever, that would power all of them when something goes in, but that's not necessarily a problem. And it's also invisible from down here. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So let's just do a quick test. We'll go get something to wash. So let's just take some sand. That's probably the easiest thing to test. So in fact, one last thing before we load this up, what I want to do is set this timer to last about 5 minutes or so. So anytime a machine gets used, it will just stay on for 5 minutes, making sure that it does get processed after things have been sent across. In fact, I'm going to set that to 10 just in case I load it up with loads of stuff at some point, which I may well do. For now, we're just going to use the button technique while we're testing. But if I put that in there and then hit the button, then that gets sent off. Oh, apparently I've got the address wrong. I put Mr. B washing. What is it supposed to be? So this is actually supposed to be Mr. B washer, not washing. So let's try that again. Yeah, there we go. Now that's getting washed. And hopefully when this frog spits it out, it's just going to end up spinning on this one here because it doesn't have actually anywhere to go yet. Mr. BWS Vault doesn't exist yet, so that should have triggered this. Maybe I just need to replace it and do it again. Well, that system doesn't seem to be working, so we're going to try something slightly different. Let me apply my brain to this briefly and we'll see what happens. So I've got this all set up again, and in theory this should work. I think it might have just been from when I was messing with the timings before I started, but now if I put something in here, even if it can't be washed, it doesn't matter for now. That has now started up the machines. I can send that off. It can't actually be washed, so it should just fall straight through, and then this guy will eventually send it back onto this line. So that seemed to work, and that's going to stay on for 10 minutes now because that's what I set the timer to. So let's just quickly pick that up. We'll do another test where it only stays on for 10 seconds. So let's just send some wood again, and that should, in a minute, power again. Yep, there we go, and that's turned off the machines again. Okay, cool, that will work. I don't know what I did wrong first time, but second time round, it seems to be fine. So now I just need to do one of these for every single input point that we've got. And there we go. So the first set is all in. So this actually just does all the machines we have up here, which if we look at this list, we've still got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to put in. How many have we got on this wall? 11. Okay, that's cool. That means we should have a few left over as well for additional machines in future. I'm basically going to reflect this on that side over there. We're going to have a mechanical crafter in here, and I don't know, maybe I should put like a storage guy here so we can actually just get stuff from storage delivered over here. I mean, I'll need to link up that over to the storage one, but that shouldn't be too difficult, right? Let's give that a quick go. If we were to knock out this bit of the wall here, what are we looking at? A window, it would seem. Smashy, smashy. So if we were to link that to that, then we'll link that to here, and to here, and to here. Ah, It's going in the other direction. That's something we can probably fix. So that means we need to change the direction here, but that's going to mess up everything else we've just built. So what I'm going to do first, be a little bit smarter and sort things out over this way. That stuff is all still going in the right direction, and now I can spin this around. Now I should be able to connect that up to the one in here. Yep, there we go. Excellent. And we'll figure out how to make these holes look nice a bit later. I mean, to be honest, that one there doesn't look too bad. But the front of the tower here definitely needs some work. But first, let's set up a little collection point here. And this one's going to be for getting things through from storage. So the other one's called Little Hank. We'll call this dude Big Hank, just so we can tell the difference between the two storage drop-off points. If we put a blaze burner in there, yeah, look at that. We can see everything. We're going to need to make our filters again, though. And if we set the address to Big Hank and request, say, some of those, and obviously it's going to take a bit longer than over at the other storage area, but we should end up with, here we go, exactly what we ordered. Although that's powered, that's going to cause a problem. I think a load of stuff's just been sent where it doesn't want to be sent. Yep, there we go. So let's swap the sides round for these two bits, because it's getting powered via this wall here, because that's where the lever is that's powering the redstone that makes all of this work. But as I say, easy solution. We'll just move Big Hank over to this side. Although I do need to go link up my stock ticker again now. And now I should be able to order stuff and then have that bought directly over here without it getting sent out again. Excellent. Well, that's looking pretty good. I reckon we should get the mechanical crafter in next. Just gonna go in this gap right here. And we'll do a proper 5x5 grid on this one, because there are a few items that need a bigger grid. That's our crafter installed, looking good. And I'd say we've made some pretty good progress so far. But if we look at our checklist here, we've still got a whole bunch of machines we need to do. Oh, that's done. So I guess it's time to go downstairs and make some of these bigger machines. Well, now that took a while, but we are now done. We have everything that we had on our original list over here now in motion. I've built up the other wall over here, so we've got them all linked up. So we've got the copper ones here, we've got casings, we've got a compactor, a grinder, and an ore processor. We've got an area here where I can just send stuff back into storage, and the results of anything we process come to this storage unit here. I have, however, been having a little bit of trouble with the timings. There's a couple of different problems. One was the fact that I had all four of these going to the same timer, which meant this one was locked regardless of what these four things were doing. And other than that, half the time it just wasn't registering when something was placed in the barrel, and therefore it wasn't turning the machine on. So I think between episodes I'm going to have a play around with this and see if I can sort out a system. For now, everything's just always on, which isn't ideal, but it doesn't seem to do much to the frame rate, so I guess it's fine. There is, however, one last thing I want to do, and that is grab this clipboard and wipe it. We don't need it anymore. And although I can now put anything in any of these barrels and have it do what we want it to do, it would also be nice if we could just send things from storage directly. So that means I need to make an address book. And don't worry, we will go downstairs and check out those machines in just a moment. But first, we're just going to right-click on all of these inputs for every single machine. And if we put this clipboard on the wall here, for example, we now should be able to send this to anything. So if, for example, I wanted some glass, I could just grab a bunch of sand, send that to the smelter. It'll come across the bridge over here, get smelted, and then get sent over to this one. So I'm pretty pleased with that, and we'll probably make some more upgrades over time. I would love to hear your suggestions in the comments. But before we do that, we'll have a quick look at the machines down here. So this is our copper oxidizing thing. So we can oxidize to 1, 2, or 3 levels, and then they'll all go through here, get waxed, and then get sent back to storage. We've got our grinder over here, which is for grinding up XP, which will get pumped into the vat over here, and then we have ourselves a lovely XP shower. But I think we can also use this for like sanding things and doing some other bits and bobs. So I've also got a collection point here that goes back to storage, of course. Here we've got our compactor, so all the outputs are set to just release 9 at a time. So whenever we send stuff to compact, we know that it's not going to leave things in the basin. Then that all comes out the front and goes into here and back to storage. And lastly, we have our casings, which, if we have a look on top, our frog brings things in over here. And we can send all the ingredients down here in the same box. It doesn't really matter because it gets separated out. Basically, the ingots will get automatically filtered and sent into this via this funnel here. And the logs will carry on down this chute, go down here, get stripped, and then get turned into cases. But the big machine we built over here was this one. This is our ore processing thing. So we don't get much raw ore, but when we do, now we can just chuck it into this machine, and what will happen is it'll get ground down. Any experience will go into this box here and sent back to storage. All the crushed ore will come through here, get washed. Once it's washed, it will go into this box here. Everything then gets ejected out the back and goes into these tunnels. Nuggets will come out the front, going to these basins here, as you can see, and then get compressed. Although it is occasionally going to leave some in here, that's not really a problem. Luckily, basins can hold a stack of basically every item in the game. They're a bit of a storage hack. But I know we'll never have more than 8 of each nugget type in here, so I'm fine with that. Anything that's not a nugget will come out the side here, so that's things like redstone and gunpowder and whatever else we get from the washing process. And then everything loops round, goes into this box, and gets sent back to storage. So yeah, big old machine, this one. But it's going to save a bunch of manual processing. And with that, for now, I think we're done up here. I mean, I still want to do a little bit of detailing, but I'll probably do that between episodes. And I'm going to mess around with the timing, so hopefully start of the next episode, this will all work and we'll be able to turn things on and off properly. But I also want to hear your ideas, so let me know in the comments if you think there's any other machines I should add in here, or if there's better ways of doing things. I'd love to hear all your ideas. But for me, that's all for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we experimented with a new way of building, visited Foxy's new market town, and constructed a brand new fancy workshop in our main base area. Today, we return to Spawn. I think it's time we build another shop. But first, let's go do some investigating. Then we can make some plans. We've not been over there properly for a while, and I think a nice fun way to get there will be to take our train, the Copper Comet, which will be here in 3 minutes. That is not very nice, Mr. Sir. Away with you. But let's have a quick nap, and in the morning, we can catch a train. I seem to have an arrow in me. Right in the chest. Anyway, let's wait for this train, shall we? Alrighty, back at Spawn Mountain. And the body's still down here. Wonderful. And what is this? Beardy Power Co. Go... What? Someone's protesting my power? Unbelievable. After all I've done to provide power for the server, shocking behavior. Right, what's going on over here? That looks new. The Benedict Publishing Company. Ooh. Let's start there, shall we? Because I think all of these we've seen before. At the Dio map, we like that. Seen Chosen's Delights. These are new, though. What's this? Espresso. Get your XP fixed fast. Oh, okay. It's an XP shop. Ooh, what's this stuff? Super experience. The Orb Baron. The drop. Okay, this is cool. Right, so you can just buy experience from this guy. This is cool. And next up, we've got the Chosen Powder Co. Wait a minute. That sign looks like my sign. Yeah. See what you did there, Chosen? Well played. There are copyright lawsuit in that? Who knows? But anyway, what's he selling? Ooh, concrete powder. Okay, this is cool. We like. Get some color on the server, and that certainly seems to be the case over here. And there's another one. What's this? Black Market Forge. Forge responsibly. Or don't. What is going on here? Ooh, okay, a bookshop. Amazing. We can finally get some enchanted books. And where do we see what they are? Oh, bottom right. Feather Falling, Depth Strider, Respiration, Section 5. Oh, he's done the magic thing. And we can also buy Cake Slice of Enchanting. Yeah, I don't know how any of this stuff works, but it looks fun. Look at this little guy. Collect books. Oh, okay, so you order them from there and then you collect them from the bookshelf. Very cool. And he's got a little doormat as well. Live, laugh, leave. Very cool. I like the use of the train track there across the doorway. Very nice, Chosen. I like it. And I spotted this on the way past as well. What's this? Shush. Speakeasy. This way. Regulars only. This is Speakeasy. This way. Is it in here? Orb Baron. Got a sneaky, sneaky little speakeasy down here? Is it upstairs? Nope, not up here. Where's the speakeasy? Are there going to be more clues? All right, Jeb, give it up. Where's the entrance? I assume it's something to do with Chosen's buildings. There doesn't seem to be a way down to any basements or anything, which is where I'd expect a speakeasy to be. He has a hole in the ceiling. Are there any more sneaky signs anywhere? Nothing around the back. This way. I mean, the arrow kind of says it's this way, I guess. And what's this? In your own words. Your story in the next issue. Write for the Cog and Quill and you'll get your story posted in our bi-weekly newspaper. Submit your work through this form. Ooh. QR code. So I think this is something that Eggs mentioned he might be doing. And he said when you see a QR code, make sure people scan it and submit their stories. So go ahead, folks. Do that, I guess. Your story in the next issue. Is that all related to this? Because this was a publishing thing, right? Yeah, look at this guy. Ah, so he's going to be selling papers, the Cog and Quill. So I do want to read that, but it's currently out of stock. Look at this building. This is cool. Oh, I like this, Eggs. Oh, there's a basement. Is there a speakeasy down here? No, but there is something. What is... Oh my. Oh my, the newspaper's got a secret. Somebody needs to write a story about this. Because they're not doors. You can't open these. They're just traps. Well, that's horrific. And what's going on upstairs? We've got offices. Okay, very cool. The conference room with some very cool signs. Oh, I like this. Power price, biddies, price rates, competition. What's all this? Chosen schedule. Eat, recording, stories, so bodies, court, power prices. Power prices is not as... Power prices are fine. Not sure I'm supposed to be back here, you know. Whoa! Okay, I guess we're going up then. That was mildly terrifying. I don't want to be responsible for blowing this place up. So we're going to leave. It might be wise to have a quick nap before we continue, but I think that tells us we need to add some more lighting to the shopping district. I mean, look, that's just... pure danger. Quickly despawn all those folks. Right, well, it's a very cool building, just a little bit dangerous with that creeper dropping on me there. Luckily, we didn't cause any problems. Now, where's this speakeasy? And the arrow did point round this way. Speakeasy this way. Is it pointing this way? I'm so confused. Don't know where the speakeasy is. Now, I did eventually find the entrance to the speakeasy, but I think it's supposed to be a secret. So, yeah, let's skip to me being inside. Sneaky. Oh, Jesus, little sewer. And that's just terrifying. Oh, that guy. There's no need for that guy. Oh, hello. What's going on in here? Don't tell anyone. Oh, he's selling dye next to the diomat as well. See why it's a sneaky shop. You can just buy dye instead of using the laundromat upstairs. Once again, some excellent design choices in here, Chosen. Loving all the clutter. Where's this ladder go? Oh, nowhere. Very cool. I like it. I like it. Anyway, that's enough exploring. Where are we going to build? It looks like the shopping area is actually filling up pretty quickly over here. It's looking pretty cool, and it's also looking pretty likely we're going to end up with a lot of sort of dead space around here. But we do also need to make sure we leave space for vehicles to be able to come in and do deliveries. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have the space there. But I think what I'm going to do is maybe snatch up a bit of real estate over here. So let's quickly grab some blocks, and the best place to get them is probably just going to be from my dude over here. Oh, we sold a lot of cobble deep slate. I did collect a bunch of diamonds from here the other day. There was over 100, and there's another 14 there already. The shop is doing well. Although thinking about it, I don't have this one set to auto restock yet. So yeah, maybe we'll get to that later today as well. But first, let's go claim some territory. Now the question is, do we want to go up right against Chosen's one here? Do we want to leave a bit of space? I'm thinking maybe we leave some space and then we can have a little road that goes between so you can get into this back area. I think what I want to actually do is claim quite a big area over here. Maybe put in like 3 or 4 shops. Not necessarily all today, but I think if we have a few shops that are near each other, it's going to make our deliveries easier. I reckon that'll be enough space. We'll have a corner shop, then we'll have maybe 2, 3 other shops along here. Plenty of space around the back for deliveries and drive-throughs, and space there for other people to build before we start going across the street and moving on. And I am strongly considering moving our power station a little bit, just so we can have more shops and stuff up here instead and get this away from spawn. But we'll worry about that in future. For now, I think we need to work out what we're going to build this out of. And our storage is no longer over there, which means it's quite far away back at our main base. So maybe we need to do some kind of storage solution as well, so we can actually transport stuff instead of just carrying shulkers around everywhere. And there's smarter people than me on the server that solved this in the first couple of episodes. Sadly, the smart people are not online right now, so what I'm going to do is go over to Chosen. So we're going to have a little look around. I don't know what he's been up to over here, but I know that he built a pretty cool little sort of portable storage vehicle. So let's go find what he's done to get some inspiration. And it's all going on over here. Look at this. Love this chocolate factory. And oh my, what is going on over here? There's been some massive expansions. Oh, okay, so this will be the concrete factory by the looks of it. And then cactus. Okay, that'll be the dye factory. Nice, I like it. But not what I'm looking for. Ah, there's a beacon over there. Let's go check in that direction. Look at all this. He's been so busy. Oh, there's another whole factory. Did I just see chickens? I mean, that's one way to get eggs, I guess. Oh, and shiny cakes as well. That's where he makes those. Okay. Still, not what I'm looking for. But I think it's safe to say what I'm looking for does not want to be found. We'll be getting no inspiration from that today. But basically, Chosen has a sort of vehicle. It's like a van or something. But it's also a self-contained portable storage unit. And it has a great big vault on it so that you can basically access all of your storage via a storage interface from Create 6. And yeah, I think I want something similar to that. He used to leave it parked here, but it's just not here. So no idea where that's gone. Either way, let's head back to our main base. We'll make our own one, and then we'll come back here and start building a shop. I was trying to get Chosen to sell his storage vans at one point, but, well, clearly he's too busy selling everything else he can possibly get his hands on, which is good for me because it means I don't have to craft stuff as often. Oh, and I've also made an upgrade over here. I've now got the workshop guy, and what I can do with him is send stuff directly to all the different places in the, in our new workshop. So if I want to smelt something or crush something, I can send it over there. And the storage that it all ends up in is also linked to our main storage now, only to send items out from. But I've made it a separate guy from this one here because if I forget to send the address, I don't want to send loads of vaults to a crusher, for example. But this way, I can always order stuff directly to me from Hank, and then I'll order stuff to get processed from the workshop guy. After Hank and Frank, I couldn't think of any more names that rhymed. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Let's make ourselves a portable storage vehicle type thing. What have you got, Hank? Oh no, after all that, my system doesn't work. Hank's address has also changed to smelter. That's not what was supposed to happen. Let's try something else. Can I link that stock link to there and put that there? Then we're going to move the workshop guy over here. So these are using different stock links. Give him his clipboard back. So now if I set this one to Mr. B crush, let's just crush some cobble just to see if it's going to work. Has it set Hank to crush? No, it hasn't. Right, so that's how we keep them separate. Right, so let's build a truck. And to be honest, I can probably build it in here. I guess it's going to be quite a big truck if it's going to have a giant vault on the back. So we'll start just getting a base in. Ideally, what I want to do is replace all of these middle ones here. Some slabs instead. And I didn't think about this, but these robots are going to be passing through this at the moment. Not the end of the world. They'll just clip straight through, but it's because I've just grabbed a load of stuff and it's now restocking from our other factory, which is good. It shows the system works, I guess. Right, so truck. Let's make it look like a normal truck at first, and then we'll work out how to adapt it to do what we want it to do. Do that. We'll use a couple of slopes again. Don't tell anyone. Get some slabs across the top there. Get some lights on the front. A lovely license plate. Beardy store. Then I guess we pretty much just want a vault, right? A great big vault. I feel like that's big enough. Any bigger might look a little bit weird, but I don't think I want to be able to see the vault. I'd like to hide it if I can. If we were to cover the whole of the side of this, for example, and then we'll get a block to put in there, but it's a block that I don't have at the moment. I think I want to use some pillared azurine type stuff, you know, that shiny blue thing. So it's still kind of vault colored, but not just a vault. But we're going to have to go get some of that, and I think I know where some is. So something like that, basically, and then we can put all the control-y type stuff on the back here, somehow. But let's go get some azurine first. In fact, my elytra's nearly dead, so let's go heal that over in our workshop. Our XP shower appears to be empty. Sadness. I mean, I could buy XP from Chosen, but I've got some here, so let's just use that. Although, to be honest, I did think I'd run out over here. But then I suppose we do also have it over in our Redstone Factory. We've just not transported that over here yet, so that's probably something we're going to need to do later, especially if we want to auto-restock this redstone shop we're going to make today. But anyway, our wings are healed. Let's just dump all of our buildy stuff that we're using at the moment into here. Grab some rockets, have a quick nap, and go get some azurine. Now, if I remember correctly, it's off in this direction towards Foxy's base. And there's like a little one of these islands that's got a big chunk of azurine on it. That looks like it over there. Let's just grab a bunch of this. Well, that should be more than enough. Now, what I'm thinking is, if we turn this into pillars and add that on the sides, this should look like a cargo container on the back of a truck. Yeah, that's going to look cool. Just get some buttons on the wheels. Maybe mix a couple of these blocks up for some smooth red sandstone. We'll get some bars on here for wing mirrors. And now to work out the complicated bit, I guess. So this is where I want my interface to be. If we were to have a packager there with a barrel and a packager packager there and a chute. Then anything that comes out of there will get packaged up, go down here, get unpackaged, and this will be my collection point. Means I need a stock link on this thing. I need an item hatch to put things in, quite like a crafting table and a stone cutter. That should leave enough space for a thing that I don't have, which is a stock ticker, and also a blaze burner, who's going to be our clerk. Can I name our clerk? Let's see if that sticks. If not, I've got a name tag. That might also work. Who knows? Oh, well, Barry's name isn't showing up. Is it possible to name tag a blaze burner? Let's find out. No, it is not. So that's a shame. We know you're called Barry. It's fine. Then I need a stock ticker. Link that to that and there. Then anything we put in the storage, we can now see in Barry. Excellent. Good job, Barry. This looks a bit bad, though, doesn't it? Let's be honest. So the question is, can I add some doors? Now, for the doors, I wonder, can we do something like that and maybe a bit wider, so maybe some copycat bites as well. Then on this side, the stock link's kind of in the way, but can we get away with just doing that? Yeah, I think we can. It just kind of looks like part of the door now, if you really use your imagination. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think that works. Right, I just want to get a bit more detail on this, so I need... I don't know, do I want to put maybe some acacia signs or something across the front here? That could look quite cool, just to make the sides stick out a little bit. And I'd quite like to have maybe a portable storage interface on this thing as well. If we put that in there, then it means we can have somewhere for this thing to park up when it's over here, just to load everything back into storage. And that could work. I don't have any acacia. This is a problem. Thankfully, one that's easily solved with a nap. It's dark again. It's always dark. And a quick bit of lumberjacking. And let's just jam these on the side. Yeah, that looks cool. All right. Well, I guess that's our storage contraption complete. I just need to glue it all together. And I guess we're going to need to put a minecart contraption space under here. That way we can pick it up and move it around. So I need to be careful with my gluing to make sure that I don't actually glue that space at the back. All right, I think I've got everything. I've managed to leave this space here completely blank, so this shouldn't get stuck to it all. Let's see if this works. Oh, almost. We missed a bit at the front there. Just quickly glue those bits on. And yep, look at that. Everything picked up. So I'm going to call this contraption storage van so I don't lose it. And now let's think about what I want to put in it in order to be able to build these shops. My van is loaded up with loads of stuff we'll need and probably a bunch of stuff we won't. But now we can go to the shopping district and start to build. So let's head off and build ourselves our redstone shop. So if we just park our van here, and looking at this, one thing we should probably think about doing is rerouting this power, because it's going right through the front of some people's buildings, such as Eggs and Chosen over here, and it's going to be cutting right in front of mine as well. So yeah, once we've built this row up, we'll just sort of move that up and maybe go across the top of the buildings. I think that could work, but let's worry about that later. For now, let's start marking out this first building, and I think I'm going to pretty much be using tuff, maybe acacia, bit of granite, and some windows. Let's see how we go. Maybe something about that size. We'll build up the frame with acacia to begin with. Thinking maybe a door in the middle on this one, windows either side. It does occur to me, one thing I didn't bring with me that I'm probably going to want is my jetpack. Jetpack acquired, that should make things a little bit easier for us. Now, how about we overhang the top by a little bit? I'm just going to work on the facade a bit here first, because I think what I want to do around the back here is not have it acacia. I think I want it to be sort of granite maybe going all the way around. So just be this front bit that has the pop of acacia, maybe mangrove on top. That could look cool. I think I want to add a little bit more structure to this. Can we maybe stick some pillars out the front? What do we use for the pillars? It's probably going to be girders, isn't it? Let's have a look. It's always girders. Maybe some chutes at the top here. Okay, yeah, that works. Let's get some windows in. And I think I want to use some tablecloths as awnings, and I did bring a bunch of them with me, but they're not the color I want them. Now, the question is, what's going to be cheaper? I reckon the laundromat is going to be cheaper for me to dye these, because here I can do a whole stack for 1 diamond, whereas down there, I think it's 1 diamond for 16 dye in that sneaky speakeasy, which is great for dyeing things like glass and terracotta, but because I've already got these made up, I think it makes more sense just to put them where I want them, pay 1 diamond, and get what I need. So if we put the awning up on these bits, that looks cool. Maybe we can put a sign on that. I just want an acacia stair to put in that bit. I'm not sure I like that space up there. Can we maybe put some shafts in? Just something like that. If I do this and get a gear, that might look quite nice, just sitting in the top there. I reckon that's looking pretty good. But I think I'm going to mix in a little bit of the acacia plank as well, just to mix up the front of the building a bit. Yeah, that's better. It looks a little bit more more grimy. Just need a door, and I've got an idea for that. Get one of these copycat folding doors and match the glass we've already got in the windows. So like that. Nice. So that's the bottom bit looking good, but before we get to the upper level, I should probably finish off the ground level here. So we're going to mark out a nice big foundation. What do we want to do for the floor in here? Let's go with some jungle planks, I think. That'll do. Now let's get some granite walls in. So that's our sides on. Now to work on the upper floor. I'm just going to start with mangrove for that, I think. Maybe something about that tall. And we can probably get 2 rows of windows in. So if we were to do a window there, maybe a 3 there and a 2 there, I reckon that'll work. I just want to lower this down a little bit. Yeah, I think about that size should do fine. What I want to do is make a few copycat bits and bobs, such as panels, a few slices, and some slabs. Because what I want to do is actually make this bit pop out. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm thinking it might be quite cool if we had like planks every now and then, just to sort of wrap the building. That chain is getting really annoying. We'll move it soon, but you know what? I think that works quite well. Now for the windows on this one, we're going to try something different. Instead of using weathered glass all the time, we're going to go for some nice big spruce windows. Yeah, they don't look too bad, but I think what we need is some window sills, and that's what we're going to use the slices for here, with some tablecloths over the top for awning. Yeah, that's coming together nicely. When we can't see through the building, it'll look even better. I do want to get a bit of texture in the mangrove though, and that's why I've got some netherrack. I don't want to use too much of this. I just want a couple of patches here and there. We'll get a couple more planks in on some of these central columns as well. Yep, not looking too bad. Then we'll finish it off at the top here with some industrial iron and some copycat steps. Oh, I should probably mix in a bit of weathered iron with these as well. I reckon that's looking pretty good. But power, that's going to be a problem. We do want to route the power up and over the buildings, so I'm thinking if I was to remove that block and that, put a chute in with a couple of girders, and then we'll just do another one of those bracket thingies that we normally do for holding the chain drives, just like that. Then yeah, we'll be able to connect that over. I mean, it's probably going to string across another building first, but either way, we'll be able to connect that over and then just run it across the top of the buildings. We might just have to speak to Chosen and Eggs about adding one of these or something similar to their buildings as well, but I'm sure they won't mind. It's for the good of Beardy Power, and they both use it. So with the front of the building done, I guess it's time to sort out the back and sides, which means I'm going to need all my red stuff again, and I'll see you in a moment. Short while later, and I think we're done with our redstone shop. It's looking pretty good. I've also made a start on the alleyway here. We'll probably add a few more detail-y bits as we go on. But for now, I've just stuck some stuff to the side. And from the front, I think that's looking pretty good as well. Power thing, however, does look a little bit odd at the moment. So I think what I might actually do is focus on getting another couple of buildings in here. No idea what I'm going to do with them yet. We'll just basically turn them into shops in future. I should probably sleep. But I do have a couple of ideas on other things I want to sell. So I'm thinking grab the space now, because it's all going to go very soon, and that gives us some shops and factories and things that we'll focus on in the next few episodes. So with that in mind, we'll sort out the stock for this shop later and work out how we're going to do the interior and all that stuff. Although I have been good and actually put in proper floors this time. We've even got stairs that go up to the next floor and stairs that go up to the 3rd floor as well. Although it is doubtful that we'll end up needing all 3 floors. But anyway, I think I'm going to apply a similar process to the next couple of buildings that I did to this one. Just build up a bit of a facade and then sort out the back afterwards. Hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll have 2 or 3 more buildings, and ideally right the way down to the corner over here. I just fancy chilling out for a few hours and building a few more shops. I really enjoyed doing that one, and it means you get to enjoy a nice time lapse. Jeez, I hear Foxy. Foxy?
Beardstone, where are you?
I hear you. I'm inside one of my buildings. One sec.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know which one's yours. The one with the vans? Oh, there you are. Hello, sir.
These are all mine, sir.
Oh, yours. Right, okay. No space for a very late Foxy No-Tail in this shopping area, I see. Well, that's...
You've built a whole dock for shops.
Yeah, but Oh, okay.
Plus, I think I'm gonna have to move the power station just to make more room for shops at this rate.
Fair enough.
Yeah, what's up?
I am in desperate need of tuff. I have run out again. You have, I believe, I'm guessing around about 65,000 of it in your base, but there's none at your shop.
Right.
I have many diamonds to spend. I need it.
Okay. I can sort that out for you. Give me a sec. Let me just quickly dump all this back in storage. Right, yeah, let's go. This way.
Well, where are we going? Your base?
I think that's probably going to be the best thing to do, because then I can just get it straight out of the factory for you, and then if there is any left over, I can restock the shop. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okie dokie.
Yeah. Whee!
I'm assuming I'm going to get bulk discounts, considering I've literally already bought all of your shops out today.
How much is it normally? Like a diamond for 2 stacks?
No, it's cheaper than that. It's cheaper than that. Yes, I was getting a shulker for a diamond, I think.
Well, I was going to offer you a discount, but you're just being cheeky now. I will do a shulker for 10 diamonds, so you're getting like 7 stacks free in every shulker.
That sounds
good?
nice. Yeah.
No, you've got to do this manually, sir.
Oh, goodness.
I'll start ordering it in now.
Oh, I can't believe it. 9 shulker boxes for a diamond. That's very generous of you, Mr. Beardstone.
That'll be 90 diamonds, I think you'll...
Huh?
90 diamonds.
No.
90.
Your maths appears to be up, Mr. Beardstone.
10 diamonds a shulker, 9 shulkers. That's 90 diamonds, Foxy. Yeah.
9 diamonds. Yeah.
90 diamonds, which might be able to afford me 1 tree from Stam's shop.
1 tree.
To be fair, he has changed it now. You just have to buy the schematic once. So.
I got one for my birthday, and I was allowed to choose whichever one I want.
Oh, did you get the biggest one?
Yeah. I got the big oak tree, so I don't need any more. There you go. It's 90 diamonds, sir.
Are you filled up yet?
Filled up? I haven't done anything yet. I'm too busy getting your money out. I thought you were doing that. I do not get delivery with this.
I guess I better restock my shop then.
Yeah, that would be advisable. I don't think I'm going to run out again. I'm literally on the last bit. And I probably only need like 9 more stacks or something, but I hate running
9
out. 9
shulkers, 9 stacks. I can see the confusion with the diamond pricing, Foxy.
No, that's not what I mean. It's always good to have it in stock, right? Because you always Tuff's just very valuable. And then
it is. It's making me very rich.
You know, when I've got my own Tuff shop, it'd be even better.
Oh.
Bye. Thank you.
Did he just say he's going to open a Tuff shop?
Which way's my house?
Oh, right. That way.
That way. Okay.
Yeah, that way. That general direction.
If you could just put a big sign on one of your fields saying, Foxy, it's this way, like a big arrow on the floor, that'd be very helpful.
You'll be fine, Foxy. I believe in you. Don't get lost.
Bye.
Well, this will slowly get itself refilled. That's not a problem. Tell you what, selling Tuff is easy money. But in other news, Foxy interrupted just as I was getting to the end of this row of shops. Look at this. I think it looks absolutely awesome. I love how it's come together. But currently, we've still got some floors to put in. This building here has no floors. This building here does have floors, and I decided just to make it a garage, just to sort of mix up the front here so it wasn't just shop after shop. I mean, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this building besides just leave a vehicle parked in it, but it looks pretty cool, and it breaks up the row nicely. Got this giant shop on the corner here, which once again doesn't have any floors yet, but I think that works really nicely as well. Could do with some flowers in the flower boxes and a few other detaily bits. And round the back here, yeah, we've got a lot of work to do around the back. We need to get some ladders and stuff on, some general detaily bits and bobs, some fire escapes. But for the most part, I'm very pleased with how this has come out. We've even got space for signs for the shops. I think I know what shop I'm going to put there, but I'm not going to reveal that just yet. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this place, but it is very cute. I like that one. I think it might actually be my favorite one. And this, of course, is going to be the Redstone shop. And I think it's about time we maybe make progress on that, which means I need to work out an interior. And we've got so much space in here. The thing is, beside actual redstone itself, we don't actually have any redstone things to sell. I mean, we could manually make loads of stuff and then sell them with a view to eventually automating it. But I think for the most part, it's not actually redstone components people need. I think it is literally just the redstone, because it goes into a whole lot of create components that I'm not going to be selling. What this does tell me, though, is we have a very, very big big shop just to only sell one item. So we'll probably sell dust, we'll sell blocks, and maybe even shulkers. We can sort of sell it in bulk potentially. But that does leave us a lot of space to play around with here just to make a cool looking shop. And what I might actually do is sort of cut off this back bit and have this as the storeroom. And then I haven't got to fill quite so much space. Let's see how we get on. Oh, and by the way, this truck, absolutely loving it. I've only had to go back to base once, I think, to get something I'd forgotten, which was the ochrum for the building on the end there. I say forgotten, it's just a block I wanted to use that didn't actually have in my storage at the time. Oh, and I've also moved the power up as well, you may notice. That's now going across the top of my buildings here, and I'm hoping Chosen's going to let me do the same to the corner of his building, eggs as well, and then we can just tidy up this whole power pole situation over here, because that looks silly. Anyway, let's work out this interior. And a short while later, I think I'm just about done on the interior. At least the ground floor. The top 2 floors are empty, but we'll ignore those. As we go in, straight away, we'll have our redstone buying table. I've not stocked it yet, which is why this isn't set up correctly, but it will be. And I've decided I'm literally just going to sell redstone dust as it is. That way people can just buy exactly what they want, and I don't have to worry about making blocks. So I've just filled up the rest of the room with a whole bunch of clutter, really. We've got some redstone-y bits, some not redstone, but whatever. It's like redstone gone off, I guess. Similar in this corner over here. We've got a little vat that's got some red dye in it, which I thought looked a bit like liquid redstone. Once again, doesn't go anywhere or do anything, but looks pretty cool. We've got this shelf of stuff for no reason, but this does mean that if I ever do decide to sell actual redstone components, I do have space to put them. We've got our store clerk here, which is currently a cow, and out the back here, this is where we're going to be storing everything. It will then get ejected and it will go along these item drains, and then it will go into a barrel and then out of these item drains, and collection point is over here. But overall, I'm very pleased with how this has come out. I just need to jump into Photoshop and make some kind of a logo for it. And then we need to sort out actually stocking it. And instead of doing it manually, I think we're going to try and use our truck that we've got over there and see if we can set up the system. Because currently we're not even taking it from the factory to our storage. We're going to need a new vehicle over there for that. But then we can just load it onto the train, send it over to that warehouse over there, and then get it automatically delivered round here to our shop. But that does mean we no longer need this for now. So let's grab that, go make ourselves a sign, and then we'll work out actually stocking this place. There we go. Now we have a shop sign. Mr. Redstones. Stone that's red. Can't really go wrong with that. Apart from the fact, we currently have no stock. So I think that's next on our list. And we're going to dive straight in and get this auto restocking, I think. Which means I should probably put in a post box before I go. Don't have one in here, but can I make one? Most certainly can. Excellent. I figure I might as well make a few to stash in there. Alrighty. So if we go in the back here, put a packager there and a post box there. We'll call this Mr. RS for Mr. Redstone. Oh, and in fact, we're going to want a wild card before that. We're going to want a funnel there and an input funnel there. And then we're going to need some factory gauges, which I didn't bring with me, I know for a fact. So we're going to have to go back and get some of those. Or not. I can actually craft them here. Excellent. What I need to do is link one of these to that. And the other one, I need to link to my main storage network all the way back at my base. Before I could get back, however, Chosen was having some issues picking up his drill. So I went to help.
I don't want it pointed that way. No, no, no. No. It's not in the thing and I can't pick it up. Oh God. I just can't pick it up and I don't know why. But yeah, you can't pick this up too, right?
No, I can't.
Go down
here.
It
says it's too big. Yeah, no idea what was going on there, but I was no help whatsoever. Anyway, while I had Chosen, I then asked him about power poles. These power things. I've built some new shops and I've stuck the power cables on top.
Oh, you changed the power. Yeah.
Do you mind if I just stick something out the side of your building as well to move the power? Because it was running right across of all of the front of all of our shops and it looked terrible. So I thought raising it over the roofs might look a bit better.
Yeah, I mean that could work. It'll reach long enough, right? If you put it like in the middle of the buildings to split the buildings.
Yeah, I can put it in the middle of the buildings.
Yeah, that could work.
And then from there, I'm hoping when I manage to catch eggs that I'll be able to move this one as well, because this one literally goes through his building. So yeah, slight distraction there. Chosen was having some trouble with his drill. We can't seem to pick up large contraptions. Those skeletons literally were not there just a second ago. That was like something from a horror film. Anyway, we were heading back to base because I need to set up this gauge and sort out my redstone deliveries. So we'll link this to our main storage. Grab a bit of redstone while we're here. And as we know, these gauges do have infinite range, so if I put that there, we should see exactly how much redstone we've got in storage. Bearing in mind, I haven't set up to import it from the factory yet. I know we've got at least 15,000 over there. What we'll do is have a new connection to that one. Now, we need to put an address in here, and I cannot remember the chain of letters and numbers that we use to get stuff over to the shopping district, so we're going to go back to our other shop and grab it from there. So if we copy this address, put that address in here, but set this to Mr. RS, I believe it was. Yep, Mr. RS. And then when we set a target amount, it will then start importing it all. But I'm not going to do that just yet because we've not set up the rest of the network. I don't want to cause myself problems. So next up, what we're going to need to do is sort out delivery to this area. And we don't know what's going to be getting built around here. But by the looks of it, we already have a loop going around the outside. So maybe for now, I'll just have it pull up out the front and then drop off. That should be close enough. I think it links like 32 or something, which does mean I'm going to need to get myself a train station, however. So in this area, we drive on the right-hand side of the road. So let's put a station here called Mr. Redstone's. Now we just need to swap out the post box in our shop with this one that we've now linked. And so far, so good. We've got the range. Do we have the range to where we need it? It looks like we do. Let's remove this one, put in our linked one, give it the same address. Now when we do this, so for now we just say we want 10 stacks in storage. That should now send a request all the way back to our factory, or back to our main storage, I should say. And we shouldn't need to do anything else. That should now get picked up by our freight train, delivered to the warehouse over here. Then our car should pick it up, take it all the way around, and then go park up again. Although, what's going on here? Where's the rest of my train? What? What's happened to my train? Where you gone, buddy? I think I'm going to go fly to the other end and see if I can locate my missing carriages. That's weird. They've been left behind over here. Doesn't look like it. What is going on? Oh, there we go. That's probably our redstone getting sent off. Yeah, it is. Look, see, this guy's going off to deliver the packages over here. Loads of them. Sadly, if the freight train's missing its carriages, it's probably not going to pick anything up. Let's go see if we can find them anywhere. What? They're there now. What in the world? I'm so confused. Well, the good news is I don't have to rebuild my train. The bad news is there's something spooky going on.
Oh, yeah, pretty spooky.
But I'm just going to hang out on the train for a bit, watch everything get loaded up over here. Oh, I'm going crazy. Don't kill me, train. Look at that. This is all our redstone getting loaded up. And I assume this is going to make it all the way to the other end. So let's cut to the truck pulling in front of the shop. Although first, maybe we should actually make sure our entire train's going to turn up. Well, good news. I can confirm the entire train has turned up. And there goes all our packages. Let's just hope the car down there does its job. Now let's cut to the truck pulling up in front of the shop because it takes ages for those packages to actually get through that warehouse. Uh-oh, my storage truck's going to be in the way. Get rid of it. Here it comes. And it seems to have offloaded. This is good. And now moves on its way. Now we should at least have a little bit of stock. Now if we go to this guy, no, packages have emptied and have not gone in there. And where did they go? Where did all my redstone go, buddy? I am very, very confused. Did it actually come off of the truck? I mean, it must have done. Otherwise the truck wouldn't have stopped, right? So there's my truck. It's definitely got parcels on it. Just to check the address on these. It is redstone dust. 1 redstone dust. Oh no. I think I've made a grave mistake here. Yep, I need to set this to 64 at a time. Otherwise, yeah, it's literally offloading 1 redstone dust at a time, which is why we only had 5 in there, and now we're only going to have 10. Well, hopefully that'll speed up now, but at least we know it works.
Hello.
Hello, eggs.
Y'all are way too quick with these.
What do you mean?
I was here yesterday. They weren't up yesterday.
Oh, no. There were no buildings yesterday. I've been building these, well, since yesterday. Actually, while I've got you, eggs, quick question.
Yes.
How do you feel about the power cables running through the middle of your news office facade? Are they upsetting you? They're upsetting me.
They're running through the outermost wall bit of my news office.
Yes, it's very upsetting.
I don't see them on the inside.
Yeah, but I can see them from out here, and it's I don't like it. I do like this, by the way. Benedict's Publishing Co. It took me a minute, and then I remembered your name's Eggs. Eggs Benedict. Brilliant. Pure genius.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, gotta get the egg buns in there.
What I suggest, I've actually just had a chat with Chosen. We're going to be removing this, and we're going to move it up onto his roof, a bit like the ones over here. Would you mind if I did similar on yours and just kind of stuck something to the side, just to get it out of the way so it doesn't run through the front
sure.
of your building?
You can honestly plant it on. You got the sticky yeti bit.
Yeah, I was thinking just the top right corner of that. Yeah.
Yeah, just stick it on top of there.
Fantastic. I mean, that's pretty much what I was going to do. I just didn't want to do it without asking because that's rude.
Just make sure that the sign is not obstructed.
The sign will not be obstructed. Don't you worry.
Don't
you worry. Eggs Benedict for everyone. Cool. You're awesome. See you later, eggs.
Bye.
Right, so good news. Our train is definitely delivering things now. We just saw loads of parcels come in, and also Eggs and Chosen have both agreed to have the power stuff moved, so I'll do that very shortly. But first, there's one last thing we need to do to fully automate this restocking, and that is to link our factory up to our main storage. And since the factory episode went out, I have made a minor adjustment. Oh, it's full. Yeah, 15,000. Excellent. But what I am doing is compacting down the experience, turning those into blocks of experience, just so they're going to be easier to transport. But yeah, besides that, I've done nothing. So I'm going to need to install some more rail underneath so that a car can come in here, pick stuff up, and then drive off again. But I can't use the one we've already got because I have to kind of get into reverse into stations and so on. So it's not really going to work like it does over at the shopping district, which means I need a new vehicle for this one. And I think we're going to do a smaller version of what we've just built for our storage van, like a little box truck type thing this time. And then we'll get him doing the rounds and shipping all of the redstone over to main storage. Oh, that is so satisfying seeing a train fill up with boxes though. It's just a shame they've all only got one redstone dust in it. Oh, geez. I wonder how many we've got in our backlog. It doesn't look too bad. There's only a few hanging around up here. But it does mean this vault is full. The post box down there is full. The frog is full. He is full. Everything's full. But it's fine. They'll gradually go. Right, what am I doing? Ah, yes. Building a truck. So I've got a truck in. I've got a lot of holes in my ground, so I'm going to sort that out. But it is now a train. Just need to hook up all the track. What I'm actually going to do is just quickly move this train out the way. Put in the rail over here, so that will go left. And we'll just do the right side as well, just in case it needs to loop. And we're going to get a whole bunch of signals down because we only want vehicles going that way. We want this junction to be safe. So let's sort this out. We'll do the same as normal. We'll have all of the entrance junctions will be brass, so a vehicle will only enter if it can also exit. The exit ones will just be normal. That one needs to be brass. And I think that's everything. Let's quickly patch up the ground here. So this truck can now do a loop that goes all the way round. It will be able to drop off at the same depot as the other one and come back. But I do still need to sort out a couple of safety things because that junction over there that goes across the rail doesn't have any crossing signals, which means currently the vehicles can drive straight through the trains, and that's going to do bad things to my drivers. So we're going to grab some redstone links and do some magic with signals down here. Now the first thing I want to do is a test. Do I have to use comparators to read this signal, or can I just stick a redstone link directly on it? That's my first question. I'm fairly sure that I do need a comparator, but if this works, it's going to look a lot cleaner up here. Just need to wait for a train. In fact, there's an easy way to check. I've got a signal over here with a train here. So that does, no matter what side I put that on, that does not read off of it. Dang it. That means I am going to need a comparator, which means this is going to get a little bit more messy. So on this side, it's not going to be quite so bad because I can literally put a signal there and I can hide the box underground. So if we do a comparator and a redstone link, we'll put in a frequency for that later. We need another one here, which does not need to be linked up. It just needs to register when the train has got out of the way. That one's easy. But it's this signal here that I need to put a comparator on. And yeah, I'm not happy about that. Can I put two signals on the same spot? They're going to break things. I mean, it seems to be working. Let's give it a go. So if we put a slab and a train signal there. Actually, this is all probably going to want to be a little bit further back because doing it this close isn't going to leave time for the cars to not drive directly through it all and have a really bad time. So I'm going to remove this signal here and I'm going to put this much further back. So if we do it here, then when the train passes through this point, it will stop letting cars go across. And I think that's going to be a lot safer. Then we'll put one in there with a redstone signal. Then we're going to put another one here. As long as I set that to brass, it shouldn't mess with these signals too much because the trains are quite long. We're going to put the same signal in it. And then we need a third one just past this turn. So there. And now what we can do is on this junction here, which will basically stop vehicles here if the barrier is shut. Also on this one here, we'll set that to receive. Same signal. That will stop cars entering the junction this way. And that's where the rail goes. So we'll also put one on here. And there's currently a train going through, so all the signals are lighting up. This is good. And when that train clears, the signal goes off. The cars will carry on going through. Excellent. That's all we needed to do, just to make sure things don't crash. Now, the last thing we need is a post box and a sort of collection system type thing going on over here. And because I want this truck to be doing loops and going around, I don't think I'm going to have it reverse into the bays or anything like that. I think I'm just going to have it sort of stop in the front here and then carry on its journey and actually park it over there permanently in that car park that's opposite the warehouse. That way I can use this same truck for other deliveries deliveries in future and we don't end up with a truck for every single factory. Thinking about the long term here. All right, so I need to link up a post box. Let's chuck a station in down here first. Call this Mr. B Redstone. Though in theory, the name shouldn't really matter in this instance. Then we're going to link a post box up to that. Put it here maybe. We're going to call that RSF for Redstone Factory with a wild card. And I want to link up both of these two. So that's our XP and our redstone. I reckon just a cheeky little belt down here is probably going to be the easiest way. Maybe to like here. Then we'll bring this up to that level. Run that all the way along. And then have chutes feeding into that. Easy. Just got to get some power to it. So we'll do double chain drive there and there. Same in there and there. And the power is, oh, it's right there. So if we just stick a chain drive in there and there, then we're going to be able to steal the power without messing it up. Then is that going to go the right way? It is. We need a funnel there, and then we need some stock links, but I don't have any of those on me or in my portable van. So if I put one of them there and link it to that one, and link up 2 factory gauges, then come all the way back here up to my gauge wall over this side. Set that one to redstone dust, that one to blocks of experience. We can see exactly what we've got going on over there. And we need 2 more gauges linked to this one, here and here. Set those once again to the same thing. And what we need to do is set the addresses here. So this is actually going to be RSF. Nope, in caps. That one's going to be RSF. Then we link that to that at the amount of 10 stacks. First thing I want to make sure, yep, cool. This guy, not doing anything. This is good. So what I want to do is give that van somewhere to park, and I want that to be over here, which means we need more rail. So for now, we'll just park this van over here. We've got our little loop in. Just need to add some signals so that we can have both vans going around at the same time if needed. So I reckon that should just about do it. Let's make a train schedule. So it's going to retrieve any package that starts currently with RSF. We'll need to adjust this in future as we have other factories, but that's fine for now. Then we want it to deliver package. That should bring it over to the warehouse. Oh, actually, no, one moment. We need to send it to the warehouse bay reverse. Question is, which bay is which? So we want this to be bay 2, not bay 1. Then we want it to deliver package, then return to Mr. B, Van Park 1. So that should just about do it. So let's get myself a driver here. In fact, a pillager's not really going to work because to get this driver into the seat, I'm going to need a lead. And I cannot put a lead on this guy. Let's put you back in there. Grab a lead and go find ourselves another driver. Now, is there anything lurking in the forest over here? Doesn't appear so. Anything would do. Just, you know, chicken or a sheep? Yep, you'll do. You're getting a job, sir. So let's lower the speed of the truck first. We don't want him racing around. Give him a schedule. He should just go park up for now. And look at this. We've got all these packages raring to go. Which should mean as soon as he parks up, he actually sets off again. So park up. Then realize there's a package you need to go get, sir. Yep, there we go. Oh, no, where's he going? Yeah, I don't think that was the proper route, buddy. Definitely a connection for him to go that way. So why did you go that way? Let's spin him round. Got him set to retrieve package. So go do that, please, sir. Right, let's see if this works. Pulls up here. No. Why didn't you stop there? Right, well, I guess I'm going to be fiddling around with this for a while. I'll bring you back in once it's working. Wait a minute. I think I found the problem. Yep, there we go. They weren't actually feeding into the post box because I once again named the post box. I'm not supposed to do that. So now, if I just spin this guy around over here, then give him his schedule again, this time, he should do what we want. Hopefully, maybe. So we'll pull in here and he should collect a whole bunch of packages. I mean, he did stop briefly and it looks like he's full of packages if we look at the top there. So that's the one thing about a box van like this. You can't actually see the packages on it. Maybe we'll change up the design in future so we can actually see them. We can do like a smaller version of what we did on the train carriage maybe. So it can carry lots of parcels, but it looks different to the one we've already got. But he should now pull up here, then reverse into that bay. Excellent. And drop off all your parcels. Yep, they're all dropped off, which sets off these guys. And then once that redstone's in here, the shop's going to go, hey, I need that. And then it's going to request it and take it as well. This is good. Just got to wait for these guys to fill it all up into storage. And in the meantime, our van is still going around and getting more. Good. The system works. Now, the last thing I need to do is just tweak a couple of numbers here. So, to be honest, I think 10 stacks of each over here is probably going to be enough. But I need to make sure the shop is requesting a whole lot more redstone. So, we want this to be holding maybe like 100 stacks. We want a whole lot of redstone over here. And the good news is now we've actually got a decent amount of redstone over here. I can set the price. Though I could do with a diamond. What? Next scheduled destination could not be found, but you just did a whole lap on your own. Let's go see what's going on. Jeez. So there's still plenty of packages being sent over. Why are you sitting there again? Where are you trying to go? Mr. B, Van Park 1. You should only be doing that after you've delivered a package. Ah, I think I know the problem. You can't currently get from this bay back into the car park. That should do it. Now my driver's gone missing. Why's my driver gone missing? Who killed my sheep? Which one of you was it? What have you got against my sheep? Huh? Unbelievable. Swear it doesn't seem to matter what driver I use. They always go missing unless it's a chicken. I guess I'm gonna go get myself another chicken. You're an overexcited spider. Stop it. Right, let's go find a chicken. Oh, there's one. Right, now hopefully that thing will just do its route and not have any problems. Now I just need to head back to town, set my prices, and I think we're gonna be done. So let's just set the price. Diamond a stack. We'll see how that goes. Look, redstone's a pain to automate, okay? I'm sure we'll make a nice profit from this. But before we call it a day, there's one more thing we need to do, and that is sort out the electricity pylon things. I need to get these moved. So for eggs is 1, we're going to move it to here. My driver's gone missing again. Why? Well, I think I'm going to be swapping out my drivers for blaze burners at this rate. At least they're more reliable. Right, well, the power's sorted. Stuff's mostly getting delivered. I'm just going to have to swap out those drivers. But apart from that, I think we're pretty much done for today. I'd say we've made some pretty good progress. I really like this shop. And to be honest, I quite like the whole road. I look forward to actually getting some shops in these ones as well. So if you've got any ideas on what you think I should sell, please do let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what factories and shops and things we should make next. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.